Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, girls. Good morning. We are here. We are doing it. It is happening. It is time. I might be late, but I'm always on time. Oh, here we go. Samantha Dragonati helping us start off our morning. Oh, let's go ahead and basically jump right in. The only thing I want to say at the top of the hour before we really jump in is I was having a discussion with somebody in politics, and they know I cover this content from a philosophical standpoint. So we do philosophy through pop culture, and Ethan Klein and everything surrounding him is indeed pop culture, at least on YouTube. So this person in politics asked me, how do we talk about Palestine, Israel in a philosophical sense? Because look, today we're not going to be debunking points between Israel and Palestine, because these two people, maybe Hassan excluded since his life is politics, maybe we're just talking about Ethan. I don't care what Ethan has to say about it. From a personal perspective, sure, but from a political standpoint, I don't care. So any conversation about the middle ground between Palestine and Israel is not interesting to me. Free Palestine, period. Right? So I'm not interested in listening to men talk about why Palestinians deserve liberation. They shouldn't even be a discussion. But under patriarchy and toxic masculinity, we have to sit here and talk about why people deserve basic human rights, because that's what patriarchy does to people's brains. So from a philosophical standpoint, the way we talk about conflict and war, I think we need to refer to Tao Te Ching for this. So I have my Tao Te Ching book, one of my favorite translations of it. You can find it anywhere. I'm boycotting Amazon, so I'm not going to recommend you buy it from Amazon. Okay, number 29, power. Those who try to seize power and remake society will fail. Society is a divine thing that cannot be remade. One who attempts to remake it will only deface it. Those who grasp for power will lose it. People differ. Some lead, others follow. Some are passionate, others are reserved. Some are strong, others weak. Some succeed, others fail. The wise respect the roles of all and seek moderation in all things. 31. Avoid war. Sorry, I'm still waking up. My voice is, I've been awake for hours, but I haven't really talked to anybody this morning, so I feel like my voice is still sleepy. Avoid war. Among all tools, weapons alone are cursed. All men come to despise them. Those who follow Tao do not need them. Weapons are not the tools of the wise. Only a last resort to do the wise. Only as a last resort do the wise use them. Peace and tranquility are valued by wise rulers. Even when victorious in battle, they do not rejoice, for they never exult over the killing of others. Those rulers who rejoice over killing others will never bring happiness to their people. The killing of others fills the people with sorrow. We lament with tears because of it and honor the victors solemnly, as if we were attending a funeral ceremony. That is how I feel about men's desire to wage war. It's petty and below us. It should never be used except as the last resort, but under curtain day patriarchy and toxic masculinity running rampant, it seems to be the first solution. So when Ethan Klein says, what should Israel have done on October 8th? They should have waited. They should have been wise. This idea that Ethan holds, that Israel had the right to decimate Gaza because of what happened on October 7th, is unwise. It's cruel and it is beneath our higher selves. So today we're not going to review Ethan and Hassan and decide, who is right, Palestine or Israel? We know who's right. Free Palestine. We will be reviewing them as people in conflict who are having a disagreement and are unable to be wise in discourse. Okay? So that's what I think we should keep in mind while we review the next 5 hours. I've seen clips, not very many. I've tried to stay away. My audience has talked about it. My Discord's been discussing it. And I hear that it's a really bad 5 hours. So I'm ready. I've got snacks. I've got tea. I've prepared bathroom breaks. I'm ready. Let's get into it and watch two men discuss things way above their pay grade, and also two men who lack the wisdom to understand that they are discussing the genocide of innocent people. I know Hassan is better. I'm not trying to comfort Hassan, but I'm just trying to make it clear to us that like, these are two streamers. And I appreciate Hassan's views on Palestine. But at the end of the day, like, I am just watching a couple of millionaires argue with each other while people are being removed and killed and starved out of their homes. It's gross. Men are gross. Okay, let's go.
That's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hassan Piker.
Hello, Hassan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to...
Please note that Ethan's show was originally called Having a Nice or Something Cohesive Conversation with my ex-co-host, and now it's called Debating Hassan Piker. So there you go.
show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here.
If you want,
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't
Hassan,
think it's too difficult.
leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a
for 2
while, my
years.
friend, and guess
Yeah, I
what?
know.
They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cup, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and
Okay.
of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if
Sure.
you will allow me
Of
in that
course.
process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so
Well, I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on
Go
one
ahead.
second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean, like
I don't want to get
it's
bogged down
basic
in a
stuff. I'm not-
conversation.
It's not like a
Go ahead,
gotcha. I'm not-
start. No, I know you're not. I
Okay,
just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism. so you
Zionism
understand where I'm
is
coming from.
the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with
on this
you.
front.
I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what
Okay.
you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the
No, we're-
Fortnite outline.
We'll get to that. We'll get to
No,
that.
no,
We'll
no,
get to that, I
no. We're
promise.
here. I don't want to talk about
Okay.
definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not? You did.
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the
No,
past.
but that
you know?
Fortnite
Some of them-
L
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed
okay.
you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed
Oh, really?
by
Who was
the
interviewing you?
journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw
Wait,
him doing
why
that.
would I be-
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way,
No, I
I'm
don't
giving you
care.
credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches.
Not in
it
that.
happens.
I mean, shit.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate
Yeah.
the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay, so-
by the way, you believe
yeah,
that the
that's
likes
fine.
were botted on that.
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The
I don't-
dis-
Oh, Lord. Okay. So just to give some commentary, I understand Ethan's coming out the gate, defensive, ready to fight. We had some conversation about what were ways Ethan could, we talked about it yesterday on stream. We did a members only stream every Monday. We talked about ways Ethan could be more grounded in his discourse. And this is why I say conservative debaters aren't very grounded. I mean, most debate bros aren't grounded, but a way to have a grounded opinion is to say, hey, I saw Content Cop. I didn't really like it. I thought these were the ways you failed. The tonality matters here. Here's how I'm upset. But instead it's like, what do you think about it, Hassan? What do you think about the L dance? Fortnite. It's like aggressive in tonality. It sets the other person off. It puts the other person on sort of like the edge. It puts us on edge as an audience. And now we're like, uh-oh. It's like we've all seen people fight in front of us, or maybe you haven't. But if you've ever been a kid and you've seen adults fight around you, it's like, oh, the air in the room just shifted. Like you can tell by just the way the tone shifts. Maybe this is my trauma speaking. But you can tell. I mean, a comedian can tell too. Well, talk about trauma. But a comedian can tell too when they're on stage and they've lost the audience. It's like, oh, what's happening? So obviously that's what I'm seeing right now is Ethan's coming out fully defensive. Hassan is trying to start off with some shared, and this is the problem with language and bubbles. We do all have different definitions for words, different ways of viewing words. And so I thought that was really good of Hassan to want to come out and just discuss definitions, and really typical of Ethan to just reject the notion, to see it as something bad faith, and then to jump right down his throat. With that kind of an attitude, you might as well start an OnlyFans if we're jumping down people's throats. You know what I'm saying? At least make it spicy. But okay.
Dislikes were botted. The dislikes are. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural, the dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
well,
I don't recall
care
saying this, but I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so you asked that question. Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it was...
See, let me finish. I see an OnlyFans in the future, guys.
Not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer it how you like.
I hope you know that, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the Content Cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What? Okay, you guys were serious when you said this is going to be a hard 5 hours. Okay. People being people, they're arguing. Ethan's in the defensive. Okay, it's going to be Sam Cedar times like 10, right? Where instead of, okay, again, why are they having this conversation? I think Hassan thought they were debating Israel, Palestine, but it sounds like Ethan is debating Ian. Okay.
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait,
I got to rewind that.
The CPS call?
What?
You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is
on the video.
iDubbbz's Content Cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS? I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your
Yeah, so a good faith, grounded conversation wouldn't have the mocking tonality, it wouldn't have the jabs. He wouldn't be like, what? He'd be like, it'd be very good faith. And this is a good example for all of us when we're in these positions in our own lives and you feel yourself, because we're all susceptible to this. Ethan is a universal experience. We've all been Ethan. So, and we will be Ethan again. And this is a moment of like self-reflection. My Discord and I were just talking about this, about, when you're in that position of getting defensive, it's your job not to double down. It's your job to catch yourself. Be like, I'm sorry, I'm not actually grounded. Let me reframe or walk away and come back, because right now I'm feeling very defensive. Like I can feel it in my body. Let me recalibrate. But Ethan isn't doing that, right? So we're all going to be Ethan at some point in our lives. I think the issue is that with a lot of these debate bros or people on the internet is they have so much more pride and ego, and it's going to be the death of them, spiritually at least, if not monetarily, since the audience seems to like it. It's very much like your gladiator winning in the stadium. But it is a really good example of introspection and self-awareness. It takes a lot of self-awareness to catch yourself, and introspection to deconstruct it, and enough awareness of extrospection to allow the other person to recognize, hey, I caught myself. I'm so sorry. Let me take a second, which is obviously not what's going to happen in this conversation. Okay.
Your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled CPS Came to My House, Hassan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's obvious.
I think it's
I'm
completely
saying your
inappropriate to
friend
call
Hassan
CPS
you made
on
a video
content creator you
with
don't like.
did
I
a
don't know why
total
you're-
fucking
I don't know
hate
why you
job.
think I have
All right, go
any
ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
I don't have any, like,
Go
dude,
ahead.
listen,
Go ahead.
listen to me. Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about
Hassan,
this.
I don't
when
care.
we
Let's
were-
just go
when we
on.
had a
You-
podcast.
I don't-
No, what do you mean? You
I
brought
don't-
this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know
Let
what
me
you're
speak.
saying. We've all been
You brought it up.
harassed. The internet
Let
is
me bring-
tough. Whatever,
let me
yada
say my
yada.
piece.
Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so
Please.
boring, bro. I just want to have.
Okay, I'm assuming everyone cringed when he said that just now. Like, you're so boring, bro. Oh. Yeah, this is okay. This is a really good example of like really natural defensiveness, right? Oh, you're so boring, bro. Bro, come on, bro. I don't want to talk about this, bro. Okay, I get it. Okay. Like, now we can identify what's happening to Ethan. Ethan's not a bad person for, by the way, being in this state of mind. He's an ungrounded person. He's not insane. He's just ungrounded. He's in the middle between. A lot of us have been here. We'll be here forever. It's just like a part of being a human. Okay.
Have an interesting conversation.
You know
Go
who else
ahead.
also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Yeah, it's very content brained. It's very content brained, right?
Wow,
And
I
let
have.
me
Wow,
try
God
to
forbid.
explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay, sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private
been a
before we stopped doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
I know
unacceptable.
you're
because
against
I am victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not
things that happen to you in this regard. I would never in a million years
Okay,
advocate
ask
for
me a
that sort of
question.
thing, and don't think
Oh my God, bro. Chat says, I know I should be empathetic, but I'm so tired of men not knowing how to human during conflict. Honestly, I'm going to tell you guys right now, you do not have to be empathetic to Ethan or people in this position. I have a very open with boundaries policy myself. So for myself, even with my loved ones, inner circle, I say, I love you, open with boundaries. I'm not going to meet you because Ethan can't meet Hassan halfway. So Ethan, I don't need you to, I really recommend you don't probably use the spoons you have, the limited spoons to engage with an Ethan. So if you have an Ethan in your life, just say, hey, I love you. Let's talk at a different time. I love you. Let's have this conversation at another time. It is like the best thing you can ever do to somebody in Ethan's position is walk away. Genuinely. Because it gives them like a reminder. They'll be mad at you. They'll be like, I can't believe you're walking away. I can't believe you won't like talk to me. But the dilemma is like, you have to set a boundary for what environment you're willing to engage with. Don't give them an ultimatum. Don't threaten them. Don't say it's your fault. Don't point the finger. Just say, I love you. Let's talk about this at a different time. I'm going to need I'm going to need us to be in a different position. I'm going to need to be in a different position before I have this conversation. And just allow them to create that scenario, that situation, allow them to come to you with a different energy. And then accept that maybe it doesn't happen ever. Like, accept that maybe you won't ever talk to this person again. Because the truth is that as long as you're aiming to be grounded, I think these types of conversations are much more obvious to grounded people. Like, I'm a human. I get into my feelings too. Even in my marriage, I'll be like, oh, hold on. I think I am a bit more in my feels in a sense that I'm not as grounded as I'd like to be. Can I get 10 minutes? My partner's like, of course, I love you. Take 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, thank you, baby. I love you. And I go and I take my 10 minutes and then I come back and we're like having a conversation. We all have that. My mom has that. My dad has that. My siblings have that. You have that. My partner we all have moments where it's like, let me get grounded. Give me a second. Let me get grounded. Except it's a tool you also learn through philosophy and therapy and wisdom, hopefully, that you actually need to verbalize, I need a moment, without being punished by the people who, without them saying, oh, you're so weak that you need a moment. We all need a moment. So there's two folds here. In the debate boy bubble, you can never admit you need a moment because they'll punish you for it forever. They'll see it as a moment of weakness they can exploit. So the reason Ethan is never going to get a chance to actually take a moment is because it's seen as weakness. It's toxic masculinity within the patriarchy, right? He can never admit to weakness because his community will never see it as strength. And that is the reason these boy bubbles can be so unsafe for femme people, AFAB people, non-binary people, people who have done the work. Because those of us who have done the work, we're not ashamed to say, hey, I need a moment. Because we don't punish each other for needing a moment. But they do. And so for Ethan, he'll never be allowed to say, I need a moment. And that's why I say, like, that's why we read from Tao Te Ching to start off this stream, because the wisdom comes in taking a moment. That's wisdom, taking a moment. There is no wisdom in not giving yourself a moment to get grounded and to make a decision because it's wise, not because it's fearful or defensive or whatever else, right?
I think it's appropriate.
Very
and
good.
I don't
Ask
know
me a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
this.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay,
I
sure.
didn't
Ask me
make
a
any
question.
Editorial, yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's Content Cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking... pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right?
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hassan, ask me a
is
question or I'm
so
gonna move
far
on to the
removed
next
from
topic
you
here.
asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his Content Cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great, awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important.
And keep in mind, Hassan's goal, from my understanding, and you guys can correct me, is to utilize this opportunity to speak on behalf, in quotation marks, heavy quotation marks here, Palestinian people. Because even within the Palestinian bubble, you're going to have differing opinions about how to make solutions, right? But I think that Hassan is seeing as an opportunity to get through to anyone in Ethan's audience who maybe hasn't heard about the Palestinian suffering, the genocide that's happening, and has no idea. Because there are people who do not know Palestine is being genocided right now. Remember that we live in a bubble that allows us access to this information, but there are definitely people who don't know. And so I'm assuming Hassan, in chat is saying yes, is using this as an opportunity to get through to those people. So Ethan might not recognize it. Like Hassan doing this right now, I see as him signaling to the people in the audience. But Ethan's like, yes, we agree. You don't have to say it out loud. But I don't think the world knows, like America, I don't think America knows that the other world, like the governments around the world, are pro-Palestinian. They are saying like, hey, we can't be doing this. And I don't think America and Israel, I think they're too shielded to understand that the world is looking at you and they are upset with you. So I think that's what Hassan is doing in that moment, to remind people that like, okay, so all these organizations, all these world leaders, and Ethan's hand waving it because he doesn't care about the genocide of Palestinians. He said, yes, they're being genocided. So that's what he just did. That's why we say he's not pro-Palestine, because he didn't give Hassan a chance to advocate for Palestinian people who deserve that advocacy. He just wants to talk about himself and his own ego. Yeah, chat says genocide is secondary to his personal beef. 1000%. Ethan is less concerned with the genocide and more concerned about his own issues with Hassan. That's why I say, like, at the end of the day, I do not care what Ethan Klein, like, I don't care about his opinions. Free Palestine, period.
Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your...
Hold on, chat, I can't tell if you're trolling me when you said, oh, can you replay the hand waving, the so? I'm going to do this in good faith, but it feels like a troll.
You said yes.
Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that.
I already said yes is a hand wave. Do you not see that? I can't tell if you're trolling me right now. I am autistic. But like him saying, yes, I already said that. Instead of saying like, exactly, T Hassan, yes, Hassan, say it, Hassan. Yes, Hassan. He's taking it as a personal poke at him. Instead of saying like, yes, girl, say it, Hassan. We need to hear more of it. He's dismissing the point and cutting Hassan off. So it's a hand wave. Yes? Okay.
I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian
Well,
advocates that
I
you
don't know
feel
if-
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
I've never,
do I
never
think
said
my
that,
coverage?
and I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hassan, I'm
talked
answering your
about-
question.
Every time you've talked about Israel Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me
personal
answer?
Wait, chat says also IDF equal IOF. Changing defensive to offensive feels fitting for this language. I thought it was occupy. Israeli occupying force, not offensive force. It's occupying because they're occupying. Right? Isn't the IOF occupying? Am I dumb? It's both. Okay, it's both. Noted. Thank you guys.
vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
gonna explain
pro-Palestinian
that.
content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer
Yeah.
it. The reason
Go
for
ahead.
that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This
Mm-hmm.
sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Oh my God, bro. I'm getting whiplash, bro. Dude, I'm sure everyone felt this way. Like, I'm getting major whiplash. Like, focus.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already. That has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward. On
Yeah,
your
yeah.
podcast.
Ooh. One time I was talking to an Ethan person, like meeting a person in this position of high in emotions. And I remember saying to them, like, they were saying something about me. And I said, hey, don't say that about me when it's not true. Would you like to rework your sentence? Something like that. And they were like, don't yell at me. And I was like, I'm not yelling, but I'm being very firm in this. You can't talk this way if we're going to have a discussion, because are we like going to get grounded? I feel like you're in your feelings and you should maybe go to therapy. And they're like, this is crazy. Like, you're yelling. No one's ever yelled at me before. And they couldn't handle the conversation. Fine. But this is the issue. Ethan is a person you cannot have a conversation with. So when I'm dealing with an Ethan, I always say, hey, I love you. We can't have this conversation unless we get a little bit more grounded, because what you're saying about me right now is untrue. And if you're going to start our conversation of getting to know each other with an untrue thing and then make it clear you're not going to budge on this truth, we can't actually have a conversation. And that's the issue with people that I'm finding. Like, you're not having a conversation that allows me to explain myself because you've already decided who I am. Would you like to have a conversation where you understand who I am, and can you say it back to me? Ethan is unable to say Hassan's position in any real cohesive way. Therefore, you can't talk to an Ethan. You can't talk to people that can't explain your own idea back to you. Yesterday, we reviewed my level system, the philosophy system I'm working on, and we used ChatGPT. It was a lot of fun. Like, it was so fun. And I was questioning my audience. Like, can you guys tell me when I say this, what do I mean? And it was kind of cool to see everybody be able to explain it. I was like, why do you think you, as a group of philosophy nerds, can explain it, but other people hear it on the internet and they have an inability to explain something that to me and my philosophy brain is so easy to understand? And that's because this is our special interest, right? It's not because we're special. It's just because we spent more time learning the language. So we're able to understand it. Ethan spends no time learning Hassan's language to understand it. It's like white people that get mad when you say, like, everyone's inherently racist under like white supremacy, or people are misogynistic under patriarchy. Like, they haven't spent enough time to understand what the language means, to have an understanding of what you mean when you say it. So then they just accuse you of saying something you didn't say because they refuse to engage in learning the dialogue, because they don't understand we all live in bubbles who use words uniquely and differently. Kind of like the reverse swastika or the Buddhist swastika or the Nazi swastika. Yes, bubbles have a different relationship with this symbol. I do think that wisdom would have allowed Ian to not use the sword just to avoid this whole controversy. But I do think that it also is not something I expect streamers to do or content creators to do. I just don't expect them to be wise enough to think it through. So that's something to keep in mind. So I love all people, and I know people are struggling. I can see that if I was in Ethan's life, I would love him regardless of how bad he was as a good faith participant, but I would also stop engaging with him. Because I would say, like, I'm happy to engage with you when you're ready to have a real conversation or like a grounded conversation. It's okay that we disagree, but I'm going to need you to have the conversation without you freaking out on me and accusing me of things I didn't do. I didn't do this thing. So let's talk about it. And let's talk about why you think I did this thing. Ethan is unable to engage in this kind of conversation, which puts him at the higher emotional status person. Again, you're not a bad person for being in your emotions. Like therapy teaches us, your emotions are real. You are having an authentic experience. But let's deconstruct them to see if they're valid, reasonable, grounded. Okay? It's like when you do drugs, you're not actually seeing gods. You're just on shrooms, my boys. Okay? Okay? We're just on shrooms. We're not actually engaging with God. All right? No matter how much your brain wants to trick you into thinking that, you are not. It is called a drug, and I love it. But you got to know the difference. You got to be able to ground yourself even when your brain is convincing you you're seeing God. You're not. It's the shrooms.
Of course, you're conceding that because we fished this up. But yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hassan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why? What is the? So I mean,
well, it's not a Nazi swastika sword, but if you want to call it a Buddhist swastika sword, I guess. Like Hassan knows. Well, the joke is it's a swastika. I see this on TikTok where I'll see the swastika and I'm like, oh my God. And then I'll realize it's the Buddhist one. And I'm like, oh, never mind. But my body does also go, oh my God. And then I realize like, oh, it's not the Nazi one. And then I stop freaking out because I realize the world doesn't revolve around that bubble. That's it. That's all like Hassan did. Is like, oh my God, it's swastika sword. Oh, it's from Bleach. It's a reverse. It's okay. It's like not the same context. Now, listen, again, signaling matters. How we show up matters. I really recommend not using that symbol as an American or as a European. I really recommend not using a symbol that means something very universal in our bubbles. That's offensive. I wouldn't have recommended even buying the sword, if I'm going to be honest. I think buying the sword was a bad decision. Yeah, I think we should keep that in mind. In Croatia, they don't have freedom of speech here. You can't just draw a swastika anywhere. You're going to get in trouble because they're very serious about this stuff. So maybe we should live in a world where Hassan was wise enough not to buy the sword, but we don't. He was a boy and he bought it anyways. Boys are very unwise. I've been saying this for years. No one's listening. Boys are very stupid because they're raised under patriarchy to think they're geniuses just because they opened a door up for a woman. I opened a door for her. I'm a gentleman. So Hassan, being a man and a handsome one at that, bought this sword thinking his beauty privilege, okay, would allow him to not be responsible for the way that it signals to people. Okay. He should get rid of the sword. It's stupid. Shout out to Bleach.
And why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you got 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it—
Also, I just saw a video of Ethan and PewDiePie, which I'd never seen before, drawing swastikas. So, okay, Ethan does not care that it's a swastika. Like, no edgy boy on the internet cares. Edgy boys on the internet draw swastikas just to prove they're edgy. And Ethan was an edgy boy. So that's why, I recommend getting out of the streamer bubble. That's why I don't watch Hassan or Ethan as viewers anymore, as fans. Because, like, they're too in the streamer bubble and they're not, like, I need them to grow up. I need us to grow up. You know what I mean? So like we can't be drawing not like swastikas or something. Thank God I don't even know how to draw one. I'm so stupid. I thought the ChatGPT logo looked like a swastika. I was like, that kind of looks swastika-ish to me. But also anything that spins in a circle looks like a, you know, I'm staying away from it, girl. I'm staying away from it. But that's probably because I'm a girl and I was raised as a girl. I do think girls are better socially in a lot of ways because we're trained to be behind the scenes in that way. I just genuinely don't see as many girls engaging this behavior for a reason. And those who do are often falling into pick me bubbles. I said what I said, or internalized misogyny bubbles. I said what I said because we're trying to keep up with the boys. But there's a reason, okay? You don't see a lot of female in quotation streamers paying guys to say, I hate the Jews or whatever PewDiePie had those guys say. Do you know what I mean? Okay.
It was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot.
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. True. Right? So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hassan. No. Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario. Hassan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people.
Hold on. Chad said, no, there's a ton of weird racist Nazi girls online, especially on Twitter. Okay, with anime avatars, are they prominent content creators with millions of dollars and millions of viewers? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying generally the reason boys rise to fame, boys are getting expelled from schools, boys are engaging in hate rhetoric because they think they're edgy, is because boys are literally engaging in this behavior because they are literally told under the patriarchy, boys will be boys. Okay? So the amount of Twitter randos that you're seeing, okay, don't matter to me. When I'm talking about prominent people with prominent reputations in large groups of people, the reason schools are dealing with boys getting expelled at higher rates than girls is because boys are engaging with this behavior because they're raised to think boys will be boys. Boys literally get away with so much bullshit, and they downplay boys' behaviors constantly because they're just like, it was a joke, you didn't get it. Listen, I get it. I'm all about a joke nobody gets, but also maybe we should move towards a little bit like a level of wisdom and maturity. Okay, maybe we should all talk about that too. Okay, so again, like when I'm not talking about edge cases on Twitter where half the people are bots. I'm talking about watching literal boys get canceled for this on a daily, okay, and they get excused for it because they're edgy boys on the internet. And I get it. Starting today, no more edginess. Good luck. And I know as somebody who makes an edgy joke from time to time, it is very difficult not to make an edgy joke, which is why some jokes are meant for privacy, in private, instead of online or in the White House. You know? That's what I'm talking about.
1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So
yes.
Microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I
know,
right?
It's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hassan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that
I don't
IDUB should have
think,
removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're
it's
telling a
what you
Jewish
are
man who's
perceiving.
complaining about a very
And
odd
also,
coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm
Just throw the
exaggerating.
Manji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got
Listen
me.
to
I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating
No, that's not what
anti-Semitism.
I'm saying.
You
I
got
didn't
me.
do that.
Yes, you did. You
Ethan,
literally
Ethan,
did.
I did.
I'm sorry, didn't Ethan literally say that he doesn't think it was anti-Semitic and that nobody probably 4D-chessed it and it wasn't that big of a deal? Did he change his mind on that?
Didn't do that.
Okay, laugh
But
about it.
again,
Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
Then
I
why
don't
should
even
you leave
think
it
you
out?
have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize
Is
the
anyone in
Nazis
that
only
room
killed
Jewish?
Jews.
A moron. Yeah, interesting language there. Okay, he's escalating, right? We're escalating with name calling.
Was anyone in that room? Did I draw
Do the Nazis
swastika
only kill
one
Jews
time
even?
on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I
since
do a
Elon
Sig
Musk did it?
Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a
Thank you for
Jewish man, are you going to
clarifying.
tell
My
black
bad.
people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you
What?
going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
What?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
It's not analogous, is it?
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to
understand
say that to me? You
That's the
pose
point
with
of
a
contention here.
swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No,
Well, literally is not. If we're going, literally, it is literally not a swastika. Like, literally not a swastika. Like, literally not even a swastika. Oh my God. Wait. So, no, the autism literally is like, well, actually.
it's not.
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword. Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
But it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol
What
and
you
the
drew on
Nazi
PewDiePie,
swastika.
on the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a
All right, that's
swastika,
cool.
a tasteless
No,
joke
I'm just making sure.
on
Okay,
IDUB's
so you
shirt
can-
10 years ago. You
Yeah.
said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you
No,
can't
I
even concede that
jokingly
looks
referred
bad.
to it as looking like a swastika when my
So-
friend picked it up.
so
If
let me-
I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse.
No, I don't think he would. I think that's the joke. I think the reason you buy a bleach sword that has the is because it's kind of funny because it's not a swastika. Like, I think the irony is that it's not a swastika, right? And it got co-opted. I think that's why you buy the sword. I don't think I don't think Hassan would have bought that swastika memorabilia unless it was like for historical museum quote reasons. Like very what was that? Wait, what's that movie that all the edgelords love and we all love Natalie Portman in it and the guy in the mask? Oh my God, it's been like 20 years since I've seen this movie. In that movie, they're fighting the Christian nationalists who are hiding away memorabilia. V for Vendetta, thank you. And there's like the swastika museum. Do you guys remember where it's like free speech is important, even if it's offensive? Like, this is the edgelord argument, but also this is a conversation we need to have as cultures. Like I said, in Croatia, it's interesting being in a place that doesn't allow casual swastikas. Like, you can't, there is no free speech like that. You can't just be out here Hail Hitlering. You know what I mean? And I think that's interesting. There's something about that that's very appealing to me, even though I'm an American living here. There's something like where, yeah, I would love to live in America that didn't raise, you know, $500,000 for a white woman calling a little black boy the N-word. We'll cover that soon. We'll cover that story in the week. You know, I'd really love to live in that place. And I kind of think like all those people who donated to this woman should kind of be fired or moved from society or moved, you know what I mean? Like, we should have a state that they all go crazy. Like, who wants that as a neighbor? Like, who wants those people as neighbors? You know what I mean? Like, protecting the white race against kids who happen to be black. Like, what are we talking about here? So anyways, okay. Yes, I know that story got me. That story, I know, chat. I know that story was crazy. So when we talk about humans gonna human, okay. Oh, it's up to a 680K. Great, love that. Wow. Chat says, "Girl, let's not act like Croatia ain't ain't got normalized fascism too. The Balkans just be like that. Well, I mean, everybody's like that. There's no place. So first of all, scratch. If you guys don't know my opinions, right? All people are racist. All people are homophobic. All people are misogynistic. All people suck. And within those sucky collectives, there's a lot of really good people. But I think, generally speaking, most of the world is homophobic. Most of the world's transphobic. Most of the world's racist. And everybody's misogynistic, no matter your gender, because we're raised under patriarchy. So I'm only interested in people who are deconstructing, facing their prejudice and biases, and are willing to say it with their chest. Right? So for me, when I say like Croatia doesn't have this thing, I am not saying that Croatia also isn't homophobic, right? Transphobic, that it's a Catholic nationalist country that has its level of prejudice, and bias baked into the law, right? I'm not saying that. I'm also, living in a country where it's $80 for national health care a month. Thank you. €80. And I can be seen by doctors, and they're relatively nice, and it's a relatively nice place, and people here are really kind. But that's not to say it doesn't have its problems. Of course it has its problems. It's run by men, even if they did have a female president for a time. You know what I mean? Like, it's ultimately, the world is still suffering from men's greed. It's very Lord of the Rings-esque. Everybody want a ring. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want a ring. So.
I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. Mm-hmm. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know?
Fuck no, they know that looks like a swastika.
Well, that's not true. They literally have tea shops and massage parlors, and I've seen it all over TikTok. Like, that symbol's all over certain places because they do use the symbol.
So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
Yeah, very American of him to say, my Discord said. Yeah, like very American centric. Like, look, I don't think there was that. I always bring her up, the Instagram girl with the tattoos. She had one. She was an American though. And she got it covered up because once Americans found her content, they didn't know how to view her with her white skin as like anything but racist. So she's like, not worth it. And I was like, not worth it. Like, not worth it because in this bubble, you're going to be viewed. Like, not worth it. But if you're in a bubble where you're surrounded by people who all agree on what that symbol means and they're not associating it with Nazis, like, fuck off. The world doesn't revolve around you. Cat Lady, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here.
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you think
brandished
that only, do you think that only Hindu people have bleed swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on
he left
the
it up.
decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You don't need to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on.
I'm not
in his
accusing you of
mind.
being IDubbbz, Hassan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
IDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on.
Ooh. Okay. Well, now it begins. Now, to be fair, and I want to make it clear because there's a lot of people here right now. I think there's a spectrum. There's grounded in your fifis. Crazy. First of all, no moral judgment against insanity. You're not a bad person because you're crazy. Just want to make that abundantly clear. You're not a bad person if you're in your fifis, and you're not a bad person if you're grounded. It doesn't tell me anything about you inherently if you're any of those three things. Sometimes when we're having a discussion, when you're in your fifis, when you're not grounded and you're not crazy, you're still a person whose opinion matters, but it might not be rooted in the data that will allow us to move forward in the conversation. So Ethan is defensive. He's in his fifis. He's unable to ground himself, but he's also not crazy, right? He's not out of his mind. He's in his feelings, which is okay, just not for a discussion that's serious. It's okay to be in your feelings. That's why we meditate and ground ourselves, right? There's nothing immoral about him being in his feelings. But sometimes when we're in our feelings, we do immoral things. We do unethical things because we're not in our most grounded, wise mind, right? Shout out to DBT. We want to be in our wise mind. And in order to get to our wise mind, we have to deconstruct why we're feeling this way and why we're in a heightened state of feeling. It's okay. You're not a bad person, but maybe it's not appropriate for you to be having this discussion because It's not even what you really think or feel. I don't know about you, but sometimes when I'm at my fifis, I don't say everything perfectly. And sometimes I even say things I don't mean.
What?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next
Yes.
question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you
I
think
don't
the
have
so-
a
if you
problem
could go
telling
back-
you're being crazy
If-
right now.
if-
You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where
I
you're at on this.
genuinely-
Go ahead,
I
ask me
don't
a
care.
question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission,
Pause. Sydney, welcome to memberships, girl. I see you. Thank you.
that you would consider to be appropriate because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries.
I don't understand this question. Start again, Hassan.
This entity doing a genocide by your own admission that you would consider to be appropriate because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate
civilians. That's the boundary.
as you
Wait, what is the question? What is the appropriate thing that Palestinians can do or who can do?
have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
What?
Okay, that's great. So
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree with
disagree.
you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next
So,
one. Let me ask you about this
From-
Tabra tier
wait, hold on,
tier
hold on.
list.
I have a. Can
What? No. Chris, welcome to memberships. Did he just say, let me ask you about the hummus tier list? Am I stupid? Hold on, I gotta rewind that.
Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next
So,
one. Let me ask you about this
from-
Tabra tier
wait, hold on,
tier
hold on.
list.
No. I'm sorry, hold on. We're in our wise mind. We are grounded. We are grounded. We are grounded. So Hassan says, let's talk about the genocide. And Ethan goes, let's talk about hummus. This is why you do not talk about important issues with Debate Bros. Whoa. Okay. Whew. Chet says, I'm ascending. Bro, I was not emotionally prepared. Okay. The whiplash is crazy. Okay.
I have a. Can I? Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio,
It's fine.
Ew, Zoom. They're using Zoom?
Take your time to get the
my audio
right.
keeps going up and down. Okay,
Yeah, okay. I actually agree with this too. Chet says this is a stupid question. Why would Hassan ask Ethan for prescriptions to stop a genocide? He's not a politician. Well, I think what's stupid about it is that anyone's talking to Ethan Klein about it. I understand why Hassan is doing it from a strategic perspective. 85,000 people were watching Ethan live and 100,000 people watching Hassan. This is a chance for Hassan to move people more towards the left, which we love to see. But also, engaging with Ethan Klein is like, it's like, it really is. I don't know. There's some part of it that's like a little bit punching down, but not literally because Ethan's in such a position of power. But man, this is why I say you can't ask a streamer about solutions to a genocide. We're not actually smart enough. But it's nice to talk to people who think like, hey, what do you think people should do? It's okay to have the conversation, but to seriously ask Hassan or Ethan about what people should do about this genocide, I do think is inappropriate. I do think it's silly, but I think the internet's a silly place. I think the internet is truly a silly place. Like AI videos of Trump as the Pope, which, by the way, did think it was funny to see Trump running with Pope Francis in heaven. I did think that was a little funny, but it is so unserious. The internet is a very unserious place.
so one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay. I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
I don't
All I
think
was
it's
trying
an
to do.
extreme question. It's what's happening
Bro,
right
do you
now.
want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it.
Yeah, I just feel like Ethan's very much doing like hey, the Germans are exterminating the Jews, but maybe we should hear about the German side. And he doesn't get it. Like, he doesn't understand. Like, we can ask the Germans what they think about Holocausting the Jews after we've liberated the Jews. But right now, it doesn't matter. We need to liberate the Jews. They are being genocided. We need to liberate Palestinians. We can talk about the Israeli side later, which, by the way, I feel like we already know their side, but we can talk about that later. We need to stop the genocide. Like, focus, priorities, please. That's why the pink washing is so dangerous. I understand as a gay person, like, we want to liberate gay Palestinians, but you know what we should do first? Liberate everyone being genocided. No one should be genocided. Homophobes, racists. I take a very hard stance. No genocide under any circumstances. No genocide under any circumstances. Brave take. Brave take from Brittany Simon. Guys, write it down in the books. Write it down in the books.
But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm.
What?
I know he has said that
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he
No,
said.
no, no. I want the audience to see this, Hassan.
Hold on. Can I just?
Hassan, I want
Yo, I got a headache, bro. 31 minutes in. 31
audience
minutes
to see
in.
this video.
Gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hassan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hassan, let the
He's
audience
still my
watch the
goat.
video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But I have
So
a
it's
disagreement with
nuanced
him
and
on that, yes.
understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hassan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go
The
back.
slogan
Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan
I know.
from the
I have
river
more
to-
positions that
pardon
I
me.
disagree with him on.
The video.
Chad says, Queen, you're going to need a nap after this. Girls, I have to doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I'm taking tomorrow off. So we're going to do this. My goal is to do this today. Okay? It's 4:50 p.m. my time. My goal is to get through this today. I know. Big goals. I'm going to need a break. I'm going to need to pee. I'm going to need to get a snack. But my goal is to do this today so I can take tomorrow off, go to the doctor in the morning, and sleep the rest of the day. Look at me doing emotional labor for men. I promised myself in the year of FKA Twigs, our Lord and Savior, I would not be doing emotional labor for men. And keep in mind, I'm not really doing it for Ethan or Hassan. I'm doing it for us. So we can go home and one, be grateful that our life is not this miserable, but also so we can go home and recognize how easy it is for anyone in Ethan's shoes to justify a genocide because his fifis were hurt. How easy it is for people to justify a genocide because his fifis were hurt. I've never seen a man make a genocide more about himself than Ethan Klein. Honestly, it should be studied. I thought Logan Paul, you know what I mean? But Ethan takes the cake. Ethan takes the cake.
Palestine
well.
will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river
Hassan's going to hit me with the cherry act.
to the sea, Palestine will be free, obviously a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And
Look, men are inherently violent under patriarchy because you're raised to think your value as a man exists in how many people you can kill, right? Generalizing. But that's basically what men are generally given credit for, is how tough you can be. That's why American men especially jerk off to movies that star Liam Neeson. Shout out to Liam Neeson. Actually, no, not shout out to Liam Neeson because he had that I want to kill a black man stage in his life. You know what? Fuck Liam Neeson too. Okay? So all of these people who are having these, if you guys know the story, you know the story, okay? But they love their identity being rooted in how many people they can kill for their family and friends, right? They love that violence validates them as people, right? It's partially why Ethan is not being as pro-Palestinian as he claims to be, because ultimately he thinks Israel has a right to defend itself, which is propaganda. Which is propaganda, right? The propaganda that Israel is allowing Ethan to, or Ethan is allowing himself to say out loud, is that Israel gets to defend itself, but Palestinians don't. So Israel can bulldoze civilians, but Hamas can't carry out a defense attack because to them it's not defense. Because what they like change, oh, well, yesterday it would have been defense, but you did it too late, so now it's not defense, right? Okay, fine. But violence is how men decide how good they feel about what they're carrying out. So regardless of who's talking, from the river to the sea can be used by some groups of men to have a desire to genocide the Jews, whatever word we're going to use, kill the Jews. And some people, it's a liberation slogan. And you're going to have two groups of people. But I would say generally, I believe that the goodness of people overrides their need for violence, even if they talk big on Twitter. Generally, most people just want to take their kids to school and pay their bills and be able to afford housing, no matter who they are on any part of the planet. Most people, regardless of their bubble, just want to exist in a world that doesn't feel threatening to them every day they wake up. It's why some Palestinians have started protesting Hamas. They're tired. They're fucking tired. They just want it to end. It doesn't, you forget that we're still just people being put in an incredibly difficult position where, it's like the people who were tortured in Guantanamo Bay would admit to crimes they didn't commit just to end the torture. It's like people in police interrogation rooms who admit to crimes they didn't commit just to get out of the situation. You are forgetting that we are still just people. That we can only take so much before we just want it to be over. And we are sitting here in the privileged positions we are in, expecting Palestinians who are starving to death to can you just wait another day, bro? Ethan's like, well, can you just wait another day? We're still debating Hassan Piker over this. No, they cannot wait another day. It needs to end now. It should have ended. It should have never started. So I think the issue we're running into is that we are sitting here casually talking about Palestine and Israel without watching the videos, without seeing the documentation. I think you should. I think you should. I think if you're going to have a conversation about this situation, you should be watching videos. You should not be exempt from watching people's bodies be blown into pieces while you take strong stances on the internet. I think you should have to watch the videos. The least you can do for these people is watch the videos. I do believe that, because I think it's really easy to come on stream and talk about this from some political standpoint of 4D chess without understanding that people's lives. We're talking about people's lives. Ethan doesn't want to take his kids to Israel because he's afraid the sirens will traumatize them. The sirens will traumatize them. The fact that he was even considering it is crazy. But he's afraid his kids will get triggered from the sirens, traumatized from the sounds of sirens, which could be valid under different circumstances. But when you compare it to his ability to do propaganda for Israel, it kind of sounds really fucking stupid. Especially for those of us who just watched that 7-year-old on the rooftop with his parents, his dad dead behind him, his siblings' body parts around him, crying for people to come save him, and they can't reach him because they're in the other building. You go watch those videos, not through American news. American news censors it for Americans because you're all such pussies. Don't watch American news. Go watch other news sources that are showing you unedited footage of dead bodies, so you understand this isn't a fucking joke. And once again, why we're not watching this debate to talk about Palestine or Israel, because free Palestine, period. There's no debate. There's no middle ground. There's no conversation to be had. Free Palestine, period. Okay? We're watching this to watch how two human beings, regardless of positions of power, educated backgrounds, both are college graduates, cannot actually understand each other and are talking past each other. I think Hassan does have a better understanding of Ethan, though, than Ethan has an understanding of himself or Hassan. I do think Hassan is smarter than Ethan, which is obvious.
I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And I've encountered this.
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally,
no,
I'm not. It's not even my opinion.
I can have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
it? He doesn't say it is exterminationist.
When have I opposed it?
That's what.
Well, you're bringing it up right now. What does he mean when he's like, when have I opposed it? Then why are you bringing it up in this conversation? What? Does Ethan not know how a conversation works? If you bring something to a conversation, which is a debate, we're going to assume you're defending it and you're making a point. Why would you bring it up if it wasn't a point you're trying to make?
People think.
When
If
have
you
I
think
opposed
that-
it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in
He
any way,
literally is
shape,
in
or
agreement
form
with
on
me.
any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's
I would-
literally in agreement with me, like
I would
verbatim.
okay. No,
Actually,
that's
even
great.
more.
You said it was
He-
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan,
I want,
do you remember
I want
me
you to
advocating
ask
against
Norm
it?
Finkelstein,
Do you
I
remember
want
me
you to ask
advocating
Norm
against it?
Finkelstein if he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it
you said
didn't
was
happen.
that-
You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's
that
perceived that
you-
way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on.
Mhm.
But what? Oh no. Okay.
The Sabra tier list.
Norm
Now,
does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
very good.
slogan.
I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you
Are
about
you
the...
actually going to do that? Because that would be
Yes,
wonderful.
I'm going to talk to Norm.
Productive.
We'll have a great conversation about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a
No,
question?
no. It's my turn.
Okay,
You
go
spoke, and
ahead.
now
Okay, girls, if you're ever in this conversation with a family member or loved one, don't engage. We don't negotiate with terrorists. That's a joke. But you know what I mean? Okay? This is not a good conversation. I wonder if Hassan is regretting it deep in his head. I just watched the podcast Fear and, because that's the only form of Hassan I ingest because I like Cutie Cinderella the best. I think she really just brings something to the boy bubble. You know what I mean? But I was watching them talk about this, and Hassan mentioned this was his loss and his win. Because he's like, man, major loss, major win this week. Debated a former co-host, and yeah, it was a lot. And I was like, yeah, sounds this. I wonder if he's deeply regretting in the back of his head right now.
it's
You
my
know what?
turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but
Yeah.
you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The
I'll,
issue,
you
my
know.
friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that.
You
Hassan,
already.
is it
you
my turn to
already
ask a question or
recognize
what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a
I
genocide.
can care about two
If-
things, Hassan.
don't
It's
you
very
think-
important to
don't you
acknowledge
think
that.
Don't you think?
I can care
that
about two
your
things, my friend.
incredibly narrow framework
Very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart,
that
but I
have-
can care about two things.
Okay, no,
Even
I
if
can
one
too.
is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did I say that?
Then
I said one is
actually-
more urgent than the other.
But that is true. Ethan, his whole gripe is his own misunderstanding. So that's why let's explain some stuff. That's why people keep saying Ethan's insane. Guys, I need you to radically accept this about humans. He's not insane. He's just a person. You don't have to be crazy to have bad takes. You don't have to be crazy to double down on a bad take. And he doesn't have to be crazy to not see that he's putting his own foot in his mouth. Do you know what I'm saying? What do you think it's like having MAGA family, bro? You ever debated a MAGA person? What do you think it's like to literally talk to people who aren't actually genuinely curious about ideas and just get in their fifis about everything? Okay? So again, you're not a bad person for being in your fifis, but you might be a bad debate partner or a debate opposition. Okay? You're not a bad person. Because look, going straight logic too and becoming fucking a psychopath and a narcissist is not helpful either. Being like, I'm never in my feelings, I'm Andrew Tate Bugatti. That's not helpful either. Okay? That's not helpful. Now you're crazy. Now you're even crazier. That's not good. It's we need to humanize each other. We need to deconstruct our desire to be a perfect person when we're coming to a debate and just recognize that we're not perfect people. So let's talk about how we must have miscommunicated. There's no humility. The lack of humility, but people don't want humility. Because like I said, debates, they're like the Colosseum. If humility existed, there would be no debate. But because there's no humility, we have debate.
They're referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hassan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hassan,
issue.
please, let me
but you
ask a
spent
question.
Almost all of
Yes,
your
very
commentary
good.
surrounding this issue
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed on...
Wait, can you answer that question?
No,
Does
Hassan,
that
you
make
asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense to
gracious.
you?
You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good. Let me ask
identical
you a
to the
question.
Cracker Band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail.
Hold on. Chat says, as soon as this debate ended, by the way, Hassan took off that Palestine scarf. Is it because he's been on stream for hours and it's probably sweating on his neck, and so he took it off, wanting to only wear it during this debate to make sure as many people saw it? What was your point, chatter? Yeah. If it was up to me, I would change my clothes 3 times during the stream if it didn't look weird to you guys. How many times do I take off a sweater and put it back on? It's not a prop in a negative way. It's a prop in a good way. Yeah. During protests, we wear props. It's not a negative. It's literally how it works. Have you never been to a protest? When you go to a protest, you wear a prop. That's what you do. You're signaling. He was smart to signal pro-Palestinian or pro-Palestine or free Palestine. Yeah. Good job for pointing out the obvious, but because you don't get it, you think it's malicious. It's not malicious. It's called politics. It's called activism. Get over it.
Nail?
Yes, that's what I said. This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Chad says, so if Ethan was wearing a Israeli scarf, okay, I'm going to block you because it'd be pretty crazy to wear an Israeli scarf after he just said Israel is genocide Palestinians. That's why it's pretty crazy to brag about being pro-Israel right now, y'all. It's pretty fucking weird to literally say, yeah, Israel is definitely genociding Palestinians, but also shout out to Israel. That'd be pretty fucking weird. So yeah, if Ethan Rowe wore an Israeli scarf during this debate and then said with his chest they're genociding the Palestinians, do you not see the issue with that?
Ethan?
Whoa,
I'm gonna
answer the
walk you through this
question.
again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you can't
Frogan.
make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I
this
think
is
it's great
so-
you don't
this
care.
is-
Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Probably
a
because he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most
he's Jewish?
most prominent Jewish creators on
Do you
YouTube.
think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell
Ethan.
me then.
You look kind of dumb
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is
why
Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're
I
quick to
suspect.
say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the 2 most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are 2 cosmic coincidences.
Ethan,
Hassan, they're really stacking up.
the tier list that you're talking about.
They should have also put Jordan Peterson down there. He's a Zionist. They should have put Peterson down there as well. Where's Peterson? He needs to be on this F tier list.
Let's first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Yeah, and Biden. Biden should have been down there too.
Very
His
good,
name
and
is
I'm glad he
Rafi.
did.
You
He
called him
definitely
a
deserved
token
it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by.
And what's his name? Justin Trudeau should have been there too. Biden and Justin said, I am a Zionist. Okay, you can be down there too. You can't say Habibi either.
That the man is just
You
fucking.
think-
He's
so you
spent.
think
He's
that-
yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
Hummus
Frogan's tier list.
the-
This is her-
the lowest.
Oh, Sneeko was there too. There were a ton of non-Jewish Zionists. Why doesn't anybody ever show that clip?
The Sabra Hummus, liking Sabra Hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews. As Sam
I
Seeger
didn't.
likes to
I'm
call
not
Ben
determining
Shapiro,
what they can
ironically
do,
enough.
but this
that
is
what's going on?
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything,
Ethan,
but
can
that's
you
not
tell me-
true.
wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog
He can
shit.
say whatever he wants. I'm not
Oh, so he
criticizing.
can,
By the
but
way, I'm
you're
not
gonna-
you
you're gonna
think
call
that
him
my
a token Jew
criticism
for
is that
that.
he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on. What are you drinking?
What?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
Shimud Baba Bronoroho Kucha Alamin.
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
BDS list.
We'll double
Yes,
check.
I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever
You're
since it
lying.
has been on that official BDS list,
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
Oh, you're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though I
said
love
you know
Diet
what's
Coke.
funny? You told her.
Because I think it's like
You remember
not
what you told
that
her, son?
significant.
You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the
it's
connotations
terrible.
of Sabra hummus,
It's
right?
so- it's
Nobody.
so doo-doo.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't like
doo-doo
Sabra
hummus.
hummus either. We're not talking
Do we-
about hummus. What I
okay,
don't like is
okay, great. So
anti-Semitism
okay.
perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
Go ahead. Next question.
I'm not
I
Frogan,
know it's.
and I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
Who can say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the
non-Jewish,
F tier.
on the loves.
Okay, I'll explain it in the way that I understand it, and you guys can correct me. When October 7th happened, Ben Shapiro was pro-genociding the Palestinians, and he wants to go in there and destroy Gaza. So he can't say Habibi because he's furthest from the liberation of Palestinians. In Arabic, there's a word Habibi, my love, or Habiti for women. And Habibi is like adjacent to the N-word. And there's a conversation in bubbles that not all, what is it? Not all skin folk are, oh, shoot, help me. What are, not all skin folk are, what's the terminal? I can't remember. I need the black bubble education, please. In the kinfolk. Not all skin folk are kinfolk. Okay. So then the joke is not all, maybe black people shouldn't say the N-word. Are you allowed to say the N-word adjacent? And then it's how many people can say Habibi is adjacent to the liberation of Palestinians, which are Arabs. So the joke is if you're anti the liberation of Palestinians, you are not allowed to say Habibi, but you can get the Habibi pass if you're pro-Palestinian. I didn't watch. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Is that the joke, right? So Ethan is going, this is about hating Jews, but it's about who is getting in the way of Palestinian liberation. Okay? Cookout is a better way to frame it. Okay, who's invited to the cookout? Not who gets the N-word pass or the Habibi pass. Okay, who's invited to the cookout? That is better. Okay, so who's invited to the cookout? Okay, so Ben Shapiro and Ethan can't come to the cookout. Yes? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Nico can't come. Who else can't come? Destiny can't come. You know what I mean? Like all these people can't come. And he's like, why is Ben Shapiro there? Peterson can't come because Peterson tweeted to Netanyahu, give them hell after October 7th. He can't come. You know, that's why his Muslim audience was mad at him. Okay, we get the joke. I feel like Hassan said it really good before, where he's like, Ethan, you are upset because you are misunderstanding things. And I feel like that is most conversations I have with Bubbles. You know what I mean? Where I'm saying something and you are mad at me because you're not understanding me. But that's why when people give me criticism, they'll say, Brittany never takes criticism. I don't take criticism from Ethan's. Yeah, I won't take criticism from somebody who doesn't understand me. I will take criticism from someone who sees what I'm doing and is deconstructing it and calls me out and says, maybe you should do this. I will listen to you. But I won't listen to an Ethan because it's not good faith, bro. It's not good faith. He doesn't understand. He's twisting everything. Right? Okay.
Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know,
right?
but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed
it's a
by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
What?
I find it just so
That's on.
weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your
What?
thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like,
Is this not ADHD coded, bro? Is Ethan not ADHD? That was the most ADHD. This is the most ADHD conversation I've ever seen in my life. This is ADHD. He's gotta be. His brother's autistic. He's gotta be ADHD. That was Ethan is like which, by the way, my friends and I do talk this way when we have conversations. It's like and then we'll so even my whole family so neurodivergent. We all bounce back. We keep conversation threads going. But Ethan is doing okay. Pause. Zoom out with me, girls. Zoom out. We're neurodivergent. Zoom out. If this conversation wasn't so quote serious, this wouldn't be a big deal for him to go from conversation to conversation because that's just how I talk to my friends. But because it's more serious, him doing that feels like he's avoiding. It feels like he's not engaging. It feels like Hassan came here to have a serious conversation and Ethan is doing everything he can to avoid it, but to be like pwned. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like when I'm not having a serious conversation, I also talk like this. But this is too serious of a conversation to be ADHD like this, bro.
probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a
Cool,
free Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every
Yeah,
now
and
and
you're
then.
so, oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro
Wait,
was
I'm so-
accidentally
wait,
in the
what-
F
What
tier.
does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know
What's
it's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car
Yeah,
crash, I'm
there's
sure.
So why do you think there's a
so
Jewish
this is a
man in the
cosmic
A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
on the tier list? If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any
Of course.
incidents
The
that
Jewish
even
man
come
is
across as
crazy.
remotely
He sees
anti-Semitic,
anti-Semitism
and you're having
everywhere.
a really hard time.
These are
you want
just
my answer,
cosmic
you want my perspective, I'm
mistakes.
telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We can't
open,
talk about
out and
anything
out
else. That's very
anti-Semitism,
convenient for you.
What?
there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We
open,
can't talk
out
about
and
anything
about
else. That's very
anti-Semitism,
convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative
Hey, I didn't watch anyone else cover this talk. Who covered this talk? Tell me what other streamers were saying about it. Give me the summary. I only watched I can't remember his name to save my life. The K guy, Kalavadi. I only watched him cover it because he didn't do any spoilers really. So give me, what are other people saying about this conversation? Okay, what are other people summarizing it as? Like, how do pro Ethan people feel about it? Cavernacle. I watched him review it. Okay, what do Ethan people think?
figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion. You have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote.
First of all, chat says Asmon and Destiny think Ethan won. Well, they also think they're both good people, so here we are. Destiny is literally a predator and openly bragged about it and is not ashamed of it. And Asmon, God bless, almost had a moment and then just doubled down. Okay, who else said stuff? Basically, Ethan fans thought Ethan won and Hassan fans thought Hassan won. Did anybody have anything interesting or nuanced to say about anything? Commentary swept for Ethan, save for Cumin, who's also a pest. Cumin has made so many bullshit videos about me. What a piece of shit. And him hanging out with J-Stock, who've tried to literally ruin my life, will also send me DMs for friendships. Y'all are crazy. These are crazy boys on the internet. Do not trust any of those people. Like, they're obviously untrustworthy. Let's see. I can tell you by the H3 chat, they thought Hassan was getting chewed out by Ethan. Great, love that. Oh, bro. Wait, what did Chris say? Of course, I didn't see Chris's view of it either. I'm assuming Chris, well, he's educated in Middle Eastern studies, right? He had a very through. I might watch his take. I might go back and watch his take of it just to get his, because he's educated in it. I might go back and watch his take. Papa Gut's vids look like Hassan won. Really? Papa Gut, the Zionist, pro Ethan getting Teddy Fresh for free, thought Hassan won? That's pretty interesting. Oh, watch Chris and Hassan. I did see they collab, but I haven't watched it because I didn't want spoilers. Okay, interesting. Chris was on Hassan's stream after. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out. Even if I just do it on my own personal time, I'd be interested to see. Ethan claims to be pro-Palestine, but everyone supporting him is anti-Palestine. I think that's also, that we've talked about this in the past. Look, when you're right, everybody will support you in some general sense. When you're wrong, the worst people you know will support you. I am very cautious. When I was making content at a certain point and I realized who was defending me, I was like, oh, I'm on the wrong side of this. Somehow I made a mistake because the only people defending me are really shitty people. So I'm the one who's making a mistake. And people didn't realize, like, I was self-aware enough to know if at any time I make a point and the worst people I know are defending me, I made a mistake. That's a very big rule of mine. So I'm like, hold on, I got to recalibrate. Whatever it is, whatever the take I have is, if the worst people I know are defending me, I made a mistake. And that's the point, is like, Ethan doesn't realize that. The worst people on the internet are defending you. You've made a terrible mistake. And I'm not talking about, by the way, if he doesn't like Frogan and doesn't like Hassan, that's okay. But minus them. Asmin and Destiny basically have the same opinions as like Trump and Netanyahu. The worst people you know are on your side. They'd say not, but they're doing Israeli propaganda. So absolutely, right? Anti-Arab sentiment, saying genocide the Palestinians, going to Israel to do media, right? With the worst, okay? So if it's the streamers you have a problem with, like, oh, I hate Frogan, so if Frogan agrees with me, she's bad. Okay, zoom out then and go to politicians. Who are the politicians supporting Palestine and who are the politicians supporting Israel? Period. Okay? Such as Asmin does not have the same opinion as them. It doesn't have to be one-to-one to basically be pro-Israel. Asmin has already made a lot of anti-Arab sentiments, which I think Ethan is suffering from. I think Ethan is suffering from Islamophobia. I think he's suffering from anti-Arab sentiments, right? Chad says, okay, maybe Asmin doesn't agree with Ethan. I don't know. I don't watch the fuck. Yeah, like, I don't watch Asmin anymore because he wasn't learning. Like, I only watch streamers for as long as I think they're learning. But if after a few years they haven't learned or gotten better, I leave them. Like, my rule is I'll give anybody a chance, but if I don't see, not really, but I'll give some people a chance, at least be a liberal, I'll give you a chance. But if I don't see any growth for 2 years, I'm out. That's my rule. And Asmin has not grown. He just has not grown.
Quote unquote dead.
Uh-oh. Hold on. No, I'm still here, right? My chat disappeared for a second. Okay, never mind.
Rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
if you
shirt
want
that says,
to
I
make
hate
them-
Jews, but
it
they're walking
seems
around
to me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing
you-
tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying, I hate Jewish people.
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting
them
really silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks
Sam literally told Ethan before this it's not anti-Semitism and you're wrong. And then Ethan's using the same argument against Hassan. But Sam already told you. Listen, I want to say this as an Assyrian who has family who has a lot of anti-Arab sentiment in their perspective because they're Christians from Iraq. They feel like Muslims and Arabs are like bad, okay? Because they were persecuted or feel persecuted by that community, which they were the minority there. Anytime you're the minority, you're going to feel persecuted, okay? But the problem is, and I think this is the problem we're all going to have, is like our boomer parents aren't the ones who are going to go to therapy to deconstruct those things. So we have to do it. We have to end the generational curse and we have to bring our communities together and recognize like we're all, according to some paperwork, Arab, or in some cases, we're all just like the same minority who's being picked on by the rest of the world. I think there's like this narrative that we forget that our parents are going to be wrong on a lot, but we need to change it. And I don't think Ethan is doing anything to really change those things. And I also think it's important to recognize that the reason sometimes even our own people can have bad opinions is because we're people and we're flawed. You know, like minorities can be tokens, minorities can have bad opinions, minorities can fight against their own self-interest. We know this. So being a minority isn't enough. You also have to be introspective and deconstruct. Being a minority isn't a pass to having insight into all minority struggle. You know, you have to deconstruct, you have to educate yourself. It's why minorities, it's why Mexicans, or not Mexicans, but Latinos specifically voted for Trump. It's why my community, my Assyrian background, they voted for Trump. So many of my immigrant aunties and uncles and parents voted for Trump because just being a minority wasn't enough. You have to be educated. So being a Jew just isn't enough. You also have to be educated. Yeah, that sucks. Being gay isn't enough. Being trans isn't enough. You have to also be educated. You know?
Looks bad. Okay,
No,
fantastic.
you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very
I'm
good.
not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded
brave of you
in
to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now
So-
wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
I
So you're
really
trying
don't.
to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
But once
stretch,
again,
man.
none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the
we've
value
devolved
judgment
the
thing. Like, you can't make a
conversation
decision.
away
It's
from-
In chat, I don't know if you're talking to me when you say so dismissive. I just want to say this. If you want Ethan's concerns to be taken seriously, it shouldn't be done by a fellow streamer. It should be done with a therapist or a family friend or his own self. He should sit there and say, okay, I'm really upset. Let me give evidence to why I'm upset. It's the problem is Ethan is he's offering us evidence that doesn't coincide with why he's upset. Sorry, chat. No, that wasn't what you were saying. Okay. Then sorry. Now I'm just gonna run with my thought, but I'm gonna keep you out of it. Thank you. Sorry. You were saying I'm saying Ethan is when he says very good. Oh yeah, I agree. He is being dismissive. Okay, we agree. But that sparked that thought in my head of like, there is a person who can be empathetic to Ethan. It's just not us, and it's not us at work, and it's not Hassan, and it's not anybody that he's not willing to talk to in private, right? Like having conversations on stream, that's not where we need to be meeting each other to some extent, right? So I think that's part of the problem here is that, you know, it's like my parents. My parents go, why are Christians the most targeted? And I go, what? And they go, I just feel like I can't be Catholic in this country. I feel like it's not safe for Christians. And I'm like, okay, let's talk about that. And I tried to meet my parents where they are, but it is very hard to look at a person who's literally having the least amount thrown at them and to say that like they're the most persecuted. It's like when you meet a white guy who's like, white men are the most targeted people. Like white men have it the worst in America. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, how am I supposed to even start that conversation? You haven't given me an opportunity because you've already started off with, we are the most persecuted. It's like, how are we going to deconstruct this? Where did this come from? Why do you feel this way? How did you come to that conclusion? What evidence do you have? And then when gay people or trans people are being targeted, they're like, ugh, these gay people, they have all the rights. We can't, you know what I mean? There has to be a truly nuanced perspective, but you have to be open to the truth. You have to be curious, and you have to be willing to be wrong, and you have to be willing to admit that your side did something. I come from a very Christian bubble that talks about how the Crusades liberated everybody from the Arab world, and how without the Crusades, that was, you know, influenced and encouraged by God himself. Like without God, this never would have happened. Like I come from a very fucking anti-Arab bubble. It's very fucking weird. But it also makes a lot of sense because when you're in an isolated bubble, which we all are, all of us exist in bubbles. Y'all are not exempt. We think this is the whole world. We think this is the whole universe. That's why Ethan earlier in stream said, you know, no Hindu person throws up the reverse swastika because in his bubble, that's true. We all exist in bubbles, you know? We all do that. We all exist in bubbles.
Sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Let me
I
ask-
sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making.
Why would I want my
is,
best
and I don't
friend
know.
Ida
I
to be
can't tell you what
anti-Semitic?
what their
Why
process
would I
was.
want
But
my
I don't
best
think
friend
it's quite an
Ida
issue.
to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that?
He wants it because it fits a narrative and allows him to feel like he knows what's going on. Because if Ian isn't anti-Semitic, then what is it? Because the reality is, if Ethan accepts Ian isn't anti-Semitic, then he'd have to accept that he's just being criticized, regardless if he was a Jew or not. And that's really hard. It fits his narrative better to think that he's anti-Semitic, because then he doesn't have to think about anything else after that.
You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I
being
be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would
don't
love
think you're
to.
gonna-
Also, it is manipulative for him to call him his best friend. For him to say, we were friends. You guys were YouTube friends. Relax.
like the answer.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they
what
are
an
actually
analysis.
out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like
Yes.
you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right. You're a permanent victim in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in.
Actually, chat said this so perfect. That shows how lonely Ethan really is. Ethan is incredibly lonely. Yeah, he is. He's talked about this a lot. He's talked about friendships. He's talked about feeling alienated in his own bubble by his own family his whole life. He's talked about for a very long time loneliness, and nobody's hearing it. But this is why men who suffer from loneliness become violent. Funny enough, Ethan, even I've said this, and I'm Jordan Peterson. Woo! Even Jordan Peterson has said this, that men who experience loneliness have a higher propensity for violence. That their loneliness turns into violence of others versus the inward suffering that a lot of women internalize. Women internalize their suffering in a different way, but men internalize their vulnerability and turn their loneliness into other people's problems. The irony is so fascinating. Like, I am fascinated by that. That men will stop themselves from being vulnerable, so they suffer in silence, but they suffer in silence but they hit you. Suffer in silence, but they cheat on you. Suffer in silence, but they complain about you. Suffer in silence, but they get on and throw slurs around on the internet to be edgy, just to feel something. So they're not really suffering in silence. Y'all pretty loud. You're not really suffering in silence. I can hear you. You know? So this whole men suffer in silence thing, while they're talking about being passport bros and getting wives of Asian descent. I don't know if I'm going to count this as suffering in silence. It's like, oh, men in the great generation, they suffered in silence after any of the world wars. Did they, when they were beating their wives? I don't know. Feel pretty loud. Pretty loud.
On what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance, where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including
Theo Von, who literally is MAGA and hangs out with fascists. That Theo Von? Theo Von, who pretends he's stupid even though he's a college graduate, and pretends he doesn't know like he's being racist and throwing around like microaggressions because he's just a hick white guy who grew up with black people? That Theo Von?
I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk
Let's
about
pull
Rick
that
Scott.
clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
Wow, bow, bang.
Do you think...
Hit him
do
with
you
that
think,
anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan.
I think he was on a vibe.
I don't like the way Ethan says boy. It's a little white slave owner when he says it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one? And if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
At
as
this
anti?
point.
Well, let me finish.
Then let's
finish.
move
You
on
asked
from
me two
Krogan,
questions.
and let's address
No.
what you think I'm doing that's
Hold the
anti-Semitic.
phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hassan. This is an important question.
Do you think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days
I'm
ago
going
you
to
said I
answer.
wasn't.
I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Okay. Let's zoom out. Everybody zoom out. Everybody zoom out. Ethan feels pushed into a corner, so he's saying something he doesn't mean. I don't think he means this. I think he thinks it subconsciously in the very back of his head where he's Islamophobic. I think in the very back of Ethan's head, he is fighting propaganda he has heard his whole life from Americans and Jews and Israel that Arabs are dangerous and Muslims are the worst, and Hassan is both. Zoom out with me. Zoom out with me. I genuinely think Ethan is fighting his own bias and prejudice. And he sees Hassan as a secret sleeper Arab, even though he's Turkish. Okay, stay with me here. Who's Muslim and secretly wants to kill him because he's Jewish. And now everything his parents and his grandparents and other people have told him in his communities might actually be true, because look at Hassan isn't defending him. And if he's not defending him, then he must be bad. What's that lady who wrote the Lean In book? And she was like, I asked my friends, would you hide me? Like, would you hide me? Girl, nobody has to hide you because you're Jewish right now. We got to hide the Palestinians. We got to hide the pro-Palestinians. They're literally evicting pro-Palestinian people, but sure, I would hide you if you were Jewish. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? And by the way, they're coming for people that tried to hide pro-Palestinian people or people who came to America undocumented. You get in trouble if you try to hide them. So, you know what I mean, girl? I don't know why you're out here making this about you right now. Sandberg, whatever your name is. What's her name? Cheryl Sandberg? The girl who wrote Lean In, whatever her name is. Okay? The point is I do think Ethan is fighting a lot of it. But I think that if he deconstructed and he asked himself where that came from and what he's really saying, would he genuinely think in terms of categorization that Hassan is anti-Semitic? Does he think that is literally true? And I think we'd all agree, no. But you'd have to deconstruct, take it apart, look at it, make sure you know what you're seeing. But right now he feels pushed into a corner, so he's just going to say it. Yeah, I think you're an anti-Semite, but I don't think he believes that. I think he thinks he believes that because he's pushed into a corner.
Your
Or
form of
yesterday, I think, or
anti-Semitism
2 days
is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out
Chad says, you may be right about all of that in his subconscious, but I think he's so surface level in his feelings. He really believes that in the moment. Sure, just like white men think they're the ones who suffer the most, right? Just like white people really think they're suffering the most, or Christians think they're suffering the most. Because all of us in our surface level ego think we're suffering the most. All of us think our life is the hardest. All of us think nobody understands our struggle. All of us think that we have it the hardest. Like all of us, like we're 15-year-old teenagers, think we're having it the hardest. It's just usually we grow up, we get therapy, we deconstruct, we get to know ourselves, we start to understand the world suffers too. It's not just about us. But I think he's having a very human, we're evolved animals over millions of years. It's a defense mechanism we create to protect ourselves. But if we deconstruct that need for survival and get into living mode, we'd be able to see the mistake in our thought, But yeah, I agree with you. He does believe it, surface level. But I think if he really thought about it, he would be like, nah, that's stupid. I just said it because my feelings were hurt. Like his inability to say my feelings are hurt is the big... Men and their inability to say my feelings are hurt. Okay? That is what we're dealing with. An inability to just say, actually, that hurt my feelings. I'm sorry, bro. I'm actually pretty sorry that hurt your feelings. Let's get to a point where your feelings will no longer hurt when we talk about the advocacy for Palestinians. Because if doing advocacy for Palestine is going to hurt your feelings, we got to work through that. Because it's not about you. People are being genocided here, girl.
out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always everything.
can you
And by the way,
point to-
you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic
Even
acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
Well, let's
think
not
of this
worry
as
about
a
that. Let's-
sign
let's-
of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look, going back to the Theo Vaughn situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation
Yes.
that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
Pardon, there won't, is it?
You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Vaughn did.
If these were my two brothers and they were having a conversation in the family room, which when you have 10 kids in the family, you know that's happened a lot. Usually we would sit there and half of us would be playing video games and half of us would be eating. Maybe we're cracking some seeds, you know what I'm saying? We're sitting there, you know, we're all just watching it happen, and then we're having side conversations while it's happening. And the two main characters in the family are like, what are you guys laughing about? Are you watching this? Whose side are you on? We're like, well, you know, we see both sides. I feel like there's maybe one side that's more coherent than the other. And it's like, shut up. You're not the one talking right now. We're talking. And it's like, okay. And then we're just sitting there, you know, I've had this conversation 1,000 times with my family. We're all very opinionated, all very loud, all very diverse. We all vote differently. Okay, we're very aggressive with our opinions. And so you can imagine when there's a family get together and it's all of us, you can imagine the volume gets pretty loud. Okay? But this is what it would be like. It'd be like, It's like no point is being made. We're all just doing this for sport. I swear half the conversations I get into with my families, I swear to God, they're adrenaline seeking. Y'all just want to fight me today, bro. Y'all just want to fight me. I walked into this house and you threw out, did you see Harris lost? Okay, bro. I get it. You want to fight me today. Okay. And I'd say, well, you didn't just, you know, you're a coconut. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? And then we're all arguing with each other. And then you have to pick and choose whether or not you're going to argue with them. Some days, you know, some days I just say, hey, I love you. I go, did mom make anything to eat? Bro, I miss being home so I could raid my mom's fridge. Let me tell you.
Did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because,
No, I
like,
said-
of what
I
you
didn't
just
say
Bro,
the
mentioned.
you
clip. I
literally
said
look
in
like
your
the dude from
Instagram
Beetlejuice. That's
story.
crazy. The
On your
small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story.
Ooh, the body shaming from Ethan Klein to Hassan Piker. It's giving, you know what it's giving, girl. And I don't believe in body shaming because your vessel is so inconsequential to me. This thing just holds your consciousness. It's literally meaningless. But since we're putting meaning on the vessel, I really feel like Ethan should sit down and be quiet. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. You know why? Because it's punching up. Because Hassan is literally, you know what I mean? Ethan's punching up right now. Hassan, we all know what Hassan looks like. Okay, girl, we all know. Thank you.
That you posted. I don't
Small
watch
head guy,
your
Beetlejuice.
stream that much. I don't, you know, I only
In that
see
waiting
like
room.
bits and pieces of
Bro,
it.
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
That's
Okay, you know what's even funnier about this? If you all watch Leftovers, there's a whole meme where Hassan has a tiny head. We know this. Ethan used to make good faith jokes about Hassan's small head, and Hassan used to be like, that's totally me. And it used to be funny. But now it's not funny because now it's mean. Because now it's like you're doing it to be spiteful. Now it's, you know what I mean? Like you can make fun of how people look when it's good faith. You can't make fun of how people look if it's bad faith. And now Ethan's being bad faith about it.
you're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened.
Here, I just shared on Discord the very GIF from Leftovers where they shrunk Hassan's head even smaller to make fun of it, and he plays into it and thinks it's funny. Okay, Discord, you can check that out in the live stream chat.
And let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
I just love that, you know, I mean, look, I guess it's the same as people. The reason I don't want to say Ethan's like doing coke, because one, I don't think it's bad to do coke. I'm not going to judge you for snorting coke. You have fun, girls. Be cautious, you know what I mean? Because it really changed the way my brother's face looks because he snorted so much coke. It literally like fried his cartilage. So, I mean, pick and choose your battles. You know what I'm saying? But I'm never going to shame you for doing coke. You know, have some fun. But also, like, it's kind of the same energy where Ethan hates that people accuse him of doing drugs. But, like, why are you going after Hassan's looks? We're petty on the internet. Nobody is serious. I really, to be honest with you, I don't think you're really that serious of a thinker if you're coming up with conspiracy theories about how Ethan is doing drugs. You can have that opinion, like, hey, I think it might be drugs. But also, like, why are you saying it like it's a bad thing? I don't really trust it. I don't really trust people that judge people for doing drugs. I feel like you might be a bad person if you judge people for doing drugs. But also, I think you're kind of a bad person if the best argument you have while we're talking about a genocide is Hassan has a small head. That says, I hope you could talk to him and make him understand something. Who, me? No. Never argue with a man who's convinced he's right. Never.
Because
Sorry
So
about
you
that
got
one
banned.
day.
So you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this?
Well, you're,
'Cause I-
you're saying I didn't bring this up, but or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yep.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me. Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan.
Is that a joke? I think that's a joke.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
That's-
Okay, that's a
I'm
joke.
switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
That's a joke.
All right.
See, for just that moment, Ethan was like, I miss you, bro. He's like, I miss you, Hassan. For just a split second, Ethan genuinely smiled. He's like, I miss you, bro. I want to rub my chest against your chest, bro. I miss you. For just a second. Ah.
Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on
It
my
sure
end.
does,
I'm
buddy.
sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
And it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator. And I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
yeah. So the question I have for you once again
Actually true. Chad says exactly he wants to be liked by the cool kids. He's lashing out. Actually, okay, zoom out with me. Zoom out again. I actually do believe Ethan falls into that category of person that does want to be liked by the cool kids. I think it shows it with the way that he misunderstands how friendships go in different directions. He did this with Post Malone. He did this with Filthy Frank. He did this with other people where he couldn't quite understand how close he was to people. So he would mistake them having a great time temporarily as like close friendship and then be concerned when they'd move away from him and be like, yeah, I guess we're not friends anymore. It's confusing. Like he doesn't, and I'm autistic. I've had this problem with my life growing up where, you know, I have some friends I've known for 27 years and they're my best friend for sure. But then realistically, like there are social situations where I'm confused about how close people feel and they don't have blunt conversations. So when I'm like, hey, how close are we? Just so I know how to navigate, they lied to me. I've literally had YouTubers where I've been like, hey bro, I just want to make sure how much am I investing in this friendship? Because like, I'd like to spend my time doing other things, but like, just let me know. Because if you don't want to invest that much, we can just be casual. And they're like, no, Brittany, I want to be close to you. And then they'll ghost me. And I'm like, you could have just said, I don't want to be friends. But I'm so like confident and secure in myself that I don't care if you don't want to be my friend. I just want to know, you know what I mean? I just want to know so I can plan my day. It's not personal, but I think most of the world doesn't operate that way. Most of the world plays this weird, silent, non-communicative game where it's like, does he like me? Does not like me? Like, girl, you're living with him. Like, you're literally living with him. You don't know if he likes you, but yeah, you know, definitely. Chess said, how old is Brittany? I'll be 36 on the 14th. Birthday stream this month, girls. I'll be 36, girls. Okay. Okay.
and is like he had Candace Owens on. Like,
Yeah.
do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of
Also, I saw this TikTok, which is probably really false, but it was like, you get new friends every 7 years. Look, that is so true, girls. Let your friendships end. Let your friendships end. The only reason my bestie and I have been friends for 27 years is because that's my sister. That's my sister, period. Like, she became my sister when we were little kids, and it was obvious we were always going to be in each other's life. That is rare. Okay? Let your friendships end. Let your friendships mold. Get new friends. You know what I mean? Let people grow apart from you. Okay? Chess says, what's your skincare routine? Girl, I'm not even wearing makeup today, girl. Thank you. No makeup today, girl. Bare face. I've been doing it recently. Bare face. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Retinol. Wash my face once a day, not twice a day. Okay? And drink lots of water. Drink lots of water. But I also have rosacea, so you can see my skin is very red and blotchy. That's because I have rosacea.
in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You think
and
I'm
you guys
just
were
as
hitting that
bad
same
as Candace
flavor.
Owens
Yes.
on anti-Semitism
Yes.
in my own special way?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very
All right,
good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Chaz says, do you use sunscreen with retinol? Yes. Use sunscreen no matter what, period. We love a sunscreen. Don't go out in the sun. Sunscreen, period.
Now officially not talk about.
And be careful with your retinol because this is very important. Be careful with your retinol. I only use it twice a week and it will dry out your skin if you overuse it. Be very careful. I also use a more expensive brand. It's that French one. I forget what it's called. I really got to memorize the products I use, but I got it for 40 euro, but it's lasted me since November because I don't use that much. Just a drippy drop, boop, 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 drippy drop on a clean face. Okay. Twice a week. Boom. Sunscreen daily if you're outside, especially. And then lotion, moisturizer, all that stuff. Okay.
Like Frogan
Yeah. La Rouche, I think is the name of it.
or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic.
Well, we're
'Cause
kind of
yesterday,
getting
2
there.
days ago, you said I wasn't, but
I already-
also for a
You're
year,
repeating yourself.
well, I am because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally
2 days ago,
answered it
you said I
probably
wasn't
2 times.
anti-Semitic.
The reason
For
that
a
I'm saying you're
year-
anti-Semitic is
for a
because how you
year-
responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite,
No,
a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You
You did.
did
You went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on it.
actually
Even
went back
Ben
and
checked
checked.
you on it.
I had said
Even-
that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
And yes, retinol is better at night for chat who's saying it. See how we have multiple conversations while they're having their conversation because that's how important it is. Use retinol at night. That's what's recommended, and then wake up the next morning and either wash your face or wash your face after you've worn sunscreen. That's what I do. So if I wear sunscreen, I wash my face at night and then I do the retinol and then I go to sleep and then I wake up and I don't wash my face again. I moisturize and I move on with my day. Just water. Because I have dry skin. If I cleanse too often, I fuck up my skin even more. Your skin is your skin. Don't do what I do because it might not work for you, but I'm just telling you what I do. I notice that for me, if I cleanse too often, I fuck up my face.
Oh,
Check,
so
you're
I'm
lying.
just simply spreading
Yeah,
anti-Semitism.
I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a
So your
question?
list is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk.
Great question. Says, how does one resolve their disagreement on anti-Semitism? If someone thinks it is, how do we actually determine that it is or isn't? That is a great question. How do you determine if something is racist or specifically anti-Semitic? You have to use the data at hand. You have to use so many data points to get to the right conclusion. And the dilemma is we don't do the work. We don't do the due diligence. So it would require the person who thinks they're saying anti-Semitism to break down why they think that's true, and the person who's saying the thing that might be anti-Semitic to explain why they said the thing. And those two things have to work in conjunction to figure it out. And if one party isn't engaging, then one party has to do the work of both parties. And that's kind of the dilemma here. I think the dilemma here is that some of us have to do the work for two people. And that's annoying.
Talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask. My turn. Do you think it's
all right, your
appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here,
I don't,
for
I don't
example,
think
is
it's
someone
appropriate.
using
But
it
if you're talking about
anti-Semitically.
me saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hassan, let me finish.
got
You're
people-
getting
got
ahead of
people
yourself,
deplatformed,
buddy.
then yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're
a
getting ahead of
valid
yourself,
thing
man.
to. That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I
Hold the
stand on that
phone.
for sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in
Who
the
is this?
ADL
What is
call.
this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah,
This.
you remember.
Wait, is this the?
Oh,
Is this
wait,
the guy?
oh, yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip
S-slur
of being
on
like,
the
yo,
time. He's
I
not a
love
fan.
this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
Hold on.
it doesn't
No. You brought this dude
It doesn't
up.
matter.
And
I'm
I
showing
believe
him.
No, it kind of does. See how Ethan does this thing? That's what I'm saying. We're not having a real conversation. Are you saying it's Hassan's fan for a reason, or is it not Hassan's fan? I feel like this is so obvious, right? I feel like I'm stupid even having to explain it. This feels so obvious, right? How disingenuous that feels from Ethan. The fact that Ethan thought people won this debate, y'all are crazy. What do you mean? There is no debate to win. Ethan's having he's shadow boxing. Who is he even boxing right now? Hassan literally doesn't even have to be in the room. And Ethan would keep going.
Not
As
the
an
first time
example
you
of
brought
you.
this dude up. It does matter. It
Okay,
does
fine.
matter.
He's
You
not a
brought him
fan.
up.
I don't care.
You
Listen,
brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
Oh, so now it doesn't matter, but it did matter before and he was trying to make a point, but now it doesn't matter. He's right, it doesn't matter. But he's saying it doesn't matter because he doesn't want to lose the argument, and Hassan proved it that this guy actually hates him too.
If I brought
Now
him
you don't
up,
care.
Hassan, if I brought him up, let me finish my
That person is
point.
not a fan of mine.
Save
why
it.
did you make it seem like that
Hassan.
person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
It's
get
my
there
turn
right
to
now.
ask a question. Just
Why
because
do
I
you
brought
think
him
this
up
random
doesn't give
fucking
you the
guy is a
space
fan
to
of mine,
interject.
Ethan? Is it because he rolled up to me
Let
and
me
tried to
finish.
fucking clout farm Is that why?
Yes.
At the
Okay, thank you very
encampment where I was
much.
very clearly disturbed by his presence?
Hassan,
Is
I
that
think
why?
you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yep,
Ethan,
let me.
can you answer the question?
let me-
Why did you falsely claim that this fucking
Because his
random
own
dude
video
who
saying
does
he
not
loves
like
you, that you're
me
his favorite
is a
person in the
fan of
world? What do you
mine?
mean?
Didn't you use? Didn't wait?
All right, Hassan,
didn't
here you go,
use
buddy.
him approaching
Here
you?
we go. You wanted it. I've got it.
Approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
I
sorry,
love
bro.
you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you,
I
bro.
feel like this is
You're
like you're my hero, bro.
Oh yeah, like no one's ever come up to you and said they loved you. One time I was in San Francisco and a girl comes up to me and says, "Oh my God, I watch your videos." And I was like, "Okay, cool. Nice to meet you." And she I could tell she didn't know my name. And she was like, "Yeah, oh my God, I really like your videos. Can I get a picture?" And I was like, "Sure." And we took a picture. And as she was talking to me, she was naming all these other YouTubers that I've collabed with. And I could tell that she didn't know who I was. She just knew I collabed with one of her favorites. And I was like, yeah, I feel like this happens to Hassan probably more frequently than not. That he gets approached by people and people want to be like, "Oh my God, you're that famous guy." People pretend you're like they're your fan just so they can say, "I met a person on the internet that other people know." I swear to fucking God. And so for me, like this guy always felt like a troll to me. And also, if you're harassing people in public, like even if you're someone's fan, you're just a weirdo. Everyone's got weirdos in their audience. I think it's, you know what my dream conversation would have been between these two boys? Is how as content creators can we do our best not to weaponize our audience against one another? How do we as content creators give passionate talking points or take positions that fuel people's emotions without them becoming, you know, harassment campaigns against other people? I would have loved that, you know? Like I would have thought that would have been so good. And then that's the conversation we need. We don't need Hassan and Ethan to talk about Palestine versus Israel, free Palestine, period. We need them to talk about what it is like to being famous, rich, privileged, and how they cannot weaponize their audiences against people, including smaller content creators, right? That's what we need. I would have loved to have seen that. I think that conversation is really missed in this space.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
Look gay now.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because
Wow,
we spend a
dude,
good
I love
deal
you.
of
You're the GOAT,
encampment.
bro.
We spend a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the
seen it.
entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept
listen.
trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's
for
got
his
nothing to do with
own
he's a fan.
Listen, for his own
Hassan,
dumbass
please.
podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
It's not called
absolutely
derailing.
are.
When I'm telling you, I was there and I'm telling you
Okay,
the situation.
very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a master.
I don't know why my chat is saying you're on Austin show. Is that in reference to this, or are you talking about Austin in general? Shout out to Austin, my Lebanese cousin. But what are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about this is Austin show? No, this was just a live stream Ethan is referencing, right?
massive
Do I
fan
need
of
to
mine.
play the
He
clip
was just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. I'm fuck.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God,
Bro,
bro,
I
I
had
love you.
subtitles.
Can I give you a hug,
Can
bro?
you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks
You're
people
like
around?
my hero,
Because that
bro.
also
You're my hero, bro. I love
You're
you.
the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh my God. What?
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
My
Yeah.
producer
I'll
and my
play it
camera
again.
op, March. My producer and my camera op, March.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
was
sweaty, bro.
there.
I'm so sweaty.
And he's in the chat right now.
You're like you're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the
Ethan.
world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You
That's-
are delusional.
Okay, very good.
You
I'm
are.
delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so
you-
I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he
I'll
fucking
play it
clout
again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in
was
circles.
clout
But I'll play
chasing
the
and
clip.
What does fan even mean? If you can watch a streamer all day and not be their fan. I think for work, I watch so many content creators and I'm not like a fan of theirs, but I watch their stuff all the time. I feel like watching somebody's stuff and knowing who they are does not make you a fan. You know what I mean? And who cares? Everyone's got weirdos in their audience. I feel like, what is the point of this? I don't get it.
A fucking Palestinian encampment? That's why? That's all it takes for you?
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an interview
literally
for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Well,
move
now
on.
you don't
Do you
care.
want to talk about
It
this for
seems
2
like-
hours, or do you want to actually
it
have a
seems like
conversation?
this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random
I'll play it
person who
again.
stalked you is a fan of mine. You
I
said
heard
he
you
was
talk
a
about-
fan of mine I believe in,
Okay, I
in one
lied.
of your
Yeah,
videos.
I lied
you
about
said he
him
was
being
a fan of mine, and I was sending harassment
I
your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example of.
Do you see my side of this though?
Okay, question for my people watching. How many of you have seen this already? And how many of you watching it the second or third time see something different or noticing different things or seeing more nuance? Because something I've noticed about my brain, and I'm sure you guys have experienced this, when I listen to things multiple times, I always get to see more things I didn't process the first or second time around. So do you guys, are you learning anything new? Are you discovering anything new? I'm just so curious.
I think
Because like
no,
a
you're being
random
dishonest.
random Sneeko fan comes up to me,
Random Hassan
wants the
fan
clout
comes
chase,
up to you.
and wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Do you
not what I
feel like
implied.
that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
I have never accused you of anything of the sort. Such a liar, Hassan. You're a liar. That's what he sounds like. He's so funny. Let me see. I've seen it already, and it's just as stupid as the first time. I've mostly seen clips and waited for you to review it. Ooh, the tone is something I've picked up on. Okay. Get Dr. Drew to moderate. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I'm noticing how unserious it is. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I noticed that Ethan blatantly lies. It's not all explainable by lack of self-awareness. Yeah, I've been trying to think about that myself because often it doesn't feel like Ethan's lying to me. It feels like he's doubling down in a weird direction. I don't know if it's a lie, like his brain is even thinking fast enough to process it as a lie. But I do think Ethan is allergic to accountability, is allergic to deconstruction, and he introspected enough to stop saying the N-word, but not enough to like keep going, right? So like he used to be that guy on podcast who would like make swastikas and say the N-word. He's like, I'm not going to do that anymore, guys. And I'm like, cool, introspection, deconstruction. And then he got to this level and he's like, and we're going to stop here. See how people stop? See how they stop? People stop growing. I know people always ask me, Brittany, give me an example of somebody who stopped growing. Ethan Klein, which is okay. Humans are on a planet. I'm not judging him. I mean, I'm gay judging for sure, but I'm not like condemning to judge. Who am I to judge man's suffering? I do judge it as a person though, girl. You know, I am judging him as in a gay way. Like, maybe not that fit today. Maybe not, but also it's your body, your choice, but maybe not. But also I think he's doing a lot more harm than good, which is a problem. Ethically, very unethical, Ethan Klein. Very unethical. Not helping. Definitely hurting a lot of people, but what are you going to do?
That is an
So
outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a
lie.
fan of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. When is it? Now that's a big logical leap of from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean
Did
you
he not
are
harass
a
you?
liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
Did he not
send
harass
him?
you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you? And
yes.
you imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was
bro?
a fan of mine.
Go ahead. When you're
leading
done,
the
go.
audience to
I'll
believe.
wait.
Ethan is our little bro. Ethan is literally our little bro in a conversation. And the older sibling is trying to lecture him. And the little bro's like, fuck, bro. Whatever, dude. Fuck. Whatever, dude. He literally is all of our little brothers, bro.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way. Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a
probably
while
play
ago. He
its
turned on you
timestamp.
when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he
Bro,
actually
who cares?
meets
I'm not
me.
even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that
I'm
you
Chad said, but he's 40. Still our little bro. Still our little bro. Age does not matter. One time I was at a family get together and my two uncles started wrestling. And I looked at them. I was like, you are middle-aged. What are you doing? Just like that scene in Sex and the City where the Aiden and Big are fighting and Carrie screams, you are middle-aged. Like, it doesn't matter how old you are. You still boys. My grandma and grandpa, my parents will say, like, doesn't matter how old you get, you're still my child. And that's, isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Ridiculous. Okay.
brought him up here, and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing
You
it.
used him in the past to act like I was sending
Bro,
hate
you're
your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out, we can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example, not that you're endorsing him, not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it,
introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
No, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
it's really
showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan, and then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and
Fine,
not a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
dude. You are dragging your feet on this
inference
topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
You've made
please
an
move
inference
on?
that is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me wrong
false.
at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hassan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of
Yeah,
yours.
I think I think that guy.
Yeah.
That, I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Like and
Yeah.
sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
you took
ADL.
credit over it, didn't you?
Sorry.
Chat says, I can't believe anyone thought Ethan won. I think that's what's interesting. Maybe that's another meta conversation we could have with people is why did you think Ethan came out on top of this conversation? Let's not call it a debate. It's a conversation. If you were watching this conversation in your living room of your family home, which of your siblings would you say did better? If these were your two siblings and they were arguing, maybe I'm just too much of a family girl, so I think about it in family terms. Who would you say came out on top? You would agree that both of them were being silly to some extent because the conversation is silly. But if you had to say, like, who came in with a more serious attitude, would you really say Ethan? And I know, look, you guys are visiting my chat. You guys are new here. You got to have a good attitude. I'm going to put some people on timeout for a few minutes. You got to have a good attitude in my chat, guys. Don't come in here saying things about Ethan that are not helpful. Okay, don't be out here being like, Ethan's a crackhead. Okay, you're going to get muted or banned. Okay, don't come out here and be like, Hassan's an obvious anti-Semite. Like, I do a really good job at building a very good community that's genuinely interested in having a conversation. We are not trying to be Ethan and Hassan. We are trying to be better than boys. God knows we're already succeeding. It's not that hard. The bar is in hell.
Worked with the ADL? What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like.
Hold on. Chat says it sucks that Hassan gets labeled unserious when he's trying to resolve something after being threatened to be deplatformed. I agree with you. I think the part that makes Hassan unserious is the fact that he's talking to Ethan Unserious Klein. But that's not, I can see Hassan's reasoning for doing it, but I think genuinely engaging with people like Ethan Klein is only a benefit to your subscriber count and your wallet, and at most, maybe getting 2% of his audience to change ideas, but I doubt it. Most likely, like, not even 1%, right? So I do think that it's not helpful because, like, I learned this myself, that the more I collabed with unserious content creators, it made my brand look unserious. And so what I learned was to be very cautious about who I collabed with, because it might be great for views temporarily, but in the long run, now your reputation is engaging with people like Destiny or engaging with people who are unserious. And we know Destiny's a predator now, so that's different. But when I walked into that bubble and I didn't know who anybody was, I learned, like, oh, all of these content creators who are not in any way serious about anything they're doing, they just want the views. That's bad for your brand. It's bad for you. It's bad for your audience. It's bad for the health of your audience. So I think Hassan had every reason personally and work-wise to defend himself because Ethan was threatening to deplatform him. But I think Hassan continues to do better work when he engages with much more famous and serious kind of people. And to some larger extent, Hassan will always be protected as long as he is popular, because that's what privilege gets you. If Hassan focuses on being popular, he will have less chances of getting deplatformed as long as the popularity is from an audience that's a little bit more serious, you know, because you don't want to be popular like Andrew Tate or popular like Sneeko. That's going to get you deplatformed. You want to be popular like a Theo Von or like a Joe Rogan. You want to get popular by enough people in the more of a reasonable audience, and I'm stretching the word reasonable here. Stay with me here. I do not listen to Joe Rogan. I'm just trying to give you an example. Enough popularity to also allow him the privilege to not get deplatformed. And yes, pretty privilege also. And yes, pretty privilege also helps. It does. It's just a reality. Okay? He's white. He's popular. People embrace him. He's easier to talk to. He's the middle ground between POCs who are struggling for their liberation and white people who are liberated but pretend they're not. I'm in the same bucket. I'm the same kind of white. We're in the middle.
Partnering with like the ADL and
Partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually,
look?
you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course,
Hassan,
about this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL.
for these bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that
falsely
I got nothing to do with the
that
ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story.
Sorry, chat says, I want to agree with that, but I struggle with it because Ethan is decimating blatant genocide apologia to an audience who will just repeat it in real life. Yeah, I do want to make it abundantly clear that Ethan is doing so much harm, and that I agree with Hassan on like 99.9% of his Palestine takes, like that I've heard at least. So I just want to make it abundantly clear. In this situation, Ethan is being very unethical. Ethics is society, morals, personal. And in terms of impacting society, Ethan is very unethical, far more unethical than he's blaming Hassan for being. Because ultimately, one person is anti-genocide and one person is doing everything they can to make this genocide more digestible to people. Because he wants to, quote, defend Israel's right to defend itself. So I do want to make that clear, that Hassan is obviously in the right in that regard. Free Palestine, bitch, period.
Independent of me.
Panel, Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't.
Okay,
think you
well,
worked
you doubled
directly
down
with
on
them.
it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work
with
with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then
you're
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse.
It's kind of like similar to saying like he's working with Destiny. He might not be literally talking to, Steven, but he's obviously on the same side. He's siding with predators. That's the point. It's like you might not be in Steven's DMs. Y'all might not be friends. You might not be all collabing. He might not be actually coaching you, but you're getting coached by the bubble. And that's the point. Is like you're associated with. You guys end up being on the same side. You end up doing the same work. You end up being associated with. And trust me, Hassan and I have both been associated with Destiny, and it's going to haunt us for the rest of our lives. You know how much that sucks? It's going to haunt us for the rest of our lives. At least we know we're haunted. Ethan doesn't even understand why he's haunted. Don't blame Hassan for your decisions.
Accused without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
You're now
you
trying to
admitted
rewrite history and say, I
admitted
said
that
you were
got the
working
streamers
besides
banned. You
them.
took
You
ownership
are a
over it.
liar.
What are you talking
You
about?
are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Wait, chat says Hassan is not associated with the terrorist organization? Question mark. Do you mean America? Yeah, he's an American. We're all associated. It's not our fault. And I swear to God, if you say Hamas, I'm going to ban you. Watch yourself.
Ethan?
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you
have
work with
I
them?
ever taken
Are you
credit?
affiliated with them? Are you
Have I ever
partnered?
taken
Are you
credit
partnered
for
with
an
neo-Nazis?
anti-Semitic
Or
incident at the
do you guys
neo-Nazi-
happen to have the same
Okay,
goal
wait, no,
and
I
are
have a question for
completely...
you.
Yeah.
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit
Ugh,
for
Jesus, man.
a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis
Swastika sword, baby.
actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally
comparison,
targeting me. I was
especially
on the tier list. Why
Especially
wouldn't I respond?
considering, Ethan.
I don't have to be a
Ethan,
member of ADL to respond to someone
Ethan,
harassing me. Are you
listen
fucking
to my words,
dumb?
please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but
Okay?
it's just fucking
Listen to
lies
my
and
words.
filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to
Good.
describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this
It looks
association
like
is.
a
But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's
the
not what you said.
ADL in getting
You said I'm
streamers
partnered
banned.
with.
That's
Partnered with.
anti-Semitic?
You are
took
lying.
credit
You are
for it, my
rewriting.
man.
You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't
Do
take
you
accountability for your
Hassan,
hallucinations.
do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think?
What
a
do you
reasonable
think the
person
average person
infer
would
when you
conclude
take
from
credit
saying
for the
I'm
bans?
partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you?
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos.
Okay, pause. If I was their older sister and I was like watching them argue, I'd be like, okay, pause. You said something that people could probably twist in a bad way. You said something that people could twist in a bad way. Where do we go from here? And they'll go, okay, fine. So we're both wrong. Sure. And then the point is, why are we having this discussion? What are we aiming for? What are we hoping to gain? Right? I want us to look at this as not Israel versus Palestine. We already know where we stand. Free Palestine, period, the end. We are not debating that. It's not up for discussion. Free Palestine, not up for discussion. We're talking about watching two men who cannot seem to communicate to one another, who are talking past each other, who are using this thing as a distraction for the real problem at hand. An inability to see each other, humanize one another, and actually ground themselves in a good conversation, right? The problem is that Ethan actually wants to talk about his feelings, but won't say it. And Hassan wants to talk about Palestine and isn't actually reading the room enough, in a sense, to understand that Ethan really wants to talk about his feelings. Hassan is trying to be professional and talk about Palestine, but it would almost take a moment for Hassan to be like, oh, this isn't about Palestine. This is about Ethan. let me see if I can talk to Ethan. But the dilemma is Hassan isn't working his 12-hour shift on stream to be Ethan's therapist. They're not friends. Ethan has made a point to deplatform him. This is business. So Hassan has no moral obligation to meeting Ethan where he is emotionally. It's inappropriate for Ethan to ask him to do that emotional labor. So who is to do this emotional labor? A therapist, a loved one, a neutral, wise party, right? Somebody who can meet Ethan where he is as a person and help him deconstruct, right? So this conversation isn't going to go anywhere because Ethan isn't man enough to admit, or human enough, because gender's a construct, to actually say, hey, actually my feelings are hurt. And I feel like for the last 2 years, I've been trying to be vulnerable with the internet. And I just feel like I'm getting shit on. And I'm getting shit on by all the people I thought I was cool with. And it feels like I don't know who to trust. And everywhere I look, I just feel like everybody hates me. And I just don't know. I don't even know who I am anymore, bro. Like, am I not a good person? Why does the internet hate me? You know, there's so many questions he could be asking himself right now. But he's just fighting with Hassan because he doesn't know how to ask for it. It's like a kid who acts out and graffitis the school because he just really wants his parents' attention. It's like that boy wants attention, but he's lashing out in the worst way possible, right? But like, okay, let's talk. Graffitiing is not the worst way possible. Ethan's the worst way possible. So it's like, okay, let's talk about it. Now, to be fair, in a situation where there's a child, the grown-up is always the responsible party. But in the situation where there's two grown-ups, the individual grown-up is the one who's responsible. Ethan. Ethan is the only one responsible. And he doesn't understand that. Nobody, I mean, it's really hard to understand that. That's why we do philosophy work and we try to gain humility. Because we're the only ones who are responsible for ourselves. I learned that in therapy, actually, that I wanted to blame my parents for the reason I had borderline, because I obviously got it because of the way they raised me in my childhood. I wanted to blame my parents for never getting me diagnosed autistic, and I had to get it late diagnosed. I wanted to blame my parents for a lot of things. But what I realized through my life and going to therapy for borderline is I realized that my parents are just me on a different timeline. Like, our parents, our leaders, they're just us on different timelines doing different things with their life. And that asking them to be perfect was always wrong. But asking myself, how could I be better, was always right. How can I be better? How can I be a little less bad today instead of a little more good? Because the road to hell is paved in good intentions, girls. Okay, we want to be a little less bad today. But I learned to like really forgive the situation and move on with my life. Like, my parents couldn't have done any different. They were also people going through their own shit, not going to therapy. Now, present Brittany, 35-year-old Brittany, 36 Brittany, almost 36-year-old Brittany, and 65-year-old Brittany's parents. Now we're at the point of extreme open with boundaries. I love you. I'll talk to you when it's healthy. And when it's not healthy, I say, I love you. I'll talk to you later. I love you. Bye. I never end the conversation aggressive. I always end it in love. I love you. I'll talk to you later. I know. I hear you. I love you. Bye, 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 bye. Okay? I love you. I love you. I know. Because you can't. So with Ethan, it'd be like, hey, I love you, bro. I love you, bro. But he's not our bro. He's now a content creator on the internet. This actually happened. This happens in our life where when we work together with people and when we're, you know, it's just very normal for us not to know who to rely on, especially in a world where people say, ask your friends how they're doing, be there for your friends. You're not meant to be there for all of your friends. Because if you got a lot of friends, you can't be there for all your friends. Okay? You need to be there appropriately within good spoon boundaries to the best of your ability. I just think Ethan is asking all the wrong people to validate his feelings. I'm still waiting for him to say, hey, I'm seeing a therapist, not a psychiatrist who gives me pills, which we love, but a therapist who's doing DBT or CBT with me, somebody who's doing maybe even family systems with me, somebody who's doing a formalized form of therapy that's actually going to get me to tackle all these things that I've been dealing with my whole life. All of us need therapy. All of us need a form of therapy that will help us face ourselves and take care of that inner child. And I just don't think a lot of men, especially, or people raised men, like, I don't think they really know that. I don't think Ethan knows that. Remember when Ethan was making fun of Hassan's eating disorder and Philip DeFranco's eating disorder and Trisha's eating disorder? And Ethan himself had, not that I would call it an eating disorder because I'm not the one who to identify your problems, but a problem with food. Ethan, his whole life, has been the kid who doesn't know how to connect with people unless he's making fun of somebody and they're bonding on that, or they're making fun of each other and they're bonding on that. I don't think Ethan knows how to form a relationship with people that isn't about talking shit about other people. That's all that Frenemies was. All of Frenemies was Ethan and Trisha bonding on how much they shit on people. That can't be your friendship. You know, there is a difference between healthy gossiping and negative gossiping. You can have unhealthy gossiping. I don't have negative people in my life like that. If every time I talk to you, negative, I hate this person, fuck this person, we're not going to talk, girl. We can gossip, but we can't actually lie, slander, or say things about people that aren't true. We can discuss people, we can dissect their lives, but I can't actually have negative energy in my life. It's bad for your skin. Okay? So remember, when we're having these conversations with people, we need to first see them as people, humanize them, and put down boundaries. Not ultimatums, not threats, boundaries. We don't tell Ethan what to do. We tell Ethan what we're going to do. Hey, bro, I love you. I wish you the best. I'm going to hang up now. I love you, bro. Wish you the best. Love you, bro. Hang up. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm going to tell you, but I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But I'm not telling you what to do. You know, and if somebody says, well, how do you like make up though? How can you be friends again? Sometimes you can't. If there's a chance of being friends again, like somebody who's inner circle and you're just having a fight, then that has to come from a place of genuine groundedness and a willingness to really see each other as people. And somebody is always going to be more wrong than right. Do you know how there's not mutual abuse? In an abusive relationship, there's always one person who's actually abusive and the other person who's doing retributive abuse. That's kind of what's happening in a sense. We're like, Ethan is unknowingly like abusive, but he doesn't know it. So he thinks that anything Hassan does to defend himself is like abuse back. But Ethan doesn't understand he's the instigator. Very Israel of him. There are these instigators who blame anyone for like fighting back because they feel like the most wounded. So, okay, even if you can say, well, he was wrong and he was wrong, Hassan was wrong. It doesn't matter that Hassan has been wrong in a situation where Ethan is abusive. It doesn't matter that Israel Palestine has been wrong when Israel is trying to genocide them. It doesn't matter. At this point, you got to get out of this relationship. At this point, you're being abused and it's going to kill you. Your abuser is going to kill you if you don't get out of this. That's why Ethan is using a form of death by deplatforming. He's trying to kill Hassan by deplatforming him. Well, crying victim. I get it. Okay? You do not deserve abuse. Even if you've done wrong things in your life, you don't deserve it. Okay? So don't let your abusers make you feel bad for wanting liberation, because that's what oppressors do. Oppressors make you feel guilty for wanting liberation.
Demanding the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer
I was on the
from
tier
that?
list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like I'm fucking like. It wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No,
and also,
Chad said his whole identity is tied to his wife. Sounds misogynistic to blame a woman for a man's bad takes. Make sure that's not what we're doing, chat. Make sure that's not what we're doing. You know? You said, and she's tied to that country. They're both tied to that country, but they both have family there. He went to Israel that's where they met. Remember, Ethan met her because he was going back to Israel for that birthright trip. Just remember that. Ethan is an adult. You know what I mean? Don't blame a woman for a man's bad takes.
They're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel
so
comfortable
glad this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad.
Hold on. Chat says we should watch the new Gila video. I saw it on my own time. It's really good. He said, I'm not blaming her. I'm saying his identity is tied to her acceptance of him. You mean marriage? Like, that's okay. Pause. Let's zoom out. That's very okay. Stop. Let's zoom out. As a married person, let me zoom out. When you marry somebody, you want to marry your high compatibility partner where you're on the same page in terms of ethics and morals. Ethan and Gila are very compatible. They believe the same things. They see the world the same way. They raise their kids the same way. They are not fighting at home. They are fucking. They are making love and making babies. Okay? Because they are on the same page. Just like the way I'm fucking but not making babies because I got this birth control. Because we are on the same page. Okay? You want a high compatibility relationship that's going to outlast Alzheimer's? You marry somebody on the same page as you. Didn't say it was a good page. Didn't say they're doing good things, but they on the same page. Okay? In the two bubbles, it is true. You can watch my philosophy video on my own level system, link in the description. Level 2s will put a lot of identity into who they marry and how they marry. And it is true that Ethan needs to know he exists outside of his marriage. It is true we all need that. Right? We all need to know we exist outside of our husbands and wives. Like I exist outside of my wife, right? If she dies, my life moves on. I've told her this 1,000 times. I love you, but if you die, I already know what I'm going to do because my life does not stop because you're dead. I exist outside of you, but also she exists outside of me. So he can do whatever he wants. When I die, I hope he better live a good life. He better be out here gaming to his heart's content, whatever it takes, whatever his life is going to be. I hope it's good. Because I would haunt him for the rest of my, afterlife if he went into a deep depression because I died. Girl, ain't nobody got time for that. Because you exist outside of that. And it is true that Ethan and Gila should probably make sure that they know they exist outside of each other, right? I think that's true. And if that's what you meant, I agree with you. That Ethan might be struggling from identity validation to the point where he needs his wife to constantly validate him, but that's not that different from the millions of people who are married, billions of people. Why do you think the divorce rate's so crazy? You know, Chet says he talks about how she saved his life because he was having a rough time emotionally growing up and in college. He has a low self-esteem. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Okay, so do billions of other people. And we work on that in therapy, and he's going to work on that in therapy. But like, I feel like when you say things, I think maybe it's not you, Chatter, of course, because I don't know you, but it's anyone who brings up Gila as the reasons Ethan does what he does, feels like we should recontextualize that as Ethan does what he does, but he uses people like Gila because she sees him and feels connected to him to justify his beliefs. But even if he didn't have low self-esteem, he'd be pro-Israel. His low self-esteem has nothing to do with his Israel takes. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say it doesn't matter. His childhood trauma and everything else has nothing to do with his bad takes. Now, maybe if he deconstructed his childhood, he'd also have better takes, but probably not. Plenty of conservatives go to therapy and they still voted MAGA. Anyways, I don't know if that's what you meant at all, but that's what your comment sparked for me. You know what I mean? That's just what it sparked for me. So thank you for the inspiration.
This is on record. So you think?
Yeah, I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL?
Okay, first of all, what's the debate term? Straw man. What's the debate term for this? There are no reasonable people on the internet. So who is going to be reasonable and hear Hassan talk? Who is going to be reasonable and hear Ethan talk? We are not reasonable people. We're nerds and autistic people who spend our life on the internet. We're not reasonable. That's a joke. I'm being very sarcastic. Don't come for me in my comments. It's very hard to be reasonable on the internet. That's why my channel is weird. Because we try really hard to be reasonable and we get bullied from other communities all the time. Okay? But let's be for real. How reasonable are all of us, or any of us, really? It's a little bit of a joke. I'm being facetious.
And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the
didn't
ADL?
even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I
for
ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the band that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were, frankly, if you have the thing. It was even... Did I ever...
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying,
okay,
I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this
silly,
situation
bro.
when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro, I
a
was being
ridiculous,
silly. I don't
stupid,
care. Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know?
You're
who?
Being silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can
Well,
move on.
do I
then.
think
Now
I
you're
got
being
them
silly.
banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know, I think that
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because you
reason they
cried
call him
about it, and then
token,
the
my
ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token,
great
you're gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't want to dox
yeah,
them.
you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of
Well,
fact.
yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly enough.
receiving
We can
end
have
of
a
an
more normal
insane fucking
conversation. I
harassment
can have a more normal
campaign. Why would
conversation with
why
them
wouldn't they?
than you, seemingly.
All right. So you think that
They would most likely
just to
laugh
recap
at all of this.
Just to
they're
recap here,
watching.
so we can move on.
Okay. Damn. I feel like I keep talking about the destiny overlap because we're all connected, which I hate, by the way. I will hate this for the rest of my life. I will hate it for the rest of my life. I won't. We're not attached to anything here. I don't even exist. Okay? That's a philosophy joke. Okay. When Destiny burned his bridge with me, I couldn't understand it because all I had done was make a statement of fact. Don't take a relationship advice from him. He's a chronic cheater and he's abusive in his relationships. And he was mad at me. He's like, how could you say that? We're friends. I was like, we're not. Okay, first of all, we're not even that close. But even if we were that close, I would still say this. And he was so mad at me. I was like, he'll come around. He'll realize he made a mistake. And he sent this harassment campaign against me. And he'll realize that it was a mistake. And this is prior to knowing he was a predator. We just thought he was a cheater, which is bad and abusive, right? But his abuse victims were asking us to give him time to go to therapy. And he was begging for it. He said his mental health was impaired. He needed to go to therapy. So we were like, okay, we'll give you time. But then 2 years passed. And he just kept making more content about me, lying about me, saying I was going after his kid, which I never did, or saying other things about me which weren't true. And I was like, oh my God, he doesn't get it. Ethan is very similar in this way. Stay with me here. I like categorization. This is where my autistic brain loves categorizing. Ethan sees Hassan as sending a harassment campaign against him, but he sees it as separate from his actions. When Destiny was mad at me for saying that I thought he was a bad person to get advice from, right? It was because he doesn't see himself as a bad partner. He sees himself as a very good partner, even though he knows he isn't, right? Chet says, oh God, Destiny has a child he ditched and abandoned to go fuck women in Miami. He's Myron. He's Andrew Tate. Actually, well, anyways. Okay, so Ethan, now, okay, do you guys understand what I'm saying? Ethan and Destiny, I would make content about Destiny. I was like, when can I make content about you that isn't me coming for a former friend, which we never were that close, and just me commenting on another content creator? And people are like, never. Now that you've been friends with him, never. And I was like, okay, well then I wasn't even friends with him like that though. That's so fucked up. Like we weren't even that close. Like we barely talked. He doesn't know anything about my life. He doesn't know my partner's name, my family's name. He doesn't know anything about my siblings. He doesn't know me. So like that really sucks. Now I can't make content about him without looking like pathetic, which is true. Because now I'm stuck. Now I can never talk about him. Ethan, same thing. Ethan wants to know, Hassan wants to know, when can I make content about you, Ethan, that isn't about coming for my friend? Ian wants to know, when am I allowed to just make content about you without it being like my best friends are coming for me? When are Ethan and Destiny going to understand you are first and foremost a content creator? When are you guys going to understand you are first and foremost content? And then maybe we're friends. And then friend is a very loose term. Because like we're online content creators. And that's the thing that Destiny and Ethan don't understand. Is like you are first, lol cows, first, okay? You're the Kim Kardashian, you're Boogie. You guys are the people make content about because you pay the bills. Because your life is crazy. And you're pathetic. And you're horrible people. Sorry. Not sorry. So when are we allowed to make content about you without you weaponizing a small friendship we had for 2 seconds? That was hardly even a friendship. And Ethan feels like it's a harassment campaign because he doesn't understand, like, it's just, you're going to get this flack even if you had never been friends with Hassan because you have different political opinions. Like, different political opinions on the internet bring people to your comment section. Does Ethan understand that? He's been canceled enough. He should know better. I feel like this is going to be crazy to say out loud, but I feel like Trisha is much more stable and level-headed than Ethan. Like, Trisha actually found stability somehow. I wonder if that's why her and Moses actually don't engage with Ethan and Trisha. Because I think it's both. I think I do not trust Moses to save my life. But I also want to say that, and I'm not a fan of Trisha, but I want to say that I wouldn't be surprised if even they're like, ooh, Ethan's too crazy for us. Ethan's too much for us. You know? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it definitely feels like Ethan has lost the plot in his own life and everything else. But I don't know, because when I was hanging out with Destiny in Miami, the one time we met, he could not get off the phone. He could not get off Reddit. He just had to know what people were saying about him. Because everyone was coming for him at the moment. And he's like, I can't. And I was like, and like, even his ex-wife was like, this is what I deal with. And I was like, get off your phone, bro. I just flew here to do this collab. And like, he did take time out of his day eventually, but it feels like Ethan's the same way, where like they can't stop being obsessed about people talking about them. You're already famous. You're already millionaires. Like, these boys are millionaires. Ethan and Destiny are millionaires. But maybe they're millionaires because they can't stop obsessing with what people are talking about on the internet. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe this is exactly why they keep doing it, because it pays the bills and it makes them 80K on AdSense every month or whatever it is. And it makes them feel good. Like, they're both dopamine seeking. Very ADHD of Destiny. The dopamine seek through debates, right? And toxic relationships. They're doing some studies on this where promiscuity and the probability of ADHD overlapping with like constant need for relationship and fighting. So yeah, maybe Ethan and Destiny are dopamine seeking, but genuinely, I do think Hassan and I, just to put us in the similar category, I'm not trying to dopamine seek through this particular venue. I do it in my own life differently. I'm just trying to come to work and do something productive. And I think that's why Hassan doesn't debate, because I don't think he gets it. I think Hassan gets drained debating. I don't see him as a dopamine seeking person. I think he does it through working out. Yeah, I think it's that. I really do think that's true. I'm not just saying it because we align in different ways, though I do have a theory that really bad people are dopamine seeking through talking shit about others. Yeah, I think that's true. I think there is something to be said about that. I just know, because everyone makes fun of Hassan for not debating people, but that's probably because he is just exhausted after. Right? Chad says Hassan has ADHD, and I do think he has dopamine hits through streaming. Yeah, streaming, totally, but not debates. Right? Like, streaming, yes. I mean, obviously, Hassan is a beast when it comes to streaming. See, I don't get it through streaming. Genuinely, I mean, if you got, like, I'd be streaming much more if I got my dopamine from doing this, but I don't. I don't get my dopamine from it. I get it from having philosophical conversations with people. I get all my dopamine from having like really amazing conversations with people where we're dissecting ideas. So like you'll see me get really excited on stream when I'm like, oh, we're discovering something. So I spend a lot of my time doing that in my own life, because obviously I'm working on forming my own philosophy, right? Like my own framework. But I can't get that from most collaborations online, right? Which is why I did horrible on panels, because I was like, I don't get what we're doing here. Nobody's serious. Yeah, okay. Yes, you yesterday with ChatGPT. We did a stream yesterday for members only where we talked about the levels with ChatGPT. It was so fun. And I was like, I was so excited. It gets me so excited. Which makes sense why anyways, it all makes sense. Okay, I think I made my point clear. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Oh, hold on.
I mean, did
Okay.
the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
Hassan, is
that.
acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back
is
to
quick.
Palestine,
It's
please?
very
Because
quick.
like you
I
see
just
the
want to put a cap
genocide.
on this. Just a cap.
And making these
You're doing the
inferences
thing that I'm
I am
so
and,
critical of you on.
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL and
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just you didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Chat says it's not dopamine. They're on that cortisol drip. Cortisol drip.
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I care about
revolves
multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about.
I mean,
Ethan.
that's easy for
And-
you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the
no one-
accused how
no-
serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious?
Is Ethan saying guilty before proving guilty? Being accused doesn't mean you're guilty.
court
Do you
case?
think that
No, I don't.
the
Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus'
there it
shit
is. Let's
here-
let him
Do you
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus' shit here is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're accused.
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right. Ethan.
I
You
partner
have
with
in the
ADL.
past-
Remember what you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
Chess says he sucks at analogies. I've been thinking about this. Why does Ethan suck so bad with analogies? It's because his premise is wrong. Your analogy can only be as good as your premise. So if Ethan's foundational premise is incorrect, all his analogies will then be incorrect. He doesn't know how to make a good analogy because he doesn't even know what he's talking about to begin with. So he can't follow Hassan's analogies when Hassan offers him like ideas or ways to think about things. Like I wouldn't be able to offer Ethan a right enough analogy for him to get it because he's already decided. Right? He's already decided.
What do you mean
talked about
bona
how you
fides?
gave
Can you-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mhm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mhm.
that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestine.
That was silly. Did he say context puke instead of nuke? That was silly. What are you, 5, Hassan? But see, I can't even need to go after Hassan because Ethan's so wrong. But I will, like, if he said that, I'll roll my eyes. But also, Ethan is supporting a genocide, so I don't care what Hassan does. He always calls it that, but it's silly when that's the problem. It's not serious, though. You can't use Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris, Kamuhu. See, you're not serious. That's why Trump is an idiot. Be serious. You're the president. Maybe I could be the Pope. Maybe I'd like to be the Pope. I do like sucking on men's toes, maybe even boys' toes. I wouldn't know, though. Elon, are you a man or are you a boy? Either way, love those toes. Love them. Little piggies.
Palestinian, even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that
Yeah.
pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you
So-
feel like
so-
$6,500 was enough for you
I'll
to
answer.
spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content
harassing me?
creators?
I'll answer your question.
right.
So I claimed when talking about now. By the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the
received
case?
those.
What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms
We
of the
disagree.
fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
Attacking people that
who
harass
are
me.
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for
and
Palestine does
claiming
not
that they
absolve you of
are-
criticism. Stop with the
Claiming that
silliness.
they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous. My
Well,
point
I
I'm
mean,
trying
that's
to make
kinda up
here
to other people
is
to
that
decide at this
your
point.
criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an
By the way,
alternative reality.
gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and you have it's subtle enough that you
Ethan,
have
people
plausible
being mean to you is
deniability,
not
so that when you get
anti-Semitism.
accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're
Ethan,
doing. You are
Ethan,
a fucking anti-Semite,
Ethan,
and you've been caught out 3
Ethan.
different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because Ethan, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on as a prominent content creator with a
Okay. So this to me is equal to the pro-choice lady hitting that pro-life lady. You're pushed into a corner, you say things that are unreasonable, you do things that are unreasonable, but also the only difference is that like Ethan is being unreasonable because given his status. Like, I don't think it's that deranged. Have you all, come on, be real with me. Have you all never gotten into an argument with somebody and you say shit like that you just don't even think because it's just like what in the moment is happening? Like, I wonder, when I say this, I've been in so many arguments with my family growing up that I know what it's like to be like at each other's throats, like so loud, like I'm gonna fucking kill you. Listen to me when I say this. And then being like, let's get a beer, bro. You wanna smoke after this? Yeah, get a smoke. You wanna watch some anime? Have you guys ever done that? Have you ever been like screaming at the top of your lungs and you're like, fuck you, bitch, let's go smoke? Okay, just because somebody has a bad idea or a bad thought process doesn't mean they're crazy, but it does mean like, hey, bro, we're not having a real conversation. Like, we're not having a real conversation. Okay? Like, we need to have health. And this isn't healthy, by the way. Let me make it totally like, this isn't healthy. This is all unhealed behavior. Okay? Obviously, I try not to engage in this behavior in I'm in a healed era of my life. I do not engage with this behavior. I stop it. If I see it happening, I go, I'm not engaging with this. This is after therapy. I do not engage in this behavior anymore. And I don't think you should engage in it. And it looks crazy because it's unhealed. But it's not crazy. It's unhealed. Ethan is unhealed. So he acts unhealed. Okay? That's what's happening. He's not psychotic. He's not losing his mind. He's just unhealed. So I don't engage in this behavior now. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying I've done it enough in my life to know, oh, I don't want to have it go to this place. So before it goes to this place, let me just say, we're not having this conversation. Let's have a grander conversation or we're not doing it. Okay? Unhealed, you're not a bad person for being unhealed. Ethan isn't bad because he's unhealed, but because he's unhealed and he's taking it out on the internet, he is hurting people. The reason we go to therapy is not so we can be perfect. It's so we can do a little bit less bad. It's so we can harm reduce. Ethan doesn't wake up every day and think of harm reduction. He wakes up every day and thinks, how do I hurt other people because I'm hurt today? And I feel like I'm doing it for a good cause. You're not doing it for a good cause. And if he went to therapy, he would know that. Right? But he doesn't have the tools to know anything else. So from our perspective, again, I'm talking to you guys. I'm not talking to Ethan. From our perspective, right, we don't have to be empathetic to Ethan. We don't have to be his therapist. We don't have to be his friend. We don't have to meet him where he's at. But we should know what we're observing for our own sanity. So we don't miscategorize people just because it feels easy because the internet's like, Ethan's unhinged. Ethan's lost his mind. Ethan is unhealed. Unhealed men lash out and hurt people. Unhealed women, unhealed gender, insert gender here. Okay? But he can't actually hear Hassan. Now, if Hassan was more healed, Hassan would be like, hey, Ethan, actually, I really appreciate you talking to me. I'm sorry we can't come to a better consensus. I wish you the best. Content creator to content creator, I'm going to keep making content about your opinions, but know that I'm not coming for you or your family personally. Know that I'm not anti-Semitic and know that I wish you the best. Sincerely. And then end stream. But he won't do that, will he? He'll sit here for another 4 hours and talk to Ethan Klein. Because the side of the internet that's battling will give Hassan the win. And it looks really good when 100,000 people are watching you live, girl. Boys will be boys.
relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you. You literally think
can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
You got
That's
a whistle?
not the case.
It's the kind of paranoid that Christians have because you guys think you're being targeted when you're not. Chad says, can therapy even help Ethan? I feel like he needs to have a good disposition to change his mind. And I don't think he could do that even if he goes to therapy. Yes, great question. You can't, it's like I just put a pretzel in my hair. I'm not going to eat that now. BoJack Horseman, there's a quote that says, I'm going to butcher it, but basically, what is it? How many psychologists can screw in a light bulb, or how many therapists can screw in a light bulb? All of them, but the patient would have to want to, something like that. Like, Ethan is only able to do therapy if he can do it. Going to therapy isn't enough. You actually have to want to change. It's like, here's a better example, because I always fuck up that BoJack line. Going to the gym is only going to help you if you actually work out, not if you go to the gym just to sit on the bench and look at your phone, which a lot of you do. I knew a guy who would go to the gym, sit in the parking lot, log into his gym app that would send a message to his social media following that would say, so-and-so is at the gym, and then drive home because he got the reward. As a neurodivergent person, sometimes I am doing an art project or something, and I tell my partner I'm working on something new, but I don't want to tell you what it is because I don't want to get the reward of telling you verbally what I'm doing without actually completing the project. So when I'm done with it, I'm going to show you my work. And my partner's like, cool. It's my partner's ADHD, same thing. We don't tell each other what we're working on because sometimes our brains read the verbal as completing the task. So, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Chet says, how many therapists does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1, but the light bulb has to want to change. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Exactly. Ethan, therapy would not benefit him right now because he doesn't want to actually figure out what's wrong. That's okay. Therapy is really hard. But when he's ready, I think there's a right person to help him figure out what's wrong. And P.S., you have to find the right therapist. I emailed over 70 therapists before I saw 2 of them. One I fired because she was bad at her job, and the second one saved my life. Helped me save my life. Lots of people saved my life, but she really helped me. So, you got to find the right therapist as well.
I used to like you. I don't know.
Chet says, how do you get Ethan to snap out of it? You don't. Okay, now zoom out with me. Let go of the attachments of saving the world. Let go of the attachment of helping people. Let go of thinking you are the savior. If you were a millennial like me, you're probably a person who was raised thinking it's your obligation to save the world. It's not. You're not Superman. You're not a comic book hero. Okay? We need to zoom out and remember we can only ever do less harm every day. You can't snap Ethan out of it. Ethan must snap himself out of it. You cannot snap anybody out of anything. They must choose to. That's why you must have boundaries. I'm open with boundaries. You do not give ultimatums. You do not threaten people. You say, hey, I wish you the best. I wish you the best, but here's what I'm going to do. I tell this to my little brothers. I tell this to the people in my life that I love. I'm going to do this. If our life doesn't coincide, it doesn't coincide. But you can't come to the get together when I know you did this thing. You got to face yourself first, and then we can talk. Because if I keep inviting you to the get together as if you didn't just do this horrible thing, you're going to think it's okay. And this thing is not okay. Okay, it's an action you took to hurt somebody, right? You can't come to the barbecue if you keep hurting people. So I love you. My phone is always on. I never will block you because, inner circle. But until you face this thing, you can't just come over like it's all normal. Okay? Yes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I can offer you a cupcake, but it's up to you to eat it. In this community, we have a cupcake emoji. And it's like, imagine you're a man dying in the desert. You're starving, and I offer you a cupcake, and you're like, I don't want it. Why? Eat the cupcake, Ethan. Ethan, eat the cupcake. Right? Jordan Peterson won't eat the cupcake either. A lot of us won't eat the cupcake. Not fully. There's always opportunities in our life when we're not ready to eat the cupcake. So maybe we put it in the freezer bag and keep it frozen so it's still fresh when we take it out later. But, we need to recognize in our life when we're not eating the cupcake. And this is why I have 2 trusted people that I talk to hold me accountable. We have to be able to trust that people will call us out, even if they don't agree with our values. Even if they don't agree with our perception, they can understand us and empathize enough with our situation to give us advice for our situation. So I'm not saying Ethan should trust the internet. Fuck the internet. Fuck you and fuck me. Ethan shouldn't watch a Brittany Simon stream and be like, I should listen to Brittany Simon. Ethan shouldn't trust me. He doesn't know me. He should have somebody in his life he trusts to offer him the wisdom of perspective. We should all have those people. I have 2 people I go to. Only 2. And I respect a lot of people. And I go to people for all different kinds of reasons. But if I need somebody to truly check me, somebody I trust to know Brittany's intentions, there's 2 people I trust to do that. Because even though, well, I married one of them, but the other one is my brother. And even though my brother is super Catholic and very different from me, he's very able to be like, well, I know Brittany and I know her MO and I know her character and I know things Brittany believes in and I know what Brittany doesn't believe in. And I know if Brittany believes in this, this is probably her reasoning. He will be the one to call me out and say, like, I actually think this betrays your own values. And I'm like, thanks, I needed that. Or he'll say, nah, dude, you're right. I think according to your values, you're doing the right thing. And I was like, I feel that way too. You gotta have people you trust. You gotta have people you trust. Not everybody. I don't trust I don't even go to my sister for a lot of these things. I love my sister. But sometimes she's not that person all the time, but she's great with a lot of things. I trust my other brothers with a lot of things. It's about picking the 1 or 2 people at most that you genuinely trust to hold you accountable. Now, hear me out. If you are married to somebody who isn't interested in deconstruction or curiosity, they're not going to grow past your place of being. They're just going to reinforce the bubble. That also becomes a problem. Now, stay with me. Ethan, let's bring out my paint. Sorry. I'm such a streamer. Let's bring out paint. Let's do it, girls. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, here's the problem. Life, let's pretend it was linear, even though it's not. Okay? Here was Ethan and Hassan when they did Leftovers. This is Hassan. Boop. Here's Ethan. Boop. Okay, here's Ethan. Oh, that's a very horrible E. So Hassan was here, and Hassan was like, I want to keep going here. Let's say Hassan stopped here. Ethan went here and stopped here in this bubble. So then that puts them at odds, right? There's like a separation between where they're at. And Hassan is trying to get Ethan to say, hey, dude, you're back there, and I want you to be at least here if we're having the discussion. But Ethan thinks he's here. Ethan thinks he's way ahead of Hassan, but Hassan is way ahead of Ethan, right? And I'm not just saying this. I think this is true. This is my observation. I think I'm correct, okay? You can disagree with me, but I think I'm correct based off the evidence, okay? Especially when it comes to being pro-Palestine. Free Palestine. Okay. So Hassan goes, hey, bro, I see you're back there. Let me throw you a rope. And Ethan's like, don't give me your rope. It's anti-Semitic. And we're like, okay. Well, it's not anti-Semitic. It's just a rope to pull you along. Let me help you. Here's a boat. How about a boat? No, it's anti-Semitic. Okay. How about X item? No, it's anti-Semitic. It's like, okay, it's always anti-Semitic. Got it. So nothing Hassan can offer Ethan will help. So Ethan has to make the decision to do it on his own. Now, here's the problem. If Ethan is married to Hila, and Hila also belongs to this bubble, they're on the same sphere, okay? Then if Ethan goes to Hila for deconstruction advice, she's not going to be able to give it to him because she's also on the same linear line. They're the same. You can't deconstruct with somebody who's on the same level unless you both agree to make each other better and deconstruct further. But if they've decided, no, we're just going to stay here, well, then Hila's not a good source. Now, if Hassan's not a good source, who is a source who can get Ethan to see where he's at, right? Now, Hassan might stay here, guys. There's more. There's this bubble over here, but Hassan's over here. Maybe Hassan never leaves that bubble. Maybe he stays right here and never keeps going. But even if he never keeps going and he stops where he is right now, he's still more right about Palestine than Ethan is. Or more right about, I think, what he's viewing than Ethan is. I think Hassan is more in the right observing the social situation than Ethan is, okay? So the difference, and I'll bring my marriage into this because my marriage is superior, and I'm going to put myself ahead of Hassan since I'm a philosophy nerd and Hassan isn't, and philosophy, if done right, should help you deconstruct bubbles more. Plus, I'm a minority, and I'm a woman, and I'm queer, and I'm ugly. So honestly, I benefit from none of the privilege that Hassan does, which means I've obviously deconstructed more than he has because I've had to. And I'm not a millionaire. Okay, so here's my marriage, and here's my partner. Our job as a unit is to pull each other up. So if we're ahead of each other, we pull each other up. The rule of our marriage is to never let the other fall behind. Okay? So guys, thank you so much. Thank you for the compliments. I'm being a little facetious, because, Hassan's like this hot guy on the internet. And I'm just like, I'm hot on the internet too. I have an OnlyFans too, Hassan. Okay, I also have an OnlyFans. So that's a joke. I don't think Hassan has an OnlyFans. Okay, so the joke is, hear me out, okay? Our job as a married couple, our promise to each other in our marriage is to deconstruct and move each other further. It's never to let the other person fall behind. Okay? Never let the other person fall behind. But in order to do that, we have to agree that our job is to always be curious and open-minded and to keep moving forward. Right? But we're not going to do that in a world that often couples get together and they don't change. I mean, do you remember when the elections were happening and conservative men were upset that their wives might vote for Harris? Look, if I was married to somebody who could vote for Trump, I would be upset if they voted for Trump. But the difference is this. I'd be upset you voted for a bigot rapist. You'd be upset you voted for a genocidal pro-gay person, because Harris is pro-genocide and her defense of Israel. And the difference here is that these wives are going to divorce their husbands at a greater probability because they're growing and their husbands aren't. One of the biggest complaints from modern women is their men are stunted. That men are stunted. And if men are stunted, then obviously their female partners will grow past them, right? So there's going to be an issue here. So when we say like who in Ethan's life could help him, he would first need to have anyone in his life that wants him to grow past the bubble. And if everyone's content in the bubble they're in, like if all your friends are MAGA and all your friends agree and all your friends are the same, the probability of anyone moving past the bubble is going to be very, very unlikely. That's why even with my friends and family who I love so much, and I do love them, I try to make sure that we understand that like you're going to stay here, but I'm going to keep going whether you come with me or not. I love you, but like I need to go explore the world. I need to learn. I need to know more that I know, like more than the script told me when I was born. I need to know more. A lot of people aren't like that. Like a lot of people don't want to know more. So all I'm saying is like Ethan might not have neither the curiosity, interest, and knowing more, but no one in his bubble might want to know more either. And that's the whole world. I think billions of people, I think most people on the planet are people that are completely content being raised in bubbles, dying by bubbles, which we all live in bubbles. We all live in bubbles. I have a bubble, you have a bubble. But I'm in the curiosity kill the cat bubble. I want to transform as a new person every few years because I'm learning so much that I'm basically a new person every couple years. But people usually like, oh, you're a different person every time I meet you. In the direction of curiosity and wisdom, I'm here for it. In the direction of I'm lost and I don't know myself, uh-oh. So yeah, you have to be the person who's actually interested, and not everybody is. Most people aren't. Which is why when we have discussions, it's just the most basic fucking conversations and nothing's ever going to change. That's why history doesn't repeat itself. Humans repeat history. We're just a product of ourselves. That's why I don't blame anybody for being a person. But I still think you can hold people accountable without blaming them. You know, I do. Okay, let's go back to the debate.
Anymore.
Debate.
And I don't think it's because of
I know.
anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't
develop
like you.
anti-Semitism after
Let
doing a
me
podcast
stand
with
on
you for 2
business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish
hope.
everybody well. Everybody be well.
See, that's where I'd say, hey, Ethan, sorry we can't communicate very well. Wish you the best. Sounds like this is the last time we'll be able to communicate. And then that's it. If you've ever talked to a family member who's like this, you just go, hey, bro, I love you. I'll talk to you later. Or I'll talk to you never again. You know? Chat says she keeps mentioning wealth without including Hassan's. It's strange. I will let you stay, but I have mentioned 100 times we were watching two millionaires debate, just a reminder. And if you think I haven't mentioned that already, you haven't been watching the whole stream, but I've already talked about it. So you can stay in my chat and bitch and moan about something I've already said, but you didn't hear. But I have said it. And I retone very well for an autistic person. I know for a fact you are trying to be bitchy, okay? Don't be a bitch.
All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence?
Like in some ways, the best thing Hassan can do is just let Ethan talk. You know? That's it, right?
That I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? What? The guy
know,
that I
I
talk
had
about
to-
fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi
Yeah.
when making arguments
a
about
fuck?
my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your
But
proof that I
also,
work with
but none
Destiny.
of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature him
I
in
don't
my
think it's that
content?
ridiculous of a
Dan told me at a dinner once, I'm totally going to spill the tea right now. Dan told me at a dinner that he tells his wife he's actually on business trips when he's actually just hanging out with the boys.
fucking assertion to make.
And I know he's going to say he didn't say that, and maybe he didn't say that, but maybe I heard wrong. But maybe everyone at the table also heard it. And when I called him out and I said, that's kind of crazy, they said, you're kind of crazy that you don't lie to your partner. And I said, it's kind of crazy that you all lie to your partners. It was like a $700 dinner, and him and Destiny paid for it. So thank you for that. It was really good lamb. But also, when I said I should have just left that dinner and been like, y'all are freaks. Okay, so y'all can suck dick. These are bad people. These are bad people. These are not good people. These are not good people. Okay? And Dan's always hated me. So, you know what? With peace and love, bro, I'm not the one lying to my wife. Thank you.
Make, especially when
I don't remember what it
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass
How the
harassment
fuck would I
operations
know?
that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's a
that up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and
No,
there was a
that's
guy
not
in your
the only
Discord
reason.
that's
Did I
also
bring
in
that
his
up?
Discord. I think you're
No, I didn't
hallucinating.
say any of those things.
Dan Saltman is the guy who tried to take down this Twitch CEO who's Destiny's best friend. Dan on Ethan, H3H3 is a different Dan. Those are two different Dans.
You sound
I-
fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't
Hassan,
say
are you
that.
crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you
I
have
gave
friends
you
who are
a
aware
reason.
of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
I don't know why people watched this and literally thought Ethan was making any sense. Like, y'all are crazy, bro. Ethan is obviously just like your sibling who's going off at the family gathering, and we're all just trying to eat barbecue. Just let me eat my barbecue, which is plant-based because I'm a plant-based girly. Let me just eat my plant-based tofu, please. Why are you going off right now?
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he
co-host
discovered
that
the
you
IP ban. Is
correspond
that not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
It
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So
you
how
brought
is that
up.
an endorsement?
Ethan,
What,
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence
avoid
with Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hassan?
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly
You
aligned with him and
say.
uses his community.
I don't think it's wrong to assume Ethan's talking to Destiny, but to be honest, I never really got the impression he was talking directly with Destiny, but I felt like he openly said, I'm using Destiny's Reddit to bring up these points. Destiny is a predator. He's facing a felony, and even if he wasn't, he's an open, admitted predator. I'm going to be so real with you. I feel like people are more likely to be violent than support sex criminals. And I kind of feel like Ethan would be more likely to be genocidal than support a sex criminal. I know that sounds really weird, but I think even Ethan wouldn't engage with a sex criminal, but it's possible. But it feels like for Ethan, that might be the line. Like for a lot of people, it was their line. I don't know though. But I think that he talks to everybody in Destiny's orbit, right? Yeah, he was talking to Loner Box, right? So he's willing to talk to people who have talked to Destiny, but I don't think he's willing to talk to Destiny specifically. But I think, you know, have you guys ever heard this with conservatives? They'll let their kids watch violent movies, but not movies with sex in it. It feels like Ethan's the same way. He'll talk to people that are pro-genocide, but he won't talk to Destiny because he's a sex criminal. You know what I mean? Something like that. There's something there that it might be true. But I don't know.
Community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's
don't
own
really
community.
fucking care
for
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
I'm not
that you now
endorsing him.
openly admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information
you ever
from him
spoken to
use.
somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well, there you
I
go.
speak to
Oh my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking to one right now.
You talked to Dan Salt.
If I'm not mistaken, Lonerbox, yes, did go to Israel with Destiny, but didn't he also remove himself from Destiny because he was connected to one of the victims? I could be wrong. I haven't been keeping that much tab on it. But I think Lonerbox is not friends with Destiny anymore. Because I think he might have been with one of the victims, if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, guys, I'm not fucking with you. Destiny committed a sex crime. He is a sex criminal. Morally, he's so unethical. Lots of people had to move away from him. So many of the boys who used to orbit Destiny had to like cut ties with him because they were like, what the fuck? Even like, this is very bad, right? Okay. And I'm not, obviously, yes, like Lonerbox is still pro-Israel and all that stuff. So I'm not a fan of Lonerbox, but yeah, like just to be clear, this is like that's why I can't believe EH3 is giving any time to this. They even timestamped this part as called Destiny. Stop talking about this sex pest. He's a sex criminal. Stop talking about him like he's just a regular streamer. This is so weird. Why is everybody acting like this is just so cash?
Man, you're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've
You also
spoken with
brought
Dan
forward-
Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points
I don't
without
think I need
ever
to
having to
delegitimize you
address
by
them.
associating
And
you
isn't
with
that
Destiny.
convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't
Hassan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with him.
2 years.
That's right. Hassan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
Year and a half.
to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
What did we
pretty
disagree?
much-
He did. Oh my God, Ethan, I'm going to scream.
Done.
What do we disagree on? What do we even disagree on? Yo.
the
What have we
December of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry.
What?
What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me?
Ooh. I've been in these conversations before. Ethan, I wish you the best. I'll talk to you later or never again. I don't engage with people like this. I don't engage. And Ethan's turning it on Hassan like you're the mentally crazy one. I've had that happen to me too. Brittany's the crazy one. Girl, with peace and love, call me crazy as long as it means we're not talking again. Bye.
Criticizing you and your friends. What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree
are
on?
disagreeing on is
And by the way, this is just like an average MAGA voter. It's little to no information, lack of curiosity, not open-minded, not willing to actually see the discussion or deconstruct. And so bam, anger and angry and loud, as they say. Or no, loud and wrong. Sorry, loud and wrong, as they say.
what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm
Chat says if you tell me Ethan won this, I'm gonna infer you operate like a child. Bro, if you tell me Ethan won this debate and you think Ethan is more concise and Ethan brought more to the table, girl, you have got to be kidding me.
what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hassan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a
not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since
Uncontested.
then, though, months later, you still chose.
Her
to
name is
use that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that is
Hassan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why you
out of
refer to her as
context.
my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her
Okay,
emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
I mean,
so
yeah,
why don't you
that's
say
fine.
that? Why,
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what
Yes,
I was saying?
absolutely. With
Why
with
is
great
it-
pleasure,
why
I
is
will
it
respond.
that- Why is it
Because,
that you
Hassan,
initially
that
understood
was
the full
one ex-
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good,
said,
you
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In
In
fact,
the totality of all my
in
responses.
fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with you.
way to...
I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. and
Ethan, I
you're
want you
still-
to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hassan. That's so kind of you. How fucking.
Hold on, guys. You said play the clip that shows your wife holding your hand and directing you. What do you think that statement implies? It implies that Hila is pulling Ethan's strings. Don't you see how that's misogynistic? Instead of just seeing her as supporting her husband in something they both agree in. I don't understand why you guys keep thinking Ethan and Hila aren't on the same page. She's not directing him. They're on the same page. They're relying on each other for comfort. She's not directing him. They are on the same page. Like, directing implies somebody is there's a power dynamic. You know? Ted says, no, girl, they were disagreeing. Oh, like they're saying, show me where it's not happening. My bad. Sorry, I just keep seeing these comments. I'm sorry, my bad. You need to see the clip? Wait, now I don't know if it's my bad. Let's see.
Genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is.
You are a
the baby
prolific
gloves.
liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
Okay, let's see.
Reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend
Well, you
the
just.
lens of
I mean,
criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Cherry act.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you cherry act to me, buddy. You grab that Dr.
I'm
Pepper. I'll wait.
listening. No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one instance in captivity.
put a
Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if you're
I
showing
said,
my
You're
reaction.
giggling. You're
Israel
giggling.
had
It's so
a right,
funny.
has a right to
No,
defend
I'm not
itself.
giggling. I'm
sure
listening
are.
to- bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did
The
Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call
What?
people mentally ill. I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
Yeah, I'm
of
not
sexual
exactly
violence. And
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values.
Chad says it is a misogynistic trope, but it doesn't always apply. And then someone else said Hila will often correct Ethan regarding criticism towards Israel. Another example is Ethan said you can call IDF soldiers terrorists, and Hila corrected him and said no, you can't. Are we still not allowing Ethan to be held accountable for his own bad opinions? Like, I just don't get I don't understand this narrative from the internet I've heard generally, not you guys chatters, but like just generally, that's how Ethan is. Ethan, if you guys think he's that stupid, then he's basically a victim and none of you can criticize him. Like, he's got to be either the grown man in the room who's 40 years old, who's on the same page as his wife, or changing his language. You know what I mean? It just feels so weird. Like, it feels so weird to, like, not allow him to take accountability for what he said. Do you know what I mean? And also, like, it just, like, it's okay for Hila. Like, Hila can correct his language, and he can change it in the same way I get corrected on my language and I change it. It doesn't mean you guys are puppeteering me. It just means I'm changing my language to signal to better groups. Right? I don't know. It just feels really strange, like, for us to victimize Ethan in this situation. And if Ethan is having such a struggle with it, he should be talking to more people. I don't know. It feels weird, but maybe there's a clip I'll see somehow that will make it more clear to me. I just don't get it. I'm also sick of people letting old men get away with their bullshit because women.
Okay, so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority.
Ethan is obviously not hallucinating. Obviously.
I will decide who's hallucinating. Hassan.
Girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Eden.
Hassan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy
Okay, but I got the point. You're saying that, like, you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone is.
Yeah, chat said I think he defers to Hila because he assumes she's better informed. That's what I assume too. Like, I defer to my husband to talk about Croatia. Like, why would I? If my wife was from Israel, I'd defer to her about Israeli stuff. Like, it wouldn't. That's what I assume he's doing. Because she speaks the language, she translates, right? Chat says he's easily influenced, but he's an adult. Yeah, that could be true. I would agree with you guys that Ethan is easily influenced. That doesn't take away his obligation to be held accountable for his participation, right? Chat says Hila is definitely a big part of this. You guys, that's not a talking point, though. It's his wife. Of course she's a big part of this. What do you mean? It's his wife. Do you guys not know what being a wife is? Your wife is literally your teammate against the world. Of course she's a big part of this. But she's not, it's not, y'all come from divorced homes or what? Are your parents together? Like, I don't understand. My parents have been married like many, many decades. They're on the same page. You wouldn't say one is influencing the other. You would say, yeah, they're on the same fucking team. You know, I just don't get it. I don't get what I'm missing. I don't get it. I'm not going to infantilize my mom for being MAGA because my dad is. They're both MAGA. You know what I mean? They're both MAGA. Discord said, I think they mean Ethan is changing due to his wife and that if Hila wasn't pro-Israel, he might be able to reset his ideas and that Hila deserves as much heat maybe. Like, maybe she should be debating her views. First of all, Hila does get a lot of heat. They call her a baby killer. And Hila just doesn't make this her life. Her life is Teddy Fresh. So Hila doesn't have to come debate her views, but she's not a debate bro. Ethan is. Hila is using Ethan to do her debate points because she's not a debate bro. But that doesn't mean that Hila's pulling the strings. And also, if Hila is the only reason this is Ethan's stance, Ethan is even more accountable for his actions. Your ignorance is not an excuse to promote genocide. So Ethan is even more guilty than Hila because he refuses to get educated and refuses to engage in the ideas, but lets his wife use him as a parrot. Now he's even more accountable. Ain't no victim, bro.
Men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for.
Hold on. Chad is saying what you're missing is that Hila grew up in Israel and was in the IDF and has family in Israel and watches Israeli news, and Ethan has family in the US. Hila's exposed to Israel Hezbollah from birth. With peace and love, I think you guys, hold on. Why are we having a miscommunication? What does that matter? Why do you think that matters? Hold on. Why do you think that matters? You're saying it matters. Hold on. Let's translate. You're saying it matters. Why are you saying it? What does it matter? What does it matter when it comes to holding Ethan accountable? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. Like, propaganda is strong, yes. But that's still Ethan's job to deconstruct the propaganda. Ethan is deplatforming people who are pro-Palestine because of his wife? Is that the argument? I don't care how much you've soaked up the propaganda. You're still accountable. Even if you're a German who soaked up the propaganda, you still genocided the Jews. You got to be held accountable. You can be a victim and a genocider. You still got to be held accountable. Yeah, like every IOF soldier is soaking up the propaganda, but you still need to be held accountable. You know? I think like that's the thing. Maybe not held accountable to the same extent, and also not held accountable by communities, held accountable within reason. Maybe. You know, chat says, how is only Ethan doing the deplatforming when you said they are a team? Well, because Ethan... Did Michelle Obama bomb the Afghanis along with Barack Obama? She is married to him after all. Because that's the question, right? Like, Gila isn't the direct debate talking bro, but she's in it with him. But she has a podcast she kind of shows up to. Like, I'm not trying to, like, gotcha. I'm trying to ask where your line is, right? I'm trying to ask where your line is. Because for me, two people can be accountable separately. Like, Hila is differently accountable than Ethan is, right? But I don't think Ethan is a victim of Hila. That's all I'm saying. Do we agree on that? That Ethan isn't a victim of Hila? And that Hila might need to be held accountable in her own way? Like, maybe you don't buy Teddy Fresh and that hurts Hila because, like, Teddy Fresh is her baby, right? We agree on that at least, yes? That's all I'm trying to make sure, is that we understand Ethan is not a victim of Hila. That's the only thing I disagree on. Okay. Someone says, no one is a victim. Yes, we agree. Correct. Okay. Okay, that's all I thought. I think that's where the disconnect was. I just didn't want anyone to get away with the idea that Ethan was somehow a victim of Hila. Okay. Okay, then we're on the same page. Okay, then, yeah. Okay, Chet says they're both hosts of the podcast, though. Yeah, so Hila does her own part, but Ethan's the one debating Hassan. So Ethan is more responsible in this particular way. Ethan is the one advocating. Hila is a part of it, but just like, okay, Hila and Ethan are guilty, but so is the crew. How about that? You want to get really spicy? All of the crew is responsible for the deplatforming of all those pro-Palestinian content creators. How about that? Now, everyone go bother the crew. Just kidding. Don't do that. That was a joke. Okay? But they're not as responsible as Ethan. They're not as responsible as Ethan. They're not as responsible as Ethan. Yes? That's what I'm trying to make a point of. They're all complicit, but not everyone's as accountable as Ethan is. Ethan is the most accountable, but they're all complicit. We agree, yes? Yes.
For me, even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen.
There you go, Hassan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually, I'm surprised, you did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually? That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
UN
preliminary report?
Tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults, that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said,
but Israel...
I just want to make it clear, all of the women that have come forward and said they were raped, I believe them. Every single one. I believe them. Default belief. I believe you. I believe you. Okay, pause. Comma. And I also agree that there doesn't seem to be a systematic plan by Hamas to cause mass rapes on October 7th. But when men are in groups, there will be rapes. When men are alone in an Oval Office, there will be rapes.
Women that
certainly
come out
lies
and
a
said,
lot,
I
right?
was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video,
Women.
saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
Well, you should
one
look-
instance
Well, of
in
course,
captivity.
as far
It
as
is
you
not
understand, 'cause you don't give a
systematized
fuck
mass
about
rape
the
directed by
reality of
Hamas.
it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just
Wait,
want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hassan, please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're.
Oof, there's nothing worse than the person who's been crazy. There's nothing worse than the person who's been activated the whole time, telling you in one moment to be like, "Oh, calm down. You're getting activated." It's like you've been activated this whole time.
Whoa.
Behaving in such a childish manner when we
I am
are
not.
actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay?
I feel like this is okay. Can I just say something? Zoom out with me. Why is this a conversation? Who cares? Free Palestine. Who cares? Free Palestine. Who cares? Why are we even debating this? Free Palestine. If Ethan is so free Palestine, why are we even talking about this? Who cares? Free Palestine. We can talk about this after. Free Palestine. Stop genociding Palestinians. Because Ethan doesn't understand all of these talking points are the reason Israelis feel justified in genociding the Palestinians. I don't care. Free Palestine. I don't care about the nuances. I don't care about who did what. Free Palestine. And then we can have a conversation. Doesn't Ethan understand? That's the propaganda. He is. And then Israel. I love how Israel just. This is sarcasm. Israel just came out. I love. That's the sarcasm. Israel just came out and said, we're actually going to take over all of Gaza. Cool. And everyone's like, the news is like, guys, breaking news, Israel's taking over Gaza permanently. And everyone's like, is the breaking news in the room with us? We know. Stupid. We've been telling you. Some people have been telling you for way longer, for 75 years. We know. I hate this conversation. I hate that they're even having it. Who fucking cares? Free Palestine, bro.
That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
No, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
No, Chet says it gets worse, Brittany. No. Guys, we're an hour and 35 minutes in.
Right.
Not
of course, I remember you do that.
Assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hassan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality.
Hold on, I really gotta pee. Can I pee right now? Is this a good time? It only takes 2 minutes. I'm a very fast peer. Can I go pee right now? Or is there a big thing happening that I'm about to miss?
Of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations. There are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are they
through this real quick.
hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro.
Not
You need
enough
rape
to
kits.
prosecute.
Hassan needs
Credible
rape kits.
circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute. rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women. Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive. Right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled the global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay,
but so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's 2 accounts. But the rest
there's way more than 2 accounts. Hassan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7, and it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me this link of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all,
why is Hassan arguing this point? What is he doing? What is the point of this? Like, why are we talking about this? Believe women, believe men. Sexual assault occurred, no doubt. Why are we talking about this? Why? I don't get it. Hassan regretted this part. He got pulled into the BS. Okay. I think he's being autistic and won't let go at this point. Okay, let me see. I'm reading chat. Hassan is getting into the weeds because Ethan called Hassan a rape denier. Hassan dies on this hill. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. I feel like this is the problem with this discussion. Chat says I just said the same thing, Britt. I don't understand why he's trying to argue about the rape. Yeah, it just feels like really bad. Like, because Ethan is only hearing that Hassan is negating all the rapes. That's all Ethan hears. All Ethan and his supporters hear is that Hassan is saying no rape occurred. They're not going to hear the nuance. They're not going to hear that we all agree rape occurred, right? Everyone knows rapes occurred, no doubt. So what are we arguing about then? And Ethan's going to say, well, we're arguing about the Hamas using rape. Do you mean that Hamas committed rape? Because definitely some guys in Hamas raped somebody. And if he's like, no, we're debating, like, I don't know what they're debating. It just, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would just, people got raped, no doubt. It just wasn't, as far as everybody knows, a plan by Hamas. Like, Hamas didn't get together and be like, okay, we're going to bomb these 3 military bases, and then we're going to kidnap people and rape them as a form of protest. They didn't do that as far as we know. If anyone got raped, it wasn't as a part of the protest. It wasn't a part of the liberation movement. It was a person's decision to take advantage of a circumstance where there was a lot of chaos and people got raped, or a show for power or dominance. Because I don't know how to tell you this. Everybody got a rapist in their family, let alone in their community. And whether you're freedom fighters or not, one of you is a rapist. One of you is fighting for liberation and you're a rapist, no doubt. So that's the nuance nobody wants to have. Okay?
I am not in the business of denying rape.
Are.
If there are if there are victims that have come forward in this
I
process,
will play it for you.
as I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by.
Yeah, and chat, you're right? Like Ethan is using this as a reason to justify the genociding of Palestine, and I'm saying that's not a justification. Even if Hamas used rape as a form of protest, it is not the reason to genocide all of innocent Palestinians who did none of the raping. Which, by the way, that is not even true. That didn't even happen. But individual rapes occurred. But like, that's not the same thing. Right?
A person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have...
That says you're saying the thing Hassan got clipped for sure. I think Hassan and I are on the same page in this, right? I think Hassan and I are on the same page. I just feel like he's getting swooped up into this, like you guys said, because I do think we're saying the same thing. I think I understand what he's saying. I can understand why people keep taking it out of context, which is why I think I would go, okay, stop. We agree rapes happened, yes? I would start there. Then I'd really get Ethan to say, yes, okay, we agree they happened. Like, yes. Do we also agree this? And if he said, no, we don't agree with that, I'd say, okay, where's your evidence for this particular claim in regards to rape? And then we could go somewhere. But I think, I don't know, I'd like to hear them both agree that there were rapes that took place. It feels like in this talk, Hassan is falling for the trap of not admitting rapes took place because he doesn't want to be taken out of context. But this is the internet. It's a horrible place.
Well, only if there's
credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of.
She also wrote a horrible book called Lean In, which absolutely doesn't help deconstruction of gender for women and actually creates a continuation of the patriarchy by expecting women to sort of rise up to the ranks of doing what men can do when men are never obligated to do the same thing women can do. So with Peace and Love, she's a Facebook woman who tries to pretend like women can do everything men can do, except men don't do the same thing women do. Okay. So not a big fan of her second wave feminism, but here we are.
Of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated.
Wait, what did Hassan say?
Berg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. Mm-hmm. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the
Israeli
pro-rape
crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel
Do you find
had
it
a
interesting?
January
There's something
6th
that I
style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sde Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a victim
one that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here.
Can
Is
you-
are
can
she
you-
lying
wait,
yet or
hold
no?
on.
Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have
Let
I
me-
ever said that rapes did not take place,
Well, you
at
seem-
least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
Okay, well, there's Hassan making the statement. Ugh, trigger warning, guys, but this is horrible. My heart goes out to this woman.
What do you mean?
I know
kind of?
exactly what he was
Ethan,
planning to
Ethan,
do.
You
And
literally
yet I couldn't do
featured-
anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No.
I was
Listen to what she
utterly
has to say,
helpless.
Hassan.
When the
Ethan,
assault
I
was
don't
over-
Hassan, don't
disagree with
silence
this.
her. Let
You
her fucking
literally
talk.
Wasn't even allowed
No,
to
because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that
mentioning
everybody's
my
lying,
acknowledgement
that
in the
Israelis
video
are just
that you
inherently
played.
evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's
Ethan,
ever happened.
you
Listen to her.
acknowledged-
cry
Ethan,
or to be
you
sad.
Listen to her
know.
words.
I had no
Ethan-
one to comfort me and was forced to act nice
Listen to
the
my
person who had just
words.
sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross
Not
the
a
way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about.
I think Hassan's gross for not ending the stream. I'll be real. Ethan's pretty gross, but how do you keep the, like, how do you not leave the conversation? We have 3 more hours of this. Just leave. This is so inappropriate. Like, leave. And I know Hassan can't, maybe, because if he left now, it'd look like he was abandoning a rape victim. But it's so obvious that Ethan is using this rape victim to discredit Hassan when Hassan never said anything about this rape victim. Wow. Nothing worse than men using your rape as a justification for their bad fucking talking points.
About
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're
We were held
you're
in such
Show
definitely
respect,
a
bro.
monster, brother. That
no
is
person,
fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal and
plug on this.
ruthless
Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at
Obviously, Ethan doesn't give a fuck.
what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor
of
of
a Hamas
Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man
in the
who was
video
stripped naked
that
and
you
raped by
showed
Hamas
from
on
your
October 7th
context nuke,
has revealed
in the
for the
video
first
that you
time
showed
how he was spat
from
on
your
and
context
humiliated
nuke.
as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim, who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape you.
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing
Bro,
a
you
victim
are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. okay?
Silence.
And you know
In
I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right.
I feel dizzy, bro. I feel really nauseous. Oh. I hate this conversation. Rapes occurred. Nobody's disagreeing with that. I believe all of these women. I believe any of the men that have come. I believe everybody who's come forward. I have no reason to disbelieve anybody because it's quite believable that rapes occurred. I hate this conversation. I hate that people are weaponizing people's assaults to justify a horrible behavior. And this is why I say philosophically, I wake up and I have no enemies. I have nobody that I want punished or revenge taken. I think we should all aim to have no enemies. Because when you have an enemy, it allows you to justify any form of torture towards them that you think makes you the better person. This is why Guantanamo Bay was upheld. Because you wanted to believe that we were only torturing terrorists when we know that's not true. The prison system is as corrupt as it is because you want to believe people deserve, even if they're innocent, to be put behind bars because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The same people who victim blame people for their assaults are definitely eating this shit up and using it as an excuse to genocide the Palestinians. Stop using people's rapes as an excuse to genocide people. And this is why I say be careful your desire to see people tortured because they've hurt you. Be careful to justify the abuse of another person because they've been bad. You can hold people accountable without torturing them. You can hold people accountable without bullying them. You can hold people accountable without becoming a horrible person yourself. Yeah, this is really gross.
Right ahead.
You're doing a matter of fucking rape
Listen,
happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard.
Oh yeah.
Ethan,
Are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here. In the beginning, you said on October 7th, there were numerous victims of sexual violence. That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because
hold on.
Said that
You're
there
saying
was
only
no sexual assault that took place.
Wait, you're saying they have to have.
Yeah, this feels confusing, like a little bit of confusion. Hassan is thinking on the day of the attack, and Ethan is thinking anyone from the day of the attack. Because they're debating something that has nothing to do with them. They're debating a report, right? So that's the problem, is like they're not even talking about the same things. None of us are. Like, none of us have been talking about the same as Gabor Mate when he was asked about this from that Israeli in the audience. Like, why are you denying the mass rapes? And Gabor is trying to explain to her, like, we're all talking about different things, and it feels like we have got to start on the same page, guys. What are you talking about? Because this is what I'm talking about. What are you talking about?
Looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I wish you had the energy you have
that was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Because I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
It's
what do you
so
mean? What's with my
to
people
deny
and
the
names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma of
understand.
the victim.
If there are
Just because you need
victims,
your
you
hero.
said
You know what?
women.
This is not going.
Yeah, Hassan is doing really bad on this section. I won't lie. He's doing really badly. I don't appreciate the way he's handling this. Mostly because he is making it sound like he's denying rapes occurred. And I don't think he believes that, but I think the way he's talking sounds like that, even to somebody who, like, you know what I mean? I think I need him to say with his chest, like, we agree rapes occurred. Like, you know, like, and then talk about context and nuance, but it's not happening. So, you know, I understand I know what he's thinking, but they're both doing poorly here. I mean, I think Hassan's doing better than Ethan, because he's not using a rape victim as like an example of trying to shut down Hassan. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that.
Going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just move on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
you deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual violence in captivity
I just showed you two
that we know of up until this
just
point.
Showed you two.
You and I both agree.
Yeah, Chad says I think I heard him say that, but Ethan was talking over him. He did say the rapes occurred. He just doesn't keep saying it. So then what anyone is going to hear is that he's saying that they didn't occur. Show me the victim. Show me the victim. And to like some rando who's watching the stream, they're going to say, like, didn't Ethan just show you somebody? What does that mean? Does she not count? And then it's just going to make people think away. Yeah, this is just like not a great moment.
Agree on.
I showed you two.
That I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that
you deny mass rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Okay, wait. Yes. Okay. So, wait, what?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there you go.
Because there is.
But that's true. Ethan's like 2 rapes happened, so mass rapes happened. And Hassan's like, that's not what mass rape means. What? They just had they had an opportunity. Does 2 mean mass? 2 means 2. I mean, it's bad. 2 is too many. For the fucking record, 2 is too many. But that's by definition not mass.
There is no evidence. And
I just showed you 2.
The clips that you use.
2. Ethan, uno, dos. Uno, dos, 2. Which is 2 too many.
Actually, I showed
the
you
reason why I
3.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed. Hassan. Report
Do you
follows
feel-
earlier
wait, wait,
testimony
wait,
from a man
okay.
who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of
Okay, I hate this conversation and I think it's really stupid. Groups of men coming together to inflict danger, violence, and rape on groups of innocent people, you're all fucked. Israeli or Hamas. There, big take. Brave take, Brittany. I'm so brave. Wow. Wow. Why can't they do this? Why can't they just both agree all these men suck? Can we move the fuck on, please?
sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony. The Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay,
Horrible.
You fucking kill them.
And I think you should, just like you should watch videos of Palestinians being killed before you open your mouth about Palestine, you should watch the videos of October 7th before you open your mouth, because it was fucking horrific. It was so horrific and yet doesn't justify the genocide of Palestinians, because that's still fucked up, bros. It's still fucked up to see how horrific October 7th was. It takes a very wise person to know that doesn't give you the right to genocide Palestinians. People are so violent hungry. And you guys act like, oh, at least we're not our ancestors. You are your ancestors, bitch. Remember that people 500 years ago had, they were just like us, girl, with different clothes. It's not like their brains were different. Okay, like they're just like us making decisions, and we're doing it right now in modern time. They're going to look back on this, and we are not going to be the good guys. I need you to know this. They're going to look back. You are going to be the Christopher Columbus of Palestine. Ethan is going to be the Christopher Columbus. They're going to be like, but Christopher Columbus discovered America. So he's got to be a good guy, right? Ignoring the rapes, the massacres, the injustice he did to the natives. Like, yeah, sure. Okay, so like, yeah, we're going to look back on this. And people are going to be shocked that we stood by. We always say, how did the Civil War happen? How did slavery happen? How did the Jews getting Holocausted happen? The same way Palestine is being genocided right now. And this is why being a minority isn't enough. Jews have been persecuted, and all they learned to do was persecute more. Good job, guys. Humans really do repeat history.
According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their
there's no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person.
Ugh, I hate this argument from Hassan. He's pissing me off. What a man. I'm so sorry. This is why I can't watch Hassan. Because at the end of the day, he's a man. At the end of the day, men talk about rape like it's a fucking talking point in a debate. Ugh. Ugh.
You know that Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of
Sorry, I'll rewind it.
No way to
fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their...
Sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person was sexually assaulted.
You know that the religious organization...
It's just like the way they're talking about it. Like, ooh, let's examine the dead bodies to see if they were raped. It's like, nobody must have been raped because we didn't get the reports back. As if like rape kits are checked and, you know what I'm saying? It just feels like, why are we talking about this? We know rape is underreported. You think rape's not going to be underreported during an attack? It just feels like, why are we talking about this? I hate it.
That is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article.
reading
And I
you.
don't know
What
where
are
that
you
article's
doing, bro?
from.
I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova.
Chad said there needs to be evidence to declare that someone is raped. No, we know that's not true. That is a bad talking point. That is bad. It is bad to say, I don't believe your rape took place without evidence. This is not good. This is not the world you want to live in, because it is very hard to get evidence for a rape. It is very difficult to prove rape. So y'all better be very fucking careful about needing evidence for rape. You better be very fucking careful with this talking point, bro. Okay? Someone says you have to have evidence. You can't just throw someone in jail for rape when there's no evidence. I don't know what you're talking about, but we're having a much larger conversation here. That rape is often not provable, that it is very difficult to have evidence of rape. And so if we're going to hold our breath waiting for evidence of rape, we're going to be dead by the time we ever get any paperwork, because there ain't going to be none, because we're all going to be dead. Okay? So you better be careful about this need to be like, well, did we examine the bodies? Do we know? Like, why are we even having this conversation? I don't even know why we're having this conversation.
Hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I've seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from...
Okay, we're having 10 different conversations in the chat. I see that. People are like, you better not accuse the wrong person. You better not put innocent people in prison. Rapists run free all of the time. Trump is literally the president of the United States. Andrew Tate has bragged about his rapes and is walking free. You know for a fact this isn't about false accusations, which barely even happen. You know that's not what this is about. This is about men committing sexual assault and it being turned into not sexual assault because men don't want to see themselves as rapists. This is also a conversation about whether or not mass rapes happened in a situation where it does not matter, except that the Israeli government is using it to excuse their violence and genocide towards the Palestinians, which is why they claim it matters. Okay? The only reason, none of this matters. It doesn't matter what Palestine did. You cannot genocide them. It doesn't matter. You cannot genocide them. I don't care what you think they did. You cannot genocide anybody. Never genocide, ever. I don't give a fuck what's going on. Never genocide. Period. Period. I don't care. This rape conversation is stupid. It doesn't matter what they raped or if they raped. What matters is that people are being genocided. So stop. Stop.
A Haaretz article
this is so exhausting,
that was posted by
bro.
Lisa
Here comes the Haaretz article. I just read you firsthand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
the
victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
You have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Are you
Why are you
okay?
You killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
Wait, you guys are saying he totally said you? Let me go back.
I said they.
Not led to any real prosecution.
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas. Fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking.
I think he did say you, but I feel like it was a misspeak, and he switched it. But then the fact that he couldn't remember that he said it is interesting, because Hassan's right. He did say you, but I think it was a misspeak.
Hamas. Hey, are you crashing out? Go ahead. Keep but that's okay. I understand.
I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
It was a mistake. I think it was a mistake.
Are we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not done with this at all.
Go ahead.
Because
I just read 4
the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke. I don't care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
Alrighty.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay. And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay. she was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave firsthand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for these victims
Pixar
in
didn't
Israel
happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely
Crack open a root
ruined.
beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way
For
to
firsthand-
actually,
are you
there's no
actually
way
like-
to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hassan, are you
because
listening?
You think
4
you
firsthand
think-
victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
Let's,
what
you know
I'm
what?
giving
Let's,
you
you're
is
right.
the Israeli
You know what,
prosecutor's
Hassan? You're right. Let's
office's
err on the
own
side
statement.
of these
If there are
victims
victims
lying.
then, why are
Let's
there-
err
why
on the
have
side.
they
No,
not-
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And yeah,
No,
they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you are.
my confusion on this comes from the fact that
It's not confusing. It's obvious.
while
Most of this
previous
shit happened.
reporting-
Were killed,
while
and it's
previous
a religious.
reporting came
It's a
out-
religious
while
part of
previous
this
reporting
first
came
responding
out-
unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which just
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They buried the
no,
body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the
buried the
victims deserve
bodies.
justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think these
Justice.
victims deserve justice?
This
Why
is
did
so
Israel
stupid. Can we please
refuse
move on?
an outside investigative committee?
How do you
to
explain these
actually,
4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
How do you explain
the
these
United
4
Nations
accusers?
or a third party
How do you
will
explain
come
these
in
4
and conduct an
accusers?
investigation?
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay,
Why?
very
How
good.
do you explain
Well,
the
let's err on the
prosecutor
side of them
after those
lying.
4 accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
guess we're at an
can't
impasse
speak
here.
Out.
I mean, hey, listen,
cannot-
Hassan, we're at an
I
impasse.
cannot
Can we move
disprove
on?
something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm
Because
speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a
something that came
propagandist,
out
and you
after
fucking hate
that.
Israelis.
Ooh. Okay, slow down.
Can we move on,
everybody.
please? This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh
no.
my
no.
God,
This is
I'm
very
just trying to
important.
consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is
You
exhausting.
have claimed falsely that I
No,
do not
I've-
recognize the testimony of a sexual
Okay,
assault that took
yes.
place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we
So
move
you're-
on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable
Well, let's
evidence,
take a look
verifiable
here.
claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
Oh.
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. Very good. I guess what's the? It's just a little delay for him, Dan. Or?
No. I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
So this is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication
that,
is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
while
implication
in the backdrop you can see
is
there is
what?
a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
and, there's
to
a
me
train that
is what?
most likely inferred to be sending.
This
Jews
is the
into
clip you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Yeah, can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this
Because
is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean,
You don't
I
know?
haven't talked to him about it.
I mean,
but
he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I
you were there.
assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's not that
think,
bad.
if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Yeah, that's not even a real screenshot.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike.
Let's watch it.
Oh no, Chet says it gets worse, girl. Can I just say, okay, so I don't like, yo, we always got to battle our misandry, but my brain is just like, this is it, right? This is men at their finest. Man, hearing men talk exhausts me. It really does. I really am exhausted by men. I've never been more exhausted by. It's just such a bro conversation. It's not in any way real. It's so fucking fake. Both are just like peacocking at each other. They're like, peacock. Like they're just peacocking. And everything's stupid. And none of this matters. And man, it's rough, bro. It's rough. And y'all telling me it gets worse. It's rough. Like I kind of want to see an animation of somebody animating them as birds and just like, that's what I can't stop seeing it. I just see birds. Like both of them because it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Like it just doesn't matter, bro. Oh, okay. Man. All right, ready? Okay.
Correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care.
Actually, wait. It's on 1.25. Let's go to 1.5 and see how we feel about it.
About your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the
You were in
fucking
the video.
clip.
How I see Israel. You're in the video. When you listen to a song and you hear all these fucking.
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about
talking
it on his
about Israel proper.
But I want to do a show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel.
Yeah, which is anecdotal and doesn't matter anymore. And this is why I say, even as a minority, and I know it's hard because minorities, like, depending on the kind of minority you are, we all feel like we're having like some universal experience, but we're not. Like, you don't get to speak for a whole group of people because we don't have monolithic experiences. And keep in mind that monolithic experience is what bigots use to tear your whole community apart. Because like, we are not all the same. We're all different. And this is why sometimes you get MAGA immigrants and you get liberal immigrants. It's why you get progressive immigrants. It's why you get, all of us are different. All of us have different opinions. All of us fall into different categories. We're not having a monolithic experience, right? So we have to remember that Ethan's experience is valid for Ethan's experience, but doesn't extend outside of those 5 years or what he's experiencing, right? America, I assume, America is different in the 2 years I've left it. Since I have left America, it has changed significantly in the last 2 years. I mean, significantly since Trump got elected, right? Since January. So it feels very silly for us to pretend like, oh, well, I lived in America my whole life. I know what it's like. Things change. You know, I'm not saying Ethan can be validated for his anecdotal experience, so valid, but doesn't mean that it crosses over, right? And we have to be very careful with this. I see this a lot. This happens with like the Anacasperians. This happens with like the Kidologies. This happens with like the people who got in trigonometry. It happens with the TYT people where they feel like their experience is so specific and speaks to such a greater problem. So instead of making good with the progressives, they make good with the anti-progressives. But the dilemma with the anti-progressives is they're never going to care about you. They're never going to care about you. They are only going to use you to make a podcast and to tear down progressive belief systems. And that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's interesting, though, the need we have to go towards people who embrace us, but forget that maybe people are rejecting us for like a good reason. You know, I think about that all the time. And I need you to be careful with this line of thinking because I don't want you to think like, oh, maybe being gay is wrong because my homophobic parents are rejecting me. Like, I don't want you to internalize that. I want you to consider that maybe somebody who's not comfortable hanging out with you is doing it because you haven't deconstructed enough to be safe to be around. And that's okay. You're not on a, I'm not asking you to rush deconstruction. I'm just asking you to consider it. It's not always the case, but it can be the case. And the question is, how do you know if you never ask yourself, right? Like, how do you know if you don't deconstruct it? You know, like, how do you know if you don't examine? Like, I don't want you guys to gaslight yourself into thinking you can never know yourself. You can always know yourself and still be shocked at what you don't know about yourself. You can be both. You can be both. But you first have to realize there are things about yourself that even you don't know, but it doesn't mean people know them better. I really resent that idea where people say like, I know you better than you know yourself. I don't know Ethan better than he knows himself, but maybe in some instances I can point out something Ethan is doing that he can't see because it's too hard to see from the inside. But if he was willing, he'd be able to see it too when somebody pointed it out. But that doesn't mean I know Ethan better than he knows himself. I don't. I do not know anyone. I do not know any of you better than you know yourselves. Even if I'm able to point out something you didn't realize you were doing. That's not the same thing. It's just not the same thing, right? Okay.
My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase. You guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan. Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
We
did
never
you think that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
Hold on. Chad is saying, Britt, haven't watched a ton of your content. Was wondering about your overall views of opinion of Hassan in terms of his political worldview. I don't watch enough of Hassan to know every single point he makes, but generally speaking, I think Hassan and I are more or less aligned. I always say I'm more progressive than he is. But that's because I think I am in like more of a deconstructed queer way, because I'm queer and I try to bring queerness into my politics, you know? But I don't know what else to say more than that, right? Like I mostly disagree with Hassan when he talks like a man. Usually my disagreements with Hassan show up when I'm like, man opinion, you know what I mean? But I don't know enough of his content in that way to like really know point by point, right?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on...
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You're a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay,
yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're trying to say. By
your own admission, there is a genocide that...
And for Chad, who doesn't understand the man comment, men under patriarchy, it's not that a man gave an opinion, it's that a man under patriarchy gave an opinion without deconstructing. Like, sometimes I can catch Hassan and I'm like, oh, lack of deconstruction, man comment, patriarchy comment, right? Like, patriarchy comment. And that's what I mean, like, man comment. Not like he was born a man. I don't care. I don't believe in gender. So you could be born whatever you're born, girl. Gender's a construct. You do you. But if you're going to exist as a man, live as a man, benefit from and reap the benefits of being a man, think like a man, construct man, the construct man, it's a construct man, under patriarchy, then I'm like, yeah. What he say there? That's what I mean.
That is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like
you
West,
feel
I
like
mean, the
you
West
go
Bank has
into Israel
checkpoints. It has
amidst
like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel proper, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying
I'm lost on this talking point. I'm actually lost on this idea. Bro really said my lived experience in proper Israel. Is he talking about like being someone who's benefited and hasn't actually had to face the reality? I think I'm lost on this talking about maybe putting it at 1.5 actually is making me zone out a bit. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to put it at 1.25 again. Usually I listen to things at 1.5 or ×2 in my own house, but I think I'm distracted too much by everything happening on my monitors. I don't understand their conversation.
Oscar
all
award,
I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And also is an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I lived there for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
Oh, okay. Chat is bringing up the fact that Ethan wanted to take everyone to Israel to show them how multicultural it is. And Hassan is saying you're 6 miles away from the genocide and you want to take people to see. Is that what he's saying? Like Ethan is trying to normalize Israel as if he can go to a part of it that isn't engaging with the genocide. Is that what he's saying? Am I kind of getting it a little bit? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, I was having coffee this morning and I was trying to figure out my personal line with visiting countries that have a hand in the genocide. Like, obviously, I to some extent, I'm an American. I have no choice but to engage in genocidal funding, right? Like, that's the realities. None of us get to exist without causing some harm. But I was thinking, what are ways I can harm reduce? Like, I probably wouldn't go to Israel, right? Because like, why would I go to Israel when they're committing a genocide directly? Like that feels very wrong, unethical. So I wouldn't do that. And then I was thinking about that, like but would I go back home to the United States? Well, I might not have a choice, right? If my visa gets rejected, I'm going back to the United States. But also like that is the only place I know is home. So would I work harder to get out of America? Probably not. But I also want to believe that I can reform America. So that's not literally as a savior complex, just like in general, I want to believe we can reform, these places as well. But I was trying to think about like, where is the line for all of us, right? Like I haven't been eating meat. I've been plant-based and that's been really great. Feels like I'm harm reducing in a sense. But also like, what does it mean and I'm not putting a prescription on any of you. I would never make a prescription. You know that. I'm just asking us to brainstorm it a little bit. Like, what's the line? Where do we not go, or how do we not participate or participate? Like, every country has its problems. I really believe that because people exist there. And people are problems. So the question is, what do you do to signal in a moment, right? What do you do? Like, where do you go? How do you stand up, Anyways, I'm not trying to make a prescription, just throwing it out there.
It's a lot further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
no,
close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well,
Wait. Chad said, which Middle Eastern country would you go to? Why are you asking me that? Are you trying to be anti-Arab? What are you doing? No? Are you making a joke? I'd go to the one where my family's house is in Iraq because I have family there. I'd go to the one where my family is. I literally have a house. I could just go there. That's where I would go. If they'd let me in. I don't have a passport for Iraq, but I mean, my family's there, so I could just go there. I think.
That's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose the
officer,
one with the
is
guy
that-
standing in it?
Well, I'm actually giving.
Chad said, what's wrong with that question? Well, I don't know why they were asking it. It's usually a gotcha by misogynists to say, oh, which Middle Eastern country would you go to as a woman? As if the patriarchy doesn't exist in the States. But I'm not sure if they were asking that. I didn't know. I'm autistic. I'm asking for clarification. Because sometimes that's like a dog whistle by racists to be like, oh, well, which Middle Eastern country would you admit? You know what I mean? I didn't know if that was the question.
I'm actually.
Oh, because Chad said we're talking about going to other countries. Yeah, but why did they specifically say Middle Eastern country? You know, I'm just saying, you know. Chad says, hey, Brittany, I feel Hassan needs to embrace his feminine side, not more in his masculine. He also needs to balance his both energy. I watched Fear and. And I will say the reason I like Cutie breaking up the boy energy is because it's necessary. Even Austin is such a boy. Austin is such a boy. He is a gay guy. Austin is not queer. Austin is not giving queer. Austin's giving gay. He's a gay guy. You know, she is surrounded by dudes. And don't get me wrong, Cutie Cinderella is definitely a woman. Like, she's definitely a woman. You know what I mean? But she's not like, you know what I'm saying? So I would say that Hassan is with a group of people that are pretty binary gender-wise. And so that's just going to engage in his more binary gender self. But, you know, I've been seeing, you know, Hassan said something on the stream on the podcast the other day that made me go, oh, okay. He was talking about how he had gone to an orgy and he knew how to fist. So I was like, okay, Hassan, breaking down those barriers, you know? So maybe there's something to that. But yeah, he does need to embrace his femme more. Everyone does. Everyone needs to deconstruct their gender more, you know?
Interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is, you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point. Because Israel...
Exactly, that is the point.
Is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire...
I was, sometimes I'll get a chance through my work to talk to a lot of like Jewish people or Israelis or, you know, different people from the Middle East or different places from, you know, West Asia, whatever, different places from different places. And one time I was talking to this person and they're like, oh yeah, I love the Arabs in my community. I mean, even if one of them ends up stabbing me, like I'll still think fondly of them. And I was like, and at first I was like, oh, that's like a terrorist joke, right? You're making like a terrorist joke. And then I realized like, oh, you're like kind of internalizing the idea that like an Arab might kill you one day, which is like Western propaganda, right? And I'm like, oh, and that's like so interesting to my brain. Because like I love an edgy terrorist joke. Like I've made plenty of 9/11 jokes, right? But they're not serious. And so now I'm like, And I realize there is this mistake people make, like, oh yeah, I love gay people. I mean, even though I think they're more likely to become groomers because, you know, they're perverted, I think gay people can be good. Or like when what did Joe Biden say about black children? Black children are just as capable as being as smart as white children, something like that. And I was like, why are you saying that? Like, I know people misspeak, but also, what are we saying? What are we really saying here? You know what I mean? I think it's hard to know because look, my special interest is deconstruction and introspection, extrospection. This is all I do all day. When I get off stream, I just go listen to more philosophy podcasts. I meditate. I enjoy my life. I make out with my wife. You know what I mean? We enjoy our life. We cook dinner. We like watch some anime. You know what I'm saying? So for a lot of people, this is like really hard for them. That's why you'll see like what's that white woman comedian? Chelsea Handler. You'll see Chelsea Handler doing ayahuasca to face her childhood. And she does it like one time. And she's like, I'm done. I want to deconstruct forever. I want to know there's never an end to my deconstruction because you can never reach the end because you're always growing. But if you're never growing, you'll reach a block. And until you open that door and remove the block, you won't be able to go deeper. But most people stop once they hit the block. Like Ethan is obviously stopped. Ethan found his he found his block and he stopped. And I'm saying, oh, there was Ethan's. So the Ethan is like most people. In my belief, most people are like Ethan. They get to a particular point, even progressives, they get to a particular point and then they stop. And I'm saying, but what if you didn't stop? But you guys know philosophy bubbles, like political bubbles, are niche communities. If you're even interested in politics, you're in a niche community. Even being here today, the 500 of you watching or whatever, you're into niche stuff. Hassan is niche. Ethan is niche. There are billions of people on the planet, and only a very small portion of the world cares about this bubble. I was just watching those two philosophy boys, Alex O'Connor and the other one, the cute one. What's his name? I love him. Not Alex, the other one. I mean, no shade to Alex or anything, but like I like the other kid better. What's his name? And they were on that podcast together, and they had met somebody, I guess Alex or somebody, had met somebody who had never heard of Jordan Peterson before. They're like, who's Jordan Peterson? And he was like, oh, yeah. Like, there are people who don't know who Jordan Peterson is. I was like, not only are there people, there are billions of people who do not know who Jordan Peterson is. And that's the point. It's like, we're all in our bubbles, guys. This thing we care about here is niche. The fact that I have a Jordan Peterson emoji as my members emoji, because we like to make fun of Ethan, sorry, not beautiful. Hassan, sorry. You might be beautiful, but I'm married. But if I wasn't married, you'd still be beautiful. Okay, like, at the end of the day, we are still niche, you know? And so I think when I say like deconstruct and face yourself and be introspective, it's still not even happening in these bubbles. Look at all these debate bros that thought Ethan won the debate. You know? Like, maybe, but I don't think so. Based off the evidence at hand, I really think Hassan knew more. But then see how we're able to call out Hassan, but still see his good points? I think my audience and the people here, we're really good at that. I think we're very good at saying, okay, I think Hassan is more right, but here's where Hassan is wrong. And I think that in of itself is a skill. I think we're exhibiting skills today, ladies. Gentrified, modified skeptic. No, not him. I like him, though. Not him. I've been watching more of his stuff, too. What's the guy with the accent who covers philosophy videos that are really, really good and very heavily edited? We watch him on stream. I'm not good with names. I don't watch people. I have to learn people's names. Either way, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the video.
Underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz."
It's not the same at all, dude.
Yes, Discord, unsolicited philosophy. That's who it is. Thank you, Discord.
Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory.
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
It feels very much like white person who has black neighbors. I have black neighbors. I know black people. Black people exist. America loves black people. Black people are everywhere. Barack Obama's black. What are you talking about? People love Michelle. What, Oprah? Ever heard of Oprah? Will Smith? Hello, Will Smith? What do you mean? America loves black people. America doesn't have a problem with black people. Who else, guys? Name your favorite black person. Let's keep going.
Yeah, that would be lying.
That's super sarcasm for my autists. I'm being sarcastic.
That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper-specific, narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there's a fucking genocide going on?
I mean, you did a show with me and you consider me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi
I
officer.
also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement, Mezarvot. Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my...
Oh my God, Ethan is so annoying. Chad says it's good to criticize Hassan within the community as outside the position requires that I defend him because the ones criticizing him do it on false and flawed grounds. I will say this is a conundrum I think everybody has, where people say, like, you never criticize people on your side. Yeah, but when I criticize them, I want to make it clear, like, I am not on your side, though. When I criticize Hassan, I'm not coming from the side of people who hate Hassan. Those people are always wrong because I never criticize Hassan in the right reason. So that's the problem, is like when I criticize Hassan, I'm doing it from a progressive perspective, but also like not for the same, and that's the problem, is they use our words against us to be like, see, even they don't like Hassan. No. Do not lump us into the same category. We are not the same. So I feel you on that. It's so frustrating to be like, I'm criticizing the people within, but like not in the same way those people are. It's so frustrating. Ugh.
My consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay,
listen, if you're in Israel, because Chad says Palestinians who live in Israel are discriminated against systematically. If you're in Israel and you're Palestinian or Arab in a way that the Jews or Israelis don't see you as one of them, and you live amongst them, that doesn't mean that you're not inherently seen as other. The moment you see people as other, we're going to run into fucking problems. That's why bias and prejudice have to be deconstructed. And we all have those problems. We all are raised in society. We're all susceptible. We were all little kids that sponge internalized all the bullshit our parents fed us and the world fed us. And we have to grow up and take everything we ever learned about anything and take it apart and make sure that, what was real, what was perspective, what was, So like, it doesn't matter. I don't know what happened in my TikTok, bro. I feel like something happened in my algorithm and all of a sudden I'm getting conservative in Israeli talking points. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm blocking all these. I've blocked like 50 accounts. I'm about to throw my TikTok out. I've literally blocked like 50 accounts and it just keeps showing up on my feed where I'm like, and all of a sudden I'm seeing pro-Israeli videos being like, oh, this is the Israel everyone's so afraid of. And it shows like Arabs and hijabis and like all these people hanging out. And I'm like, okay. And like, why are you showing me this video? Like, and like, it's so interesting. Like I'm sure Israel is a beautiful place that has nice, peaceful places. And like America also has nice places. And like, what is your point, bro? And they're like, I've been in Israel. I know what Israel's like, the real Israel. There is no real anything. All you're seeing is the part of your country through your bubble. Trust me when I say Americans, if I plucked a little New Yorker and put them over in fucking Kentucky, they'd be like, what the fuck? If I plucked a little Kentuckian up and I put them over in San Fran, they'd be like, what the fuck? We might be in the same country, but we are not having the same experience. Okay, we might be on the same planet, but we are not having the same experience. We might be the same gender, but we are not having the same experience. We might be the same skin color, but we are not having the same experience. Who would have thunk? It's not all about our individual experiences. It's about acknowledging that all of our experiences aren't the same. But they're all valid. We're all having them. But we run the risk, because we're human and flawed, of coming to really bad conclusions with really bad data. And all of us are bad at deciphering good and bad data. It is a skill, and it's really exhausting. And I fall for it. You fall for it. It's hard. Especially with all these liars. Everybody's such a liar, but they don't even mean to be. They're just biased and prejudiced and don't know it and don't know how to call themselves out. Look, I don't like group activities for a reason. And it's not just because I'm autistic. But when I was in high school, I used to beg my teachers not to give me group assignments, and they would do it anyways. And I hated failing because of other people. I never minded failing because of myself, but I hated failing because of other people. but that's a part of attachment. And now I recognize I'm in a group project with all of us. All of us are in a group project together, and we are failing together. And we're going to succeed together. But you really never do anything alone, even when you're alone.
Very
and
good.
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people.
Very
I
good.
foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months
Bro,
of horrific
do you want me to
mass
respond?
bombing
Chet said, are we grading on a curve? Yeah, we are. We're gonna grade humanity on a curve for sure.
and starvation.
Hassan, you got
as
to
a
you got to
tool
stop.
to
You got to
present
stop
yourself
with the
as a
fucking
victim.
with the gish galloping. I know.
This
You're
is not
righteous
gish
and I'm
gallop.
evil.
I'm explaining
Let
to
me
you my
respond.
position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off
Thank
bad.
you.
It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip
Thank
back,
you.
I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree
Thank
with you.
Okay, that's fair. See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations
Well,
that
my
have taken
problem
place.
is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my
Ethan,
family.
people make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something
We
that
agree
I
on a
privately,
lot of things.
This is
The
something
issue
that
is
I
the
privately
harassment.
talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've
that
talked a
the
lot.
reason
Let's
why
just
people
move on,
think
please.
You are
I-
behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is.
What? Is this true? Hold on. Is this true? Interfaith marriage is recognized in Israel. This is from Wikipedia, so you can't trust it exactly. Interfaith marriages performed within the country are not legally recognized. Is that true? However, marriages abroad are recognized. Times of Israel court rules, online civil marriages are valid. Upending. This is 2022. Interior Minister now obligated to register as married Israeli couples who wed in online ceremonies through U.S. state of Utah, but that's Israelis. This is Israeli couples. Okay, several Israeli couples got married through an online service. Is this specific to interracial or interreligious, or is this just specific to not getting married in the very specific way? Hold on. Chet says if you do, you're giving up rights. Same for gay marriage in Israel. If you have same-sex marriage outside of the country, it's fine, but you can't get one in Israel. What the fuck? What? Why does everyone say Israel's so pro-gay? What the fuck?
Is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They
What did
heard
I
your
say that's
output,
Zionist?
and they made these
What have I
inferences
ever
off
said
of your
that
output.
shows that I'm Zionist?
Israel has the right to defend itself. That's what it is. That's what it is. That is Zionist talking points. Okay.
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That
I mean,
I
you
am
just-
worthy of the scorn of you
personally
and the
just
entire
recognized
left.
how wrong that was,
did I
you
s-
just said.
Okay,
So that's one-
does
that's
that
one
mean I'm a
example.
Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So
And
what
there's
did I
plenty
say in
there
the
as
last 2
well.
years
There's
besides that
plenty there
clip?
as well.
What did I say, Hassan? What did I say
as
that's
recently
Zionist?
as last month.
You can't
as
give me
recently as
one
last
fucking
month.
contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
as recently
one.
as last month. As recently as
List
last month.
one example of me saying
No,
something
I'm giving you another
Zionist.
example. Just calm down and listen. As recently
You're
as
not
last
answering
month,
my question.
you
You're just
talked
doing
about
this gish
how
galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your
I don't defend that.
conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel.
Okay, so I just want to spell it out for Ethan fans. Ethan goes, how am I a Zionist? What am I saying that's anti-Palestinian? Then he'll say, I don't support them bombing hospitals. I don't support them killing civilians. I don't support them raping people. Israel has the right to defend itself. What do you think that means? Israel has the right to defend itself. What do you... Why does my thumb look weird? Is that how people's thumbs look? All right, is my thumb... What's wrong with my thumb? What's going on here? Anyways, okay. Anyways, so flexi joint. Yeah, well, I am pretty flexy. That's not. Yeah, I have the Ethan arms too. Look at how stupid my arms look. I know. I think I have the EDS, but not really. I'm just saying that it's a joke. Anyways, I don't want. No, stop. Chronically ill girlies in the chat. We're all gonna start talking about EDS. No, stop. Anyways, listen. She's flexing on us. What does Ethan think that is? Okay. Israel has the right to defend itself. That is exactly what Israel is doing when it bombs a hospital, when it rapes Palestinian prisoners, when or hostages, when it bombs schools, when it bombs hospitals. Israel is saying, this is what we're doing. We're defending ourselves. He doesn't get it. How does he not get it, bro? It's so obvious. That's what that means. That's what that means.
Israel's doing genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure. But you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think
Failure
it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is it me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than.
It's kind of like the same way. I'm going to try to use an American equivalent. It's kind of like saying being anti-Black Panther is kind of being pro-racism in America. It's like kind of like saying like liberation movements or freedom fighters of any kind are like needing to say they're always bad is always allowing the oppressor to stop any chance of groups rising to power or like actually representing their people or, something like that. You know what I mean? It's like he doesn't get it that ultimately the oppressor isn't going to want any pushback, and any pushback is a terrorist organization. So that way nobody can back up the liberation movement. That's why freedom fighters are often engaging in terrorist action that they do try to usually mitigate. That's why Hassan, you want to know the biggest fucking issue I have with Hassan Piker? That he thinks Luffy's a freedom fighter. Luffy is not a freedom fighter. This man couldn't do a group project if it fucking gave him meat. You know what I'm saying? And maybe even then. His dad is a freedom fighter. Luffy's, what's his name? The bestie is a freedom fighter. Like, Luffy isn't a freedom fighter. Luffy doesn't give a fuck. He didn't say fuck you to the world government as a freedom fighter. He did it because the freedom fighter, or the world government made his friend cry. Luffy didn't do it because he gives a fuck about politics. He did it because he's just like, how dare you make my friend cry, bitch? I'm gonna pull your hair down. Okay? Yeah, Sabo, freedom fighter. Kind of a baddie too, if you ask me, bro. Kind of a baddie too, if you ask me. But like, Sabo, a freedom fighter. Sabo's whole organization, freedom fighters. Luffy, he's just a guy. That's it. He's just a guy. He's just a guy who loves meat. Me. So Hassan is wrong. Okay, Hassan's worst take is that Luffy's a freedom fighter. Worst take.
There's not a standing structure remaining in most parts of Gaza. For Israel to actually systematically destroy every hospital
with Hamas spending the totality.
That a bomb shelter would just simply be fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation
from the
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down.
Hold on, guys. Chat says, girl, what? Luffy is not politically savvy, but he's a freedom fighter. He wants everyone to be free. Philosophically, do you not know the difference between freedom fighters work within systems, guys? Freedom fighters exist within systems. They want to liberate people from the system. That's not what Luffy wants to do. Luffy doesn't want to liberate you. Luffy wants to do whatever he wants to do, whether that's stealing people's food, whether that's destroying your buildings, whether that's adventuring. Luffy does not want to volunteer his time. He doesn't want to help the poor. Luffy doesn't want to feed you. Luffy wants to adventure, girl. Luffy is not interested in working in the system. Luffy doesn't believe in systems. Like freedom fighters work to dismantle systems to build better ones. They're not looking to dismantle systems completely. They want better systems. That's different. This is very different. This is very different. This is very different. Boom.
On the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
No, the reason why
time
people
and time
believe that
again.
is because of your hyper-focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your
That makes me a
distractions
Zionist?
away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine doesn't
simply
absolve
say
you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call them
one
terrorists. You call
for defending
Hezbollah a terror
myself.
group, which is, by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not
successfully
consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against American imperialism and
Do
other
you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny
What about
people
the-
their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the
Okay,
American
very good.
Constitution. So
Hassan,
yes,
please,
I
wanna
think
have
that this
can
definition
you-
is
can I give you-
intentionally
can I
vague and
ask-
is
Can I
fucking-
request something?
is silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
Oh
I
my
just,
God.
We're gonna be here.
Oh, Ethan is like Ethan is like, I'm trying to give examples that I haven't given already. He's your baby bro who's trying to argue with his older sibling, but he's also kind of like the uncle in the room who talks like he knows what he's talking about. And then when the kid in the room is like, actually, I don't think you're right on that because I just Googled it and I think you're wrong. He's like, listen, I'm your uncle. Listen to me. Listen to me. You're not having the right discussion. You're not doing it the right way. It's like, what's happening? What's happening?
American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But do you,
What do you mean? But you,
well, here, I'll be
but
more
you
precise.
use its definition without ever actually
You're
thinking
right.
about
Fuck
it. What do you
Let
mean?
me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, Leah, thank you for asking.
You're
Exactly. All right, let me explain.
I would love this.
I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not
actually.
have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, the very fact that other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Chatter, just so you know, I didn't read any of your comments after I saw the first one, but I love that you ended with anyway enjoying the same people that made you flee to the West, Brittany. Who fleed? Who flewed? I didn't flee. I didn't flewed. Why are you assuming you know who I am? You don't know me, bro. You do not know me, bro. I didn't be flee nothing. The only thing I flew was America. Okay? The only thing I fled from was the play. You know, the only reason I didn't end up in America is because they weren't welcoming to my immigrant spouse. It was too much work to bring them there. So I'm not reading anything else you wrote in chat, but do not assume my people's story, my bros. Do not assume my position, my bros. And for the record, no place is safe if all y'all are still fucking homophobic and transphobic. And you know for a fact, no place is safe for trans people. So all of you suck. So don't sit there and tell me the West is so much better. The West is transphobic and homophobic. It's as useless as anywhere else you criticize. So keep pointing your finger at the Arabs. But maybe just point the finger at yourself, because you guys have way more in common with these Arabs you claim to be so afraid of, because all of you follow the patriarchy. All of you care only about men and uplifting men and your homophobia and your bigotry. So I don't want to hear it, Sam Harris. I don't want to hear it. Sam Harris is not an ally. Okay? And I'm sick of him using minority talking points like, what about women? Arabs don't want to educate women. Muslims don't want to educate gays. Okay, well, I hardly doubt Sam Harris is working to tackle the bigotry and misogyny that the U.S. is facing. Thank you.
Considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying extermination.
Chad says it's so sad that these two people used to be friends. Seeing the hate in Ethan is so sad. They're not friends. And yes, friends, what are you guys talking about? Grutz and Griffith? Guys, friends have the worst friend breakups. That's why they're so intense. Friends are the most dramatic during a friend breakup. And by the way, they weren't even close friends. You should see what happens when close friends break up. Shit is messy. You know what I'm saying?
Discrimination is policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You
Let me
said
speak,
it's
please.
a genocide.
All right,
so what is the
Hassan,
expectation?
please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay?
Now
Thank
respond.
You. Thank you.
Chet says you always take me out when you reference Berserk. Bro, that theme song on repeat when I'm in the shower, like Vegeta in the rain. I love that theme song. It's so good.
Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a
Look, I'll give you an equivalent for Americans. Hassan saying he has no problem with those groups is like you saying you have no problem with the U.S. military. That's like really offensive to a lot of people. For a lot of people, you saying you have no issue with the U.S. military is like saying you have no issue with Hamas or Hezbollah. Yes? Okay. We can agree there are good parts and there are bad parts, but all of them are groups of men fucking up civilian lives. Both suck. Everybody sucks. These groups of men suck. Suck, 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 suck. Very brave take. Very brave take. Some of the videos that I have cried the most about on the internet are watching how men treat each other. Is he talking about Bashar? Who is it? The prisoners that were just liberated and they said that they were tortured with hot rods up their anus. A man did that to another man. Al-Assad. A man did that to another man. I think about that. I watched the prisoner interviews and I just kept thinking, why do men, Bashar al-Assad, why do men revel in torturing other men this way? What is wrong with you guys? Why do you revel in it? Why do you do this? Why do you torture men this way? What is your justification? Why do you get off on it? What is so interesting about it? What have you done to convince yourself? The videos out of that were horrible. They were horrible. You know? Just horrible.
Problem with Hezbollah.
No. That specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my...
And by the way, hold on. Chet says, how do women in political leadership differ to men, at least in instances we have to examine? Let me tell you this. I was reading the, is it Queen Elizabeth or Queen Catherine? Who made up mourning jewelry? Queen Victoria, my bad. Okay, I read Queen Victoria's biography like 12 years ago, so it's been a long time. But something that was interesting about Queen Victoria's reign was that when she was in power, she would talk about how women are stupid and she relied on men to give her instruction on how to rule the country. And I think about that all the time, how women have never been in charge enough to actually know what a world run by women would look like. But a world run by women who haven't deconstructed gender will be just as useless as a man ruling a world who hasn't deconstructed gender. Because women have been so formed by the patriarchy on a global scale that we ourselves have to do the work to deconstruct misogyny and patriarchy within our own viewpoints. And if you've got a girl who just tries to be a pick-me in charge, she's just going to do it like the boys did it. So gender can't be the role here. It's not that a woman is better than a man. It's how we raise men and then by proxy raise women. If we had a person in power who's truly deconstructed all these things, they might have a greater chance at offering better peace solutions than something else. So the issue isn't men or women in charge. It's groups of people who have deconstructed and it's the whole Zelensky thing. In what way was insulting Zelensky's lack of a suit in any way not the patriarchy at play? Men bullying men. For fucking what? For fucking what? For fucking what, bro? That mentality, whatever that is, it's bullshit. and it is not helping people. Okay? Chat says, so are women being raised better than men right now? Women, like any minority under an oppressive force, have a higher probability of deconstructing because of a need to figure out why they don't fit in or how to fit in better. Just like autistic people have a greater probability of maybe deconstructing, but at the same time, it's not really about that. So, I mean, plenty of Black women uphold the patriarchy every day by marrying their misogynistic husbands. It's not about being Black or a woman or anything else. It's about recognizing that you are a minority under minority status, and your minority men are still upholding the patriarchy, which keeps you second class. It's not about your minority status. It's just that your minority status can help you deconstruct a little faster, but it's not guaranteed. It's not a guarantee. So you have to be careful. And I think we've all done that, you know? Chet says, so we need to allocate more resources to boys. Are you trolling me right now, bro? Are you trolling me? It feels like you're trolling me. It's not about allocating more resources. It's about allocating resources to better things, not to boys. You said, caught me, sorry. Bro, nobody got time for this.
My conversation, because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem
You're
with that.
precise
Yes,
with
I
your
don't think
words,
that-
right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah.
Chad says women are forced to be more introspective than men. I think that's the fundamental thing. Minorities are forced into introspection due to the race. Maybe. Obviously not guaranteed though. I don't think that's my experience. I would say maybe more so. Definitely more than, but I wouldn't say always, which is hard. You know?
Because again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter
at all.
the exact count? Why does that bother you?
erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front
they collaborated.
of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force? They
participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by Russian
the government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading
You're defending terrorism
falsehoods.
right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did?
You know what's interesting? Because I think we agree, chat, that in general, you're more likely to deconstruct or be introspective if you're a minority in a majority place, right? We agree there. But chat said men need to hold more men accountable, though I think that would be helpful. Do you know what this? Maybe this is me. You know what? This is probably not true because this is Brittany's brain. But it feels like instead of men holding other men accountable, and this is never going to happen, but I would love to see people really deconstruct their own value system. And this is really hard for people. Like a lot of people would say, like violence is bad, right? And everyone's like, yeah, dude, violence is so bad. But then I could name like 20 ways we justify violence, right? There's a story I want to cover with you guys. I don't want to derail and cover it now, but there was a story that went viral on TikTok, if you haven't seen it, of a woman air frying 2 crabs live. She seasoned them live, put them in the air fryer and watched them die in the air fryer. And people were like, oh my God, this is so disgusting. And I was like, don't you all eat meat? There's no way you think factory farming is treating the animals better. You guys boil crabs alive. People boil crabs alive. You cannot, what's the cognitive dissonance we're all having here? Like, why are we pretending like, what do you think happens when you buy a lobster at a restaurant? Like, it's the same fucking shit. Yeah, it's horrible because you're watching it, but what do you think happens? This is why I've gone plant-based, because I'm like, uh-oh. No. I can't guarantee those animals are dying quickly, but also, like, I don't want to be a part of this. You know what I'm saying? But it is literally the same to me. And there's no, like, and they have put in certain countries, crabs are considered very sentient. They can learn language and they can problem solve. So, like, do you know what I'm saying? When you have these conversations, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we think we're anti-violence or we're not pro-cruelty, but then we forget how we are cruel in ways we don't mean to be. And I think it's a spectrum, and I don't think you're as guilty as the next person. But I think it would be so cool to see people deconstruct. That's what I'm doing. If you guys haven't seen my vegan video, you should watch it. Again, I don't identify as vegan because I'm not quite there philosophically, but I'm almost there. I can feel it. So for me, it's like, you know, I'm trying to question myself. Here I am saying I'm anti-violence, and I'm trying to understand that sometimes violence is necessary, but only as the last resort, like Tao Te Ching said. Like Tao Te Ching, we read this at the beginning of stream. Violence has to be the last resort. And if I eat meat, it's obviously not a last resort. It's a privilege. Like, I don't need to eat it to survive and to get my protein in. You know? Right? Chat says everyone carrying an iPhone is complicit in violence. Yes, but on a spectrum. So everyone uses this argument. Like, I'm telling you now, everybody is complicit in harm. Every new baby you bring into the universe is going to be complicit in harm. So the issue isn't to stop being complicit in harm. The issue is to harm reduce. Harm reduce. We are not looking to eradicate harm. If we had to eradicate harm, we'd have to eradicate every living being. Asteroids cause harm. Rocks cause harm. They roll down mountains and kill animals and people. You can't escape harm. You can only learn to suffer wisely. Okay? It's not humans alone. Animal life, plant life, rock life, everything that exists meets another force, a force meeting a force. So we are not, you know, we're not looking to eradicate harm. We are simply looking to harm reduce. And that's it. That's all we can ever do as people. That's all anyone can ever do. And that's the only thing I would love to see people try to figure out. I'm not making a prescription. I'm not saying you should be vegan or plant-based. I'm just saying I've examined my life, and in this way, for now and for the foreseeable future, I've decided that this is a form of harm reduction I can engage in, and I'm doing it. Right? Chat says when instability is trending upward, is it sometimes better to increase harm if it leads to stability? No. Not harm in the unwise way. If you mean suffering in a wise way, maybe, but never like we should never have bombed Japan. Even though people think it expedited peace. It was the wrong thing to do. If that's the example you're thinking of. Something like that, you know? All right, I'm going to go back to these streamers.
Syria wasn't that bad. How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You are taking
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying
Did they collaborate
that.
with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Axis of wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
You said I'm lying.
You said
I'm telling you
you were
what my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hassan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you
civilians?
said, because you want to be
Dude,
precise.
You made up the...
I like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue
stupidly
with them, let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen?
I support no groups of men. I'm so base today. I support no groups of men. If it's a group of men, I don't support it. It's always going to lead to something bad. I don't trust it. Next.
mean, they were allied. They
did.
participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending
sure
them,
sounds like it.
Ethan. I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said, you
And I'm having a
liar.
conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can
I'm
you
not
lie to
minimizing
people?
what you
Like,
did.
we
I'm
just
minimizing
watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough.
Ethan, what are we going to do without all these men? I don't know. Live a peaceful life, house everybody, clothe everybody, get everybody health care. We need these men, these strong men. Society doesn't care about men. Men don't care about men, girl. Start with yourselves.
Research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah,
because it doesn't.
You mean
it
I'm
doesn't
Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing
Responding to
people
harassment.
who are offering analysis and not justification.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hassan, you're doing it.
About,
you're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done
No,
twice
you don't
now.
need to
So
explain
this is
anything to me. I
productive
understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people.
The problem with being an edgy boy in the internet, myself included, is that we put our foot in our mouth because we're going for a lull. And we're being sneaky. Well, not sneaky. We're being we're being, what's the synonym? We're being cheeky. We're being cheeky. Hassan has put his foot in his mouth a lot. And we all do that. Okay? We all do it. Yes, snarky. We're being snarky. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We're being snarky. We're being like, none of us are innocent. And so for all of us to point fingers, we got to stop. Everybody stop pointing fingers. Start fresh. Start tomorrow. Because God knows you're all guilty. We're all guilty. Okay? None of us are not guilty. We all just have different lines in the sand of how far we'll go. That's it. That's the difference.
People think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State? Do you believe the State Department's
Answer
designation for
the
terrorism is
question.
valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and
you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, oh, Hassan defends terrorists, okay,
literally
there's
just
a reason
did.
why you say that. You say that
You
to
literally just
disparage
did.
me without actually addressing my arguments. And now,
Hold on. Why do you guys keep saying Hassan's autistic in my audience? Did he get diagnosed? Is this a self-diagnosis because he took one test? Because I had to take 9. Okay? Not that I'm saying you can know you're autistic. You definitely know if you're autistic. But also, this man, because I took 9. And it was annoying. You'll know you're autistic when they make you take 9 fucking tests. That's when you'll know you're autistic. Because talk about a meltdown, bro. Okay? Pat says he's like a 128 Brittany sarcasm, brother. He's definitely probably neurodivergent autistic. You know, I'm not judging it. He's ADHD, he's probably autistic. I'm poking a little fun. Okay? From one autistic brother to another.
now when you're faced with me face to face to
bro,
talk
you're
about
doing it
these
again.
issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I
In the
just run
beginning,
around
shit
being like
changed.
Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do, but
I
for a
said their
different reason.
actions
We'll
were
get to
noble.
that
I
in a
didn't call
second.
them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said their
inception
actions
was
were
a
noble.
noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
people can assume I'm
presenting a
Zionist,
position.
but it's okay for
What?
it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got
Because,
it. The logic
no,
is
you don't
clear.
understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why
I'm
people
a
assume you're
fucking
pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel okay? Let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro?
I think the difference is, did Hassan create a whole campaign going after people because people thought he was a terrorist? Because Ethan's going after everybody just because they said he was a Zionist. Did Hassan try to deplatform people that spread that clip around and said he was a terrorist sympathizer? Because Ethan definitely tried to deplatform people for calling him a Zionist.
Pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the
Chat says I got diagnosed, and to be honest, it's not that important to have an official diagnosis. Nothing changed for me. I think that's okay for you to have that perspective. For my brain, I never would have done anything unless I got the diagnosis. I'll be real. The reason I say that is because my life, I'm so autistic that without the diagnosis, I wouldn't have done anything. I wouldn't have improved my life. That's how autistic I am. That without the diagnosis, I refuse to engage in my behavior like I'm autistic. So, you know, you gotta figure out your brain, because I'm the kind of brain that's like, I'm not doing shit without a diagnosis. Thank you. Without a diagnosis, I'm not doing fucking shit.
on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never won.
Chat says he took a test. He didn't take a test with a doctor. Guys, only a doctor can diagnose you autistic. And they can be wrong, but a doctor has to examine you and has to give you interview questions stemming from your childhood into adulthood. You can't just take a test on the internet and be autistic. And yes, I believe in self-diagnosis. I'm just letting you know.
Once in my entire life, Hassan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my... Stop.
Dude.
Oh, Chad says he was assessed when he was a child since his brother was diagnosed. Did he slip through the cracks because he's so good at masking? Maybe Hassan is a really good masker.
All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and playing clips from that?
What does it matter? What?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3.
Excuse me. I remember watching an Ethan stream where he goes, sorry, guys, I got to pull this from Destiny's subreddit. He just has all the clips here. I swear to God, he pulled up Destiny's subreddit on stream. And none of this matters. I hate this conversation. See, I hate getting bogged down in the weeds. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Free Palestine.
Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have left your community. You said your community has nothing to do with this. You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Bro, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to
just gish gallop forever.
Hold on, pause. I'm more interested in what my chat is talking about. I just learned neurotypicals don't list out their morning and nighttime routines, and that can be true. How do they do things? How do you know you need to do things without going through them in your head? I have a theory that every fad that became popular, especially with girls, that was about colored markers and notebooks and organization and lists, was actually just being funded by autistic girls and ADHD girls who weren't diagnosed. Because God knows the way I would take all my gel pens and organize them in color codes. The way during my autism assessment, the doctor goes, did you ever collect things as a kid? I said, no, not really. And he goes, well, what do you mean not really? Could you name some things? I was like, well, I never really collected anything. I mean, I had a binder full of business cards that I would collect. And then I got like maybe 500 of them and I got bored. And I did collect rocks. And so my whole house was full of like hundreds of rocks. But I don't really collect things. And he was like, I was like, yeah. He's like, well, how would you get those business cards? I was like, well, every time I was with somebody, I'd say, do you have a business card? I collect them. And he was like, uh-huh. And I was like, okay, you got me there, buddy. You got me there, buddy.
Has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this
Hassan,
conflict.
please,
And if
let
you
me just talk.
demonstrated-
This is you say
if
your
you
community
demonstrated
has nothing to do
fraction-
with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
Someone,
demonstrated-
please,
Ethan,
Hassan, let me finish a
listen to
point.
me. If you demonstrated
dude, you
a
gotta let
fraction-
me.
Chat says, and they needed 9 tests. Honestly, by the 4th test, I think he knew. Maybe even by girl, he kept looking at me. And I was like, but everybody does this. He's like, I don't do this. And I was like, okay. He's like, I'm ADHD, but I don't do that. And I was like, okay, well, I feel like everyone does that. He's like, do they though? And I was like, And it was 2 doctors, and the other one was autistic and a woman. And so it was very fun. But like, I was like, okay. Okay, sir.
Let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm going to mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me.
So I'm not
If you
muted. So
demonstrated a
hold on, let me
fraction of the
finish.
humility-
You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just
You've
now,
got
most people would
to
not
let
have
me
left your
say
community, by the
something.
way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I say
Redditors?
that?
You heavily implied it, bitch. You went after every YouTuber who said anything about it and made a claim that they participated and encouraged people to call CPS. Why is Ethan pretending like he didn't accuse everyone on the internet of calling CPS?
You said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your
Does he mean harassment separate from the CPS?
stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS?
Chat says he titled the pod video Snark called CPS on me. Yeah, what is he talking about?
On you?
Did I say that?
Like random
Wait.
anonymous
stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I say
Redditors?
that?
Okay, I have a theory. New theory. Zoom out with me. New good faith theory about Ethan that isn't going to look good for him. It's good faith, but it's not going to look good for Ethan. What if Ethan is so stupidly content brained, he thought it would be a funnier title to say Snark Reddit called CPS on me and get more views, even if he didn't say that in the pod? Like the way he called Dan Clancy a Nazi in his original thumbnail, but then changed it. You know what I'm saying? What if, and then what if it turned into him really believing it to some extent? Like, what if he's so stupid, he doesn't understand that even if you're trying to make something clickbaity, you got to be careful because of the way people are going to take it and then harass people on behalf of your clickbait. Something like that. Chat says Snarkers called CPS on me, gone wrong. I think, that's see? That's what I'm saying. Like, he says the things, but I don't know what he actually believes. If you want my true, honest to God, I don't know what Ethan actually thinks about anything. And I've been saying this for months. I cannot tell you what this man thinks about anything. He's not telling me. I don't know what he actually thinks. I don't think he knows what he actually thinks. Like most people. Most people just argue to argue. I swear to God, Ethan is just arguing to argue. It's his way of getting attention. He doesn't know who he is unless he's getting attention. That's why he's content brained. If you remember when I was with Destiny and I made my Destiny video explaining why Destiny is a misogynist and we don't need him. But remember in that video when I went to Miami to collab with him and Abba and Melina and everybody? And funny how the whole group, no one talks to each other anymore because you know what I'm saying, Destiny. But anyways, so remember when I was there and Destiny was like, oh, I in my marriage, I want the right to bring Lav and Max back into my life or somebody adjacent to them. So for views, and I don't want a wife who tells me I can't have that. And I was like, you don't want your partner to be concerned you're bringing toxic people into your life? And he was like, no, I don't want to be told what to do. That's childhood trauma right there, baby. That's trauma. To be so fucked up that you would rather bring chaos into your life than trust your partner has your best interest in mind. Okay. This is kind of like Ethan. Ethan is so childhood traumatized that he cannot understand, right? That you're seeking a validation, you're seeking for attention is manifesting in this situation. I'm telling you. Because I don't know if you guys know, but Destiny had a really fucked up childhood. If you've ever heard the stories he shared online, this man grew up in one of the most fucked up homes I've ever listened to in my whole life. Ethan had a really fucked up childhood. Not as bad, thank God. But these boys did not grow up with stable childhoods. And they think that's not going to impact them as they become adults. Men. Only a man could be as fucked up as Destiny's childhood and think he didn't grow up with any repercussions. It's really bad. Like, I wouldn't wish Destiny's childhood on anybody. It was really bad. It doesn't excuse his predatory behavior, but I'll tell you right now, it explains a lot of it. But he still has enough free will to make a better decision, and he didn't do it. He made a bad decision. And so he must be held accountable.
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. What? So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that has called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't.
What about Denims? What about Ethan accusing Denims? And even Bada Empanada, who I don't even want to defend here. But what about him accusing both of them for participating in the CPS thing?
That's an actual issue. So you turn it into, you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for this participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out.
Guys, I hope you know all of our communities are all over the internet. Like, do you think just because we're not engaging with communities, it doesn't mean we're on their Reddit pages or on their Twitters? It's like people that follow everybody on Twitter, not because they support them, but because they want to stay in the loop. Do you really think our Discords aren't sharing links from other people's Reddits? Our community being involved in people's Reddits is it's a very specific way to frame that. Even Destiny subreddit isn't full of Destiny fans alone. Do you know people who aren't even Destiny fans are on his subreddit because of the way that it's like one of the top subreddits? Yeah, chat. Chat says we're just nosy pants. We're just nosy. I just want to know the tea. Like, when I go on people's Reddit pages, I'm just trying to see what people are saying. I'm not trying to be, like, in it. I'm not posting and shit. Like, yeah, chat says, I was thinking about this. People talk about bubbles on the internet like they don't overlap. Yeah. What a crazy narrative. You think our bubbles aren't overlapping? You think our communities aren't watching each other and being like, oh my God, this just showed up on this stream, or, oh my God, YouTube just recommended this to me and I watched it. I was telling my partner about some YouTube drama and he's like, wait, why do you even know about this? I was like, because I watched one Denims video and one Willie Mack video, and now I know all of this fucking drama. And he's like, damn. I was like, all I had to do was watch 2 videos, and now I know like 6 new dramas that I didn't even know were happening. I'm just saying, like, you think our communities aren't overlapping? You think we're not talking to each other? You think we're not learning? You think I'm not watching a video just to see what's going on, and then I find out about stuff I didn't even know was going on? I'm like, oh my God.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hassan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
You have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why
I can't believe
did you criticize XQC
Here, let me tell you.
I don't know what this is referencing. Somebody want to give me the synopsis of that? What are they talking about?
Moderating his chat.
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him, to attack me. Okay, there's a difference.
And that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our.
Remember when Ethan called into Philip DeFranco and made a Zionist comment about genocide? And then Philip DeFranco's chat went wild and started saying Zionist, 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 Zionist. I hate to tell Ethan this, but you going to go after Phil now? Like, we didn't even know you were going to call into Phil that night. So the fact that you did it and his own audience gave you backlash, you know what I mean? Like, Ethan is underestimating how much the internet, parts of the internet who watch Phil also have overlap with Hassan, and we're pro-Palestine. You know? Let's see. Chat says XQC's chat was full of Hassan attacks. Hassan requested XQC to better moderate his chat. That's very basic recap. I wonder why he did that. Like, I wonder why he asked them to moderate. I want to see that conversation. Can we please have big streamers and content creators talk about their responsibility in relation to their chats and stuff? That's what we really need to talk about, you know? But also, that's interesting that Hassan even requested that. I'm kind of surprised.
Our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024, where I actively defend you. That is moderating
bro,
my
I do
community.
not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hassan. Everybody loves iDubbbz, too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hassan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you.
Lie. That is the first time I fully caught Ethan lying, in my opinion. Lie. He definitely wants to be liked. Ain't no fucking way. This boy doesn't want to be liked.
My objective too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hassan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's
ain't no fucking way.
It's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People
ain't no fucking way, bro. Cap.
Don't like you. I can't change that. Okay, there's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole
Jess says, how is this the first lie? I mean, like, a very specific kind of lie. Like, Ethan knows maybe he doesn't know he's seeking validation. Look, guys, okay, I also have a special interest in therapy, and I read a lot of psychology books, and I know people just don't know things about themselves. They don't know. I'm telling you, Ethan doesn't know. That's why people go to therapy, y'all. That's why they call it cognitive dissonance, y'all. Like, that's why you'd be surprised when people go to therapy. They're like, I didn't know this about myself. I'm just saying, people don't know. They don't know. So even though it's clear to you and you feel like you can see it and it's so obvious, they don't know. They don't know. Just like you don't know, name one time in your life you were shook at your own behavior. You know?
Career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like...
Yeah. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you...
It's embarrassing,
sorry, hold on.
especially because of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not...
Whoa, listen to that.
You okay?
My argument...
That sounded real. Didn't that sound real?
Bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument...
Whoa! That sounded real. Like, for a second, he genuinely sounded real. Whoa. See? That's what I'm waiting for. Why can't they talk to each other with that tone? Yeah. That sounded real for just a second.
With you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to sea Palestine would be free.
I'm not gonna let you stump up me again. Another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that...
I think Ethan cried about this later because Ethan doesn't want to be loved and he doesn't understand why he can't keep friends. But it's not because Ethan's a bad person. It's because he's stubborn and therefore he's backing bad people. Like, I think this is the problem. Is like, I do think there's a genuine part of Ethan. This is what I'm saying by when you're in your fifis. When you're in your fifis, you're not genuine. You're just in a heightened state of mind. When you're grounded, that's your most genuine. When you're grounded and level-headed and regulated, that's the real you. Listen, when I'm triggered, I'm not me. Like, I am not my triggers. You are not your borderline. I would go so far as to say you're not even your autism. Ooh. But what I mean to say is you're not your disability. You're not the thing that's giving you executive dysfunction. You are not your executive dysfunction. You are more than the way your brain processes. I would argue you're more than your brain. I know, determinists about to stroke, okay? I think you are more than your brain. I think you're more than a lot of things. I think you're a biological creature evolved over millions of years, and yet I think within the magic of that evolution, you are so much more than what you present. I would even take it as far as I don't really think people are what they do. I don't actually believe that. I think you are more than what you say and what you do. But I think sometimes, even though you are more, what you say and what you do, because you refuse to engage in that more, that's how we have to meet you. That's where we have to meet you. Okay? Because you will refuse to engage in your moreness, now I have to meet you where you're at in your lower self. And that sucks for everybody, because now I can't reach that genuine part of you to give you the tool to be like a better person, and you can't take it, right? So like, that's what I see with Ethan. I feel like for just a second, we see glimpses of like his grounded self, and then it shoots back up and it's gone again. It's gone again. And then we're back in it. And that's so frustrating. But I've seen it with family, friends, people. I've seen it with so many people, right? I'm not that surprised. But yeah, I think you are so much more. Like, I think there's a real you that exists. And if you want, you can introspect and extrospect and get to know that person, that real you. And that person, the possibilities are just not unlimited. Like, there's so much you can do with that person. But you kind of have to unlock. That's why I think you have to unlock your free will. I don't really think people all have the same amount of free will because they can't unlock it. I think Ethan has less free will than I do. But he's just as accountable because it doesn't matter. Because with that limited free will that he refuses to unlock, he chooses in some limited capacity to engage in this behavior. But if he went to therapy and unlocked more of that free will, he would make less of these decisions and be held less accountable because there'd be less to hold accountable to. But because he refuses to go to the therapy, he's in one way not engaging in free will because his brain is keeping him safe by telling him, you don't need therapy. You're safe. You're right. Do not go to therapy. Do not listen to Hassan. Don't listen to anybody. You're correct. Everybody else is wrong. It's a protective measure. And then he's like, yeah, I am right. And then he rejects any notion that he should do anything to further deepen his understanding of the situation. And so he doubles down, and this is what we see. We see this Ethan. I am not a therapist, psychologist, or an educated person. I'm just a girl who's read thousands of books. But from my limited understanding of what it means to be a person, it is simple, but it is simply complicated, right? So he is a biological creature, a slave to that biology, and yet he is also a person who can unlock a level of free will, which will help him be a much different and better person. You know? No. It says, do different regions in the world have a collective spectrum of free will? No, I don't even know what that means. Everyone's the same everywhere. Everyone's the same everywhere. Introspective people exist everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're living in the most remote part of some indigenous tribe and you've never seen a cell phone, you could be the most introspective person on the planet. So I don't know if you're trying to make some racist argumentation here, that the West is more educated or some shit. The West is ignorant. All people are ignorant, but all people can be introspective no matter where they are in the globe.
He'd be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, you can walk like a duck, you quack like a duck. Most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the,
is that the, same as
rest of the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide,
can I play this? This is
token Jews?
Actually, I'm not sure there are any token Jews in this situation. Funny enough, Ethan is not a token Jew. He's just a Jew. He's just a Zionist. And the Jews he's mentioning on the hummus video, they're not token Jews either. They're just Jews with different opinions. I don't even think there's a token Jew in this situation. And I love to call out tokenism, but like, I don't think anyone's a token here. You know, Chet says, is being introspective synonymous with being curious and open to being wrong? I mean, they go hand in hand. To introspect is to look inward and to deconstruct the emotions and feelings and ways and the whys of you. To extrospect is to deconstruct and figure out the emotions and feelings and the whys and the of people outside of you, right? So introspection inward, extrospection outward, and together you have a deeper, more profound understanding of you and the world. You want to have symbiosis with your introspection, extrospection. You want to have positive symbiosis, girls. That's what we're aiming for. Okay. When we're out of sync, we are now not engaging in positive symbiosis. We're now just having crooked symbiosis. Okay. Let's get back to positive symbiosis. This is why philosophers, this is why people talk about being in balance, because human beings are all evil and all good. We're both. And so we have to engage away from our evil and into our joy. Not good. Good is a baggaged word. You know what I mean? So, Ethan's like in his evil, but evil doesn't mean what everyone else thinks it means. Evil, they're evil. Everybody's evil. Nobody's evil. Everyone's evil. Evil is a construct. But I like to use evil meaning out of sync with your joy versus I'm not making a judgment. I'm not saying you're a bad person if you're evil. I don't really believe in bad people. Like I don't believe in bad dogs. But I think we're all animals on a planet and we're engaging with different relationships of introspection. And yes, I think animals have a consciousness. And I think that my cat is a person and her life is just as valuable as my neighbor's life. And if there was a fire, I would save her life because I know her longer.
Here's
that
what
are not representative of the broader movement.
They're statistically
You also
not.
called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Hold on. Chat says, what about Hitler? Okay, listen to what I said. There are no bad humans like there are no bad dogs. That doesn't mean there aren't dogs that rip off babies' faces and eats them. Do you understand the difference? It's the philosophy difference. There are no bad dogs. Like there are no bad people. And yet, some dogs will rip off the face of an infant baby. Do we know the difference? You know what we're saying? I'm saying I don't have to judge to condemn you while holding you accountable. I don't judge that dog, but I still keep that dog away from other dogs, and maybe that dog gets put down. But that dog probably just needs to go to a better place, right? Humans are the same thing. I don't need to judge you to condemn you if you do a bad thing, but I also don't need to torture you or treat you like you're evil just because you did a bad thing. You know?
Shoes
yes.
that you don't like, and you are quick
I have
to
a
call
problem
them
with Matt
capos.
Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there you don't like Bad Empanada? You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when
Chat says, can you explain the philosophy behind no judgment? Judgment comes up from a place of like superiority, and it comes in two forms. Casual judgment, like I'm making a judgment to assess whether or not I should try to hit this yellow light or will it go red too fast and should I stop? That's a judgment that's normal and natural. We all make it. Oh, I'm judging the way you did your hair, but not as a way to condemn you. Judgment to condemn means that I'm making a moral judgment on your consciousness and who you are through and through, and I'm making it so you never can escape that judgment. This is a bad person, and therefore, because I decided they're a bad person, they can never, ever be anything but that. Versus making a judgment of like, what should I eat today? I'm going to make a judgment on that, right? Okay? I don't judge people. I don't condemn you to an eternity of being judged. I only judge you for the moment you exist. I think life is moments in time, and sometimes moments last a lifetime. But I don't think you are only this moment. I just think sometimes people choose to only live out that moment until they die. Okay? So I don't judge to condemn. I try to judge appropriately. I try to appropriately judge the situation and to put people in a category where if they need to be held accountable, it's done reasonably, rationally, and with compassion, and not out of a need to judge, therefore condemn, therefore say you'll never see the light of the day. You'll never hear me say this person should never see the light of day. I think you should see the light of day. I think you should have a garden. I think you should have housing and health insurance. I think you might have to be kept away from society, but I think you should, in a limited capacity, live a good life. Like you did a horrible thing, and I think you're an animal on a planet. So yeah, I kind of judge you similarly. You know, I think animals, non-human animals, some of them have judgment and some human animals don't. I do not believe human animals or non-human animals move off instinct alone. I think human animals and non-human animals are very similar. And in some cases, some human animals are moving more off instinct than some cats I've met. And some cats I've met are moving more on instinct than some humans I've met. But I think we all have evolved over millions of years to come out uniquely and different. And you never know. There's always going to be outliers in society. Okay? But yeah, I don't judge to condemn you. That kind of makes sense? You know? Chat says, well, there's a difference between unconscious and conscious judgment. The unconscious is what we call prejudice, and that would be another form of judgment. But when people say, I'm judging you, they're meaning to condemn. Like, usually in a bubble, if somebody says, like, you are a bad person, they're saying, you are a bad person forever and ever. And I'm saying, nobody is bad forever. But sometimes they can be bad for their lifetime, which sounds like forever. You know? I think that's the problem is I don't think forever. I think forever is forever. And I think forever isn't just how long you're alive. You know? So when I call someone a bad person, I just mean like they're acting within their evil to such an extent where it's outweighing the good. But like I'm not writing them off forever. I'm just writing them off enough. But not forever. And I think that's important.
When he
Here's the
starts talking
difference.
about me,
Here's
he's
the
your
difference,
best friend.
Ethan.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also
And all of a
always
sudden,
say?
you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you
and
love
I've
his
maintained
videos
this
suddenly?
position- I've
Before
maintained
you
this
pledged never to
position-
watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is
Initially,
insane, pathetic,
No,
bold-faced
that's
lie.
what it is. No, he said.
You literally
I have.
told. Oh
I
my
have.
god,
I
dude.
have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You
and
keep
all these
going.
other
No,
videos.
that's what
You asked for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
Oh my
he would
God!
ever
Wait,
ask
I sent
for.
you a
And all
clip.
these
Why
other
aren't you playing
content
that
creators
one? Actually,
watch.
whipping their communities when
Whipping their
their chat is
communities.
going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was
So,
pro-Palestine.
yeah, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm going to pee. Keep watching.
You.
Let me know if I miss anything.
There you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's
What?
hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never
Keep
stuck
playing.
to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shout on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care.
I mean, I've watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going. No,
why? It's
Come
7
on, we
minutes
watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your
Spare
clips.
the
Keep going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go to
finish
the
it.
middle.
I know what it is. You
Go
talk
to the
kindly
middle.
about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think I'm
absolutely
not
are
trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that
okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
Whoa.
No, whoa.
I'm
My
never
turn.
gonna watch a bad ending.
You
Whoa,
were
whoa,
just
whoa.
screaming, play the video. You told me to
just said
shut
I wasn't
up.
moderating my
Hold
community
the
and
fuck.
claiming that
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that
Okay,
you didn't
go
watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the
I'm
way.
just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth?
Uh-oh. You guys are saying I should rewind. Hold on. What's Discord saying? Deport Hassan. Deport Hassan. Hassan is the only one moderating his community. Ethan. Oh, wait, you guys want me to rewind? Hold on. Sorry. I was kissing my wife. I'm sorry. I took too long.
Before this conflict, which has
How
when he
far?
started talking, you lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because
This one? More?
you're the best friend ever. By the
Whoa,
way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
I'm
My
never
turn.
gonna watch a bad ending.
you
whoa,
were
whoa,
just
whoa.
screaming, play the video.
You
You told me
just
to
said I
shut
wasn't
up.
moderating my
Hold
community.
the
In
Or
fuck.
a bit more? Okay, hold on.
I'm
Bad empanada
I'm
stuff? What
enemy.
is
A
it?
person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy.
This one? A man who cries Palestinian? Not your enemy? Is this good? Okay.
Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's
More? My God, I should have just paused it.
Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my
Show my
clip.
clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem.
This one? Show my clip?
There you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do
No,
you
you're
want me
not
to
gonna
watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, I'll just. You think if I just play it from the beginning, I'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By the
middle.
way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What?
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist.
Oh, we covered some of these clips on my stream the other day.
Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play. Which,
Whoa. Put that together. Put it together. If you don't defend me, my audience will then attack you. What? That's the problem. Why? Why are our audiences attacking us for not defending each other? Why? Don't you think that's weird? My audience would never do that. That's what's crazy. Why? That's insane.
by the way, you never
Keep
stuck
playing.
to. You never.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me.
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
I've watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Oh my God, Ethan. He's like, I don't want to know how much you love me, Hassan. Just let me be angry at you. Because if I know how much you love me and defended me, I might crumble under the weight of your compassion. Oh, hey, what are you going to do?
Going. No.
It's
Come
7
on, we've
minutes
watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your
Spare
clips.
the
Keep going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we gonna glean from watching longer?
Keep
of it?
playing. Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go to
finish
the
it.
middle.
You get. I know what it is. You
Go
talk
to the
kindly
middle.
about. Okay, here I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think
absolutely
I'm
are
not trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that
okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
Whoa.
No, whoa.
I'm
My
never
turn.
gonna watch a bad end.
You
Whoa,
were
whoa,
just
whoa.
screaming, play the video. You,
You
told me
just
to
said I
shut
wasn't
up.
moderating my
Hold
community
the
and
fuck.
claiming that-
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that
Okay,
you didn't
go
watch.
ahead.
Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion.
I don't like this narrative. I hate this narrative YouTubers use with each other. Like, you guys are celebrities. At some point, you are mini celebrities. So we're gonna talk about anything that's trending and anything that's relevant. I really don't know the line here, but I really hate the idea that people are like, oh, you didn't watch this guy before, but he talks about me. Yeah, Ethan, you are the Ye of YouTube. Like, you're not even that bad yet, but you might go down that route. You know what I mean? Like, just a reminder that Dr. Kirk Honda has literally talked about celebrities and never had to take down a video, but he talked about Ethan Klein and had to take down a video because he was being harassed by Ethan's audience and Ethan himself, which Ethan started. Like, Ethan, he doesn't tell his audience, hey, please don't go after Dr. Kirk Honda, leave him alone. Instead, he makes an Instagram post going, Dr. Kirk Honda, this is very horrible. You are so unprofessional. I am really concerned that you are professional making this video. Why didn't you just message him first? Because right when you make the video and you treat Dr. Kirk like content, now Dr. Kirk has nothing to do but to get ready for all your harassment from your audience. Like, that's the thing that's like, doesn't Ethan understand? Like, you create the circumstance because you turn it all into content. People turn everything you do into content. I don't get how he doesn't get it. I think most people get it. I think Ethan and Destiny specifically never get it. Because remember when J-Stock was like, Brittany, why do you keep talking about Destiny? And I was like, because he's literally one of the biggest debate bros. He just did a collaboration with like all these other people, like Ben Shapiro and stuff. What do you mean? And everyone, like, I don't even talk about him that much. Like, I talk about him with you guys, but I don't make like videos with Destiny's thumb in the thumbnail. Like, I have a very big rule of not putting Destiny in my content, right? But I'll talk about him. I just don't want to make a video about it. You know, that's why when I made my video about him, it was a big deal because I never do that. And I still didn't even put that ugly face in my thumbnail. Just kidding. No one's ugly. Everyone's beautiful. But I didn't even put his name or his face in my thumbnail. You know what I mean? But like, anyways, I think some people on the internet really have a hard time accepting that they're like public figures. I really do. I think sometimes y'all can't accept that you're public figures. And you guys think you're still boys playing video games in your bedroom. You're literally millionaires off this job. God, I can't wait to be. Can I be a millionaire? How do I become a millionaire? Guys, everybody like the stream, please. How do I become a millionaire? How are all these boys? How many women in this sphere are millionaires versus how many boys? That's what I want to know. Okay, how many girls in the political commentary space are millionaires? Not OnlyFans models, which we love. I also have an OnlyFans, but that's different. That's erotic art. That's sex positivity. How many girls in the debate space or in the politics space or philosophy space are millionaires like these boys? That's what I want to know. You know what I mean? Anyways, so yeah, I don't know why they forget they're content creators. It's so weird.
Of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Next
the
shirt,
stream.
by the
I'm
way.
just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Day genocide propaganda will come.
Wait,
Thanks for
wait,
watching.
that's in the clip,
Free
Ethan.
Palestine.
You keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this.
I played the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching that.
Oh my God, Hassan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support
himself
him.
with regular frequency.
Link to his
Because
page.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just
Well, you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada.
I mean, can it just be both? I also dislike Bad Empanada. That doesn't mean I haven't covered him on my stream, or I can accept that sometimes he might have a point, but I also don't like Bad Empanada. So? You know what I mean? Like, who fucking cares? Bad Empanada is just like, it's boy energy I particularly don't like in boys. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean he hasn't made a point on occasion. Who cares? I hate this. This doesn't matter to me. Next.
Cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Is he a terrorist?
Chad says Bad Empanada is crazy, but his video essays are really good. That's what Hassan said. Yeah, for the record, video essayists are really good at their jobs. They're also, a lot of them are alcoholics, but here we are. I can appreciate your video essay and still be concerned because you obviously have a problem. Sometimes some people just make good content. Sneeko used to make great content. Sneeko, 10 years ago, when he was a kid, used to make amazing video essays. And now look at him. He devolved. You know why? He said, why should I put that much effort into making content when Hassan can watch it on stream and make more money off of me? He lost his artistic fire. Sneeko, when I first discovered Sneeko, it was like 1 billion years ago. And he was still a kid. And I said, oh, I wonder who he's going to grow up to be. My sister and I watched a video of him. And we remember thinking, I wonder who this kid's going to grow up to be. Oops. But yeah, like, Sneeko should have just been an artist. He should have stayed an artist. He should have stayed an artist. Not that all artists are good people, but you know what I mean? He lost himself to the temptation of the money and the Bugattis. He lost himself to the temptation of the world. You know?
He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone who, by the way, yes,
like,
you're.
Has he?
By the way, you couldn't even watch a fucking.
I can point to.
We should do. Maybe we'll do like a. Because I had a run-in with Sneeko. Like, this a problem is like I knew a Sneeko had existed. Like, if you go back many years into most streamers' lives, usually when they're younger, they're worse than when they're older. But Sneeko was reverse. He was better when he was younger, and he got worse as he aged. Which is why I kind of hope he'll grow out of this stage, but there's no hope, right? There's no possible, I'm not holding on to hope for it. And people used to accuse me of defending Sneeko too hard, but Sneeko was genuinely open-minded until his brain fell out. Maybe we should go back. I could go back and show you original Sneeko, like original Sneeko, like when he was a minor. Not Sneeko in his 20s, not Sneeko out of college, young Sneeko. And then you'll realize like, oh, that kid could have been somebody. He could have been really somebody, not this temporary somebody he's pretending to be. Not this temporary somebody he's pretending to be, but really could have been somebody. But he went down the Andrew Tate yay pipeline. You know, he really could have been somebody, but he got tempted and he gave in. That's why I always say it tells me the most about your character when temptation comes knocking. And when temptation comes knocking, do you do the right thing? And he didn't. He didn't do the right thing. And now he's just another man who's a misogynist.
A minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done.
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never going to fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So Bad Empanada, he's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like. There's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos
YouTube
attacking me?
essays,
Are those, is
especially
that part
when
of
it's issue-specific,
his great body
Bad
of work?
Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching
very
ones called
informative.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad... Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think... No, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel.
Yeah, Chet says, I wonder why Ethan questions Hassan about other content creators' behavior. I think it's like a guilty by association thing, which is fair to some extent. But I wonder about that too. Yeah, I think Ethan genuinely feels betrayed by Hassan, but he also feels that way about other people in a way that is unnecessary. Yeah, he's just so he's miscategorizing the whole situation. I think there's like a dysregulation there that doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying that, we all experience dysregulation, right? It's really normal. I think Ethan is just too dysfunctional in a sense, but like also, yeah, it feels really personal. So maybe it's like a guilt by association. You know what this reminds me of? Do you remember when George W. No, was it George? I think it was George W. But it was George Sr., George Bush Sr. I think when one of the presidents died and all the presidents were sitting together, all the former presidents, and then Trump was like on his own. And they were like, George Bush passed candy to Michelle Obama. And it was like high school, bro. It was like full high school. And it always is, right? Adulthood is high school with money and nuclear weapons. And it was very much like, you're not one of us. You can't sit with us. We wear pink on Wednesdays. Like, you can't sit with us. And I wonder if Ethan's feeling that. Like, Ethan has no community online. Every bridge he builds, he burns. Like, and not that it's always technically his fault in the traditional way, but he never really takes accountability for how he impacts people. But also, he picks pretty unsavory characters to some extent. I mean, I think all of us online... Like, I definitely did not come to the internet healed, right? Like, I need to make that perfectly clear. I came to the internet mentally ill and unprepared, and then I got therapy. And that doesn't, it means I'm always going to be in a particular category of person where I know people. Like, I saw a TikTok that was like, imagine you're a person who goes to the dentist without a breakdown first. I'm like, couldn't be me. I always have a breakdown before the dentist. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. And our whole day is thrown. We're both neurodivergent. Any change in our schedule that wasn't our own choice feels like the whole unit. That's why I have to take tomorrow off. I can't do a doctor's appointment and stream. It's not going to happen. It's either the doctor's appointment or stream. And I've been putting off my doctor's appointments for like 6 months. So I'm doing it. Okay? I'm going to take a bus. We're going to do it. And this is neurodivergency. And imagine being a person that can go to a doctor's appointment and come home and go to work. Couldn't be me. And that doesn't make me less of a smart person or an introspective person. It makes me an autistic person. And that's okay. Because I still pay my bills and I pay my goddamn tax and I do what I'm supposed to do. Okay? And not that you're only good because you pay your tax. I didn't mean to RFK Jr. you just now. But you know what I mean? Like, I still function. I planned my day so I could take tomorrow off. So I could go to my doctor's appointment like an adult. Okay? And so I think that's a part of that. What's working here is a lot of streamers, for some reason, think that they're normal. And there is no such thing as normal, for the record. Like, I want to make that abundantly clear. But so many streamers who are chronically online, we really forget, like, you are not the average person. You are different. You're built different. That's why you can even do your job, because we're built different. You have to be built to be able to show up on stream and have 500 people watching you, or 20,000 people, or 80,000 people, and still somehow function. And you got to be weird. Something about you is different. That's why this job, you can't just do this job. And I think that difference is something you should pay attention to. Ethan, I don't think he does. I don't think he considers that, hey, there might be a reason you're a streamer, or a reason you're a content creator, or a reason you don't understand how weird you are. You know what I mean? That says Ethan was built to be a YouTuber, not a streamer. Do you think he can't handle the real in-time criticism and that's why? Because I used to be a YouTuber and I felt like I wasn't built for it. But the moment I started streaming, I was like, oh, this shit's good. I can do this. I think the real life interaction is what I love the most. That's my favorite part. I hate making a YouTube video more than I hate the harassment on stream. I would rather ban, you know what I mean? I just like the real time. So maybe Ethan doesn't like the real in time criticism or something. I don't know. Yeah, two of you said that's why he's got the button. Well, maybe.
Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended
How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. No idea. Maybe one?
I watched a fuck ton, though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No,
oh,
no, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me. Over 60-day period.
Hold on. This is the genocide supporting YouTubers responded. That means Hassan is responding to Noah Samson, who's talking about Ethan. That's literally different. So take that one out. But also, Ethan is a celebrity. We're gonna talk about you. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why everyone doesn't get it. Why don't you get it?
That's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Oh my God, what? These are fan channels? Wait, that's even funnier.
You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all,
who cares? You're welcome. He made your career. Somebody talk about me on stream. I wish Hassan, you know, when people were complaining about Hassan watching people's videos and walking away, please watch my video and walk away. Thank you. Even if it brings me 10 new people, do it, Hassan. I dare you. Watch one of my videos and walk away. Hopefully a good one. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you talking? Who cares? I don't care. You know what it is, though? I'm not attached to any of this. I don't even save my videos. If they all disappear, I don't give a fuck, bro. It's just life. We're all here and then we're going to die. Y'all care way too much about the wrong problems. Free Palestine, bitch. That's all that matters to me. None of this matters. I don't care.
All that the fan channel defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
and you
over and over
love
again.
It. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
A lot more than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Ethan, you should take this as a compliment. Your face brings in views. You're such a lol cow. You pay people's rent. Ethan, the rent payer, whatever, however that song goes. You should feel happy. You're so popular.
Oh. Yeah. No. Well. So yeah. This is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does not.
The same moment multiplied.
No.
Go
This
back
one
to the
does not have this.
photo.
No. This one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes. 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that. Probably.
Okay. So
because I think you are up until this very moment. You have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing.
Chat says there's a version, a remix of that song with you in it. Are you the person who made it? Somebody told me they had made that song and put me in it. I think it's me doing Jordan Peterson, right? I listened to it. I think it was me doing Jordan Peterson, right? Classic.
Playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hassan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st.
Oh my God, I cannot believe this. No, bro, this is so silly. This is so silly. What is this? This is grown-ups. Look what grown-ups do when they're together. What are we doing here? Amanda, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, just sending you a thank you for opening my mind to new concepts and ideas and perspectives. Even if I don't always agree, love expanding my brain. Thank you so much, girly. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. Wow. Ugh, man. This is so silly of the boys.
2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. Oh, you have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
wait, hold on.
How? Chat says, girl, enjoy this silly moment because it gets so much worse. How?
From what period? From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channel.
I'm asking you for what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
what
clips.
Year?
You have mentioned
what year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I storyed about you 100 times this year? That's an absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that. Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
Clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Son,
it's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a... somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last
Ethan,
2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval, under your direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. It's so obvious.
Within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking... Hostweet, when are we in agreement?
Hassan, you say
called me stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make
Ethan, your entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire...
Well, hold on. They have different kinds of streams. Ethan has a produced show that has a theme with a beginning and an end. Hassan is a streamer. He comes on stream every day for 10 hours and talks about a bunch of stuff over 10 hours. It's very different. Like, it's a very different beast, right? So I feels like... Does Ethan know that him and Hassan are not the same kind of content creators? That it makes sense for Hassan to cover this on stream and it maybe wouldn't make sense for Ethan? Because Ethan has a show. He does a show. Interesting. I never thought about that, but maybe they don't know the difference. Maybe Ethan doesn't process there's a difference?
Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors.
And he went after nobodies, and he said the cease and desist to Noah.
To dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa.
You wanted to dox them to their families.
What? This is
you're frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people? There are anonymous Redditors.
Who's
sure,
extorting?
they said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking
get?
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah,
go on.
Kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, we're showing pictures of the front of our office.
Discord says the sexual tension is palatable.
Organizing to meet there. They were... I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented... I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was posted to Snark. That went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was
If
an
you
outright
can
lie.
find
It was
one
defamation.
instance
And by the
where
way,
I have
fuck
talked
yeah, those
about-
people should be held
if you can
accountable.
find one instance where I've talked about you.
Okay, do we think they should be held accountable? I do think there's something to be said. Zoom out with me. I do think there's something to be said that if you post on the internet in some capacity, maybe you should have to log in with your state ID. Maybe we should know what you're saying on the internet. And then in some ways, I don't think you should be tracked like that, but we're all kind of tracked like that. And then in some ways, it feels like I don't think every comment section needs to be that serious since so many people are memeing. It feels weird for Ethan to be able to go after somebody. So I feel like I don't want to live in a place where Ethan can go after commenters, but I want to live in a place where a commenter can't tell you to go kill yourself and they're not held accountable. Or that you should get raped, right? Like, why can a commenter come on my video and say, get raped? And we're not like, that's not like something we're going to fight against. You know what I mean? I don't think I should have to come to work and sit there and have to ban people who are telling me, you know what I'm saying? So maybe there's something there, but then also we do meme like, go eat a gun. Like, people do meme suicide. So then it's like, there's something like that. You know what I'm saying? So there has to be some line. There is some line that can be built, but the question is, where is the line? Because, you know, you don't want to be, I don't know. Like, I think this is the difference between ideal society and reality society. That's hard. Like, I couldn't imagine going after, like, anyone who talks about me on Reddit. I mean, maybe I'd go after somebody if they, like, doxed me, but, you know, like, at the end of the day, what can I even do? Do you know how hard, I don't know if people know how hard it is to get anything done legally. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. There's something here that's interesting. What kind of a society do we want to live in? Do we, like, okay, you know that lady who called a little black boy the N-word? Like, don't you think it's weird that she's allowed to raise money, like $600,000? Like, people are allowed to give her money, $1,000 at a time, spelling out the N-word? Don't you think that's kind of crazy? Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to do it, but don't you think it's also kind of crazy? Like, am I weird to be like, what society is that? How does $600,000 get raised for this racist white woman? And then her fans who are donating the money are spelling out the N-word as they donate. Like, don't you think that's kind of crazy? And not in the psychotic way. I mean, like, in the cruel way. Don't you think that's deeply cruel? I don't know. You know? Okay, if you write free speech one more time in my chat, thank you. Thank you, mods. Jesus, fuck. Jesus, you're so obnoxious. Free speech isn't all it's made up to be. You live in the USA. We don't even have free speech. I don't know why anyone's pretending they live in a free speech country. There's no country on this planet that's absolutely free speech, not even America. Hello? We know that to be true. People are getting deported right now. So again, I'm not saying that, like, I don't know why people pretend you live in a free speech. Nobody lives in a free speech land, okay? There's always consequences to speech. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. There's something to be said here. Like I said, zoom out, zoom out. Because it's about, like, what do we think? That's why I want to have conversations about, like, how do we build a community that's, like, a little bit better? Like, if I was at a dinner, like, okay, I don't even say fuck. I don't say shit in front of my parents. Do you know when I go to my parents' home, I don't say shit? Like, the word shit. It's offensive to them. I don't cuss in front of my parents. Do you guys, like, do you know what I'm saying? There's like the internet's not that place though. The internet is this place where, like, everybody is mushed together. So there's so much more controversy. That's why I say the internet's not really real life, but it kind of is. Like, in real life, I wouldn't disrespect religious people, but online I do it because I'm in a safe space where I'm expressing my views, but I don't go make fights with people in public. Like, I'm certainly not at the store line fighting with religious people. Like, hey, do you know you're upholding the patriarchy? Like, I don't do that. But online, I do it because we're talking about the subject matter. You know what I mean? I feel like Ethan has to accept, we all do, that the internet isn't like real life, but maybe the internet, based off our own behavior, can be better. What compliment does my audience always get? My chat is great. Everyone's stable. We've had like 500 people this whole stream, and it has been literally almost perfect. Complete vibes. Why? I have 70% women who watch me. People are more calm, I think, than other chats. And I think that's because of me. I'm going to give myself that credit. I think I encourage people to be calmer, and I don't think Ethan does. And I think all these like boys on the internet encourage their audience to go crazier and crazier and crazier. And so I do think like the content creator has some responsibility for setting the tone, just like Trump. Why did hate crimes go up when Trump became president? Because he evokes and approves of that energy in his fan base, and his fan base feels empowered. I try not to empower my fan base to be bad. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want to encourage that in you at all. I never want to, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's why Ethan doesn't get, you are a part of the problem. You, Ethan Klein, are part of the problem. You encourage this bad behavior in your audience, and that encourages it in Hassan's audience, and Hassan participates, and then you guys go back and forth, and then Bad Empanada's audience, and then this audience. Yeah. I'm not saying you're responsible for every single person in your audience, but I think you're overall responsible for the overall vibe of your audience. Why did Destiny have to go on 20 misogyny arcs? How many times did Destiny and Not So Erudite sit together and talk about why do women feel so alienated? Because 95% of the viewership is men. And why is it such a misogynistic issue? Because every time Destiny gets into it with women, he calls them cluster Bs. He calls them women. Anytime he disagreed with me politically, he went, Brittany's cluster B. That's misogyny and ableism. And that's the point. It wasn't Brittany could just disagree with me. It was Brittany's a victim of rape, so she can't think clearly. What? You know what I mean? Anyways.
Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm
I will give you
explaining
$1
the
million.
context, dude. You're
I didn't
accusing me
even
of
know
something.
about this until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something.
Because
I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this
Is
when
there-
I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking
said
about? I
your
only saw the
community.
litigation.
Is it ever, Hassan? Is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they
There
were
could be.
fucking.
Do you think? Okay. About
well,
this
great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
One of the redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First of
only
all-
did you sue for copyright infringement, but
Hassan,
in
you're
the
lying.
process,
You are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to
process
stop.
of
I
suing
have
them
not
for
sued
copyright
anybody.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office
You know
with all
why?
correspondence you have had with
you know
Reddit.
why?
What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then your
I'm
lawyer
trying to
says,
tell you.
if
You just
do
asked me
not-
what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first
do
of
you
all,
think that does
dude,
your lawyer
stop.
think
Let
that
me
you can just like
answer.
make people dance?
All right.
If they
Do
got
you
him on a
want to
copyright
have a
claim?
conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
What?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Well, just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was
This
shocking
person,
to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hassan, of stealing views from us.
What? I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. I'm gonna gag. I'm sorry. What?
Listen, we took down the DMC post, and they
Stealing
erroneously.
views from you how? By
I'm sorry.
posting-
Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Yeah,
Because
what?
they
By
say-
posting on Reddit?
Yes, duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
No.
Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A
That is-
frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a law-
Fair use.
Do you know the
Ethan
difference between a
Klein
letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to
not
try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say?
Do you know how many people
He's chat saying he said it was a paywall content. Was it specifically members only content? Because I think about this as a content creator. One time people ask me if they can clip members only streams. I don't know. It feels kind of weird to do that, but at the same time, I don't think it's that weird. Do you know what I mean? Because like, if I don't know, he lied. It wasn't paywalled. Was it like a members only stream? Because it feels weird to hide behind the paywall. But also I can remember, I can understand the idea of working hard on something and then somebody leaking it, but also like, so? Like, also so? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, also so? Like, the leakers are never going to make up for the amount of people who pay for the content. Because people who like you are going to pay for your content. Like, people who actually invest in you, they'll want to pay for it even if people leak it. I know that to be true because I can't tell you how many times my shit has been leaked from OnlyFans. I still have people who subscribe to my OnlyFans. Because at the end of the day, they do want to support you. They do want to, you know, get more DM videos, or they do want access to more content that's only available when you subscribe. Like, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about the leaks. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like advertisement anyways. So like, it kind of feels weird, I think. But that feels like, this feels like a creator like faux pas, like trying to copyright the word react, or copy striking people who haven't actually done anything to deserve it, like Matt Mundane did, or you know, getting people to take down their video because it's just a commentary video, but their audience is so toxic they harassed you. But it's not the video that did it, it's the fact that their audience is so toxic. You know? Yeah, it feels very like icky. It feels very anti-YouTuber. It feels anti-creator. I don't trust it. Yeah, it feels very anti-content creator.
Criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
you know
criticize.
How many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my God, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting
Wait,
paywall. They were posting
hold on.
paywalled content and saying,
Hold
"Watch it here so that you don't
Hold
support
on
Ethan."
now.
Okay, spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr.
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is
Zero.
a hate video.
Zero. I've had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the Content Cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
I'm
4
sitting in
months.
front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good,
bro,
as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and that's
watch
precisely why you tried to add additional
watch the
qualifications
video.
to it, like, oh, just watch my video, just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I
It's
know
not
the
a
clip
biography. You understand that,
Ethan,
right?
can I ask
Do you
a question
understand
for
the
you?
difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting,
it's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography,
tuning in
Hassan. It's
right
not
now-
about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly. By the
How
way.
do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And you
11 hate
haven't-
videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging
I'll tell
as
you why.
fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
Which you can't provide,
There
by
is
the
a
way.
video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made
You didn't
in
watch
his
the video. How do you know
do
that?
I have the capacity to...
You didn't watch the
do
video.
do I have the capacity
So
to
where'd
see
you
the
get the
future?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did I
watch the
answer
video
all
then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
do
You're
I
like,
get a
I
list
don't
of
want
all
to watch the
your
video.
points?
Just send me
Do
a
I get a
list of all
your
the
points,
things. So
Ethan?
I can't get my feelings hurt. And maybe he's
you
making a good
yourself,
point.
You have...
I literally feel like I'm at the part of the get together where I'm asking my mom if there's any more food and I can get thirds because they're still talking. We're at the part of the get together where the siblings are still fighting and all of us have gone on to do other things. And then we've come back and they're still arguing. So we sit back down and we're still listening. But like we all got up to go do things. And now we're coming back. We're like, uh-huh. And it's like, do we have any dessert? Do we have any food? And it's like, yeah, here you go.
Why not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible. Consider yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
That I
right.
didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me
We are 3 hours in to a 5 hour. We still have 2 hours.
and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay,
Who can,
So,
by
let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible,
why did
can
I
never
have
be
all the
criticized. That's
information?
awesome logic.
Why
You
did
want
I
to
have
talk
all
about the content
information that
nuke,
I actually
Hassan?
responded to?
Hassan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay, so
One of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
what's out of
sexual
context
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used in your content.
What was the point of this? Not even 2 million views after 3 days. That's kind of crazy. That's crazy that Ian's Content Cop got like 7 million views. But Ethan's debate with Hassan Piker didn't even get 2 million views? That's kind of crazy, actually. I feel like all of these comments are memes. Yeah, all these comments are like memes too, which is even funnier. Oh. This is from yesterday. Wait, I didn't watch this. Why is it a red bar? I didn't watch this. Responding to iDubbbz Content Cop, new 600,000 views. I didn't watch this, but I did watch Ian's content deputy. I watched it yesterday on stream. This is crazy.
Context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we going over this again?
Defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan. Do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that I was a rape denier?
Bro, it literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I showed.
Do you feel like?
I showed you.
That wasn't out of context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
So here,
do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's one example. That's one small.
Out of context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list, okay? If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it, up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to...
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely slept.
Jesus,
you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a what?
Ugh.
I have that.
Hassan, even I'm like, ugh.
I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Oh my god.
And then you can
the Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of.
Oh, what is this about? Oh wait, maybe doesn't he just say inbred in general? Wait, now I don't know the context.
An inbred Hicks. Imagine the.
Oh, inbred Hicks.
Most inbred white supremacist guy you.
Doesn't Ethan always brag about being like 99.9% Ashkenazi Jew? How's that possible?
Can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. God, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist Hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Oh, that's untrained, awesome. Inbred ass is shit.
I mean, inbred is really rude. It's like really shitty. So if you call somebody inbred, it's like calling them like cousin fuckers. Joke's on you. A lot of people be fucking their cousins. But like, it's just an insult of intelligence. It's saying low IQ. It's like saying low IQ. So you're kind of like, you're basically calling the people the R word. If you really want to be specific. That's the insult, right? You're calling them the R word. That's what it means. Because the math is you're inbred, so you're stupid, low IQ, you're an R word. So you can make a decision if that's offensive or not. It's obviously meant to be offensive. Obviously. So he is meaning to insult them. And it is mean. It is sad. But it also is edgy stream boy culture. Which is why I'm trying to move away from it. Because yeah, like technically it is kind of, you know, it's not something I would care if you said in private. But maybe in public trying to be like a serious political figure. You know, Chet is often used in a racist way though. And that's true too. Like I usually hear this being in the context of race. So that's why I think you should be a little bit more cautious when using it, which is why I don't use it. So it's not a word in my vocabulary. Like inbred is not something I say, because it does usually, from my bubble, it's a racist thing. You say it when you're trying to say like the swamp people or the trailer people or the less bred people or the trying to think of a like lowly birth people. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be hateful. So I don't know. Hassan can make a decision using it or not. It's just all words are constructs like everything else. So I recommend he moves away from streamer language, but he's still a youngin'. What is he, 33? He's still a baby, really. But he's gonna want to move out of that eventually.
Shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
But also, good point. Chat says to me it's a supremacist insult because they all think they're good to. It is an insult towards the rich and wealthy who inbred their own cousins and like inbred their own, because they thought their bloodlines were the most important. So it could be an insult in that direction, but it's still an insult of IQ. So I've seen that too, where it's like British people are inbred or something because like all the royals were dating each other. Yeah, so maybe it's that, right? I think that's true in some bubbles.
You want to?
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred.
I think this is true. Chat says Ethan is the epitome of throwing stones from glass houses. That's the problem. Is like Ethan it's maybe the right message, but totally wrong messenger. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what is Ethan Klein? Shut up, Ethan. Like, out of all the people on the internet to be lecturing anyone, it's not Ethan. And that's it. Like, you don't have a good enough reputation for it to be you. If you were 5 years in, 2 years in, if you were clean with your language for X amount of time before giving an opinion, that would have been different. But like, you're guilty in this own stream of using language that's just not respectable. So like, we're all guilty, but I'm not trying to, I'm better than you. I'm just saying, hey, like, we probably want to move away from this. So it just like, Ethan is not the person to be trying to hold Hassan accountable.
Inbred.
The clip's there, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course, I'm calling the fucking Kahanis, Jewish supremacist settlers, inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hassan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hassan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on
they're
people.
Fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking cry-bully claiming that he was a victim
He was
of
walking
harassment.
through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybaby?
No, he's a crybaby for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
Thank you, chat. Brittany, you're so strong. You're so strong. Yeah, chat says, what was the bully aspect going on Fox News? Yeah, it's like, if you go on Fox News to air your grievances about discrimination, red flag. If you go to Fox News as a minority to grieve or to say this group is targeting me, red flag. Like, that tells me you're probably not a good person. I don't think good people use Fox News, who's notorious for picking up these hit pieces in order to show you how woke people are bad or progressives are bad, are people you should trust with your story as a minority. And if you as a minority trust Fox News with your story, I mean the Fox News, not like Fox affiliates, but like, you know, Jesse Waters Fox News, then I think you can't be trusted. And I don't think, you know, I think sometimes people are just walking through campus. Like, wasn't there a group of Jewish guys who beat up and attacked this Jewish woman because they thought she was pro-Palestine or they thought she was Palestinian? Right? Wasn't it two Jewish guys? Wasn't a Jewish guy shooting at two Jewish guys in the car and two Jewish guys were being attacked and they found out it was another Jew attacking them? Like, anti-Semitism hurts everybody. And anti-Islamophobia hurts everybody. Anti-Arab sentiment hurts everybody. This is like, transphobia hurts everybody. Like, guys, none of this is helpful. If you lead with fear or hate, you're probably making a bad mistake. You're probably making the wrong decision. Fear and hate are not indicators of wisdom. Okay? Chat says bigotry, bad, hot take. Hot take. Hot take. Hot take. Ooh. You know what I mean? It just feels like this is so silly. I feel, you know what's funny is I've been thinking about this. You know how men are always like, I want to liberate women from wearing the burqa. Sometimes I see a burqa TikTok and I think, damn, I wish I had a burqa. So I could kind of like hide behind something, but I could walk in public and yeah, people would be looking at me, but they can't see me, but I can see them. And then I was thinking about people who are like, you have to wear a burqa. And I was like, I will literally strip naked right here in public. Don't tell me what to do. And then if people are like, don't ever wear a burqa, I'm like, don't tell me what to do. I'm going to wear a burqa. You know what I mean? Don't tell people. Don't tell me what to do. Nobody likes being told what to do. Okay? Nobody likes it. But if people make a decision of their own volition, that's different. It's none of my business. Okay? PDA, girl. You know, don't tell me what to do. So it's one of those things where like I would almost want to engage, except people would be way too happy. It's like, you know, when you wear like something modest to your mom's house and she's like, oh, I'm so happy your fashion is getting more modest. It's like, first of all, I was feeling very confident about myself, but now that you think I'm doing it to praise Jesus, I'm mad. And also I wasn't only doing it because I was coming to your house, but also maybe I just want to look this way. Like sometimes a girl like to be modest, but sometimes a girl like to be immodest. Okay? It's like, don't try to wrap me into whatever you think you're fucking doing, okay? We are not on the same team, okay? I feel like Ethan is losing the grasp of the nuance, but also that's not very uncommon. I mean, I think it's pretty common, especially when you're arguing in a conversation like this. Yeah, I wish, I really do think debates are useless. You know, I just don't think this is helping anybody. You know, I don't think this is changing anyone's minds, but it is a cool display of human behavior. You know, this is an interesting way to watch people be people, huh? Talk about humans being humans. Am I right? Girl. And I just know after stream every day, my partner's like, how was stream? Did you have a good time? Did it go nice? And I'm going to tell him it was a show, baby. Even when I went out just now to take a break, he was like, are you done? I was like, oh, no, girl, I'm not fucking done. I was like, no, I'm not done yet. I have like 2 hours left. He was like, oh, and I was like, I know. And then when I end stream, they're going to ask me, how was it? And I was going to say, girl, it was crazy. It was boring, honestly. I'm a little bored. I'm 10% bored, if I'm going to be honest. You guys are making it worth it. I think you have been the most exciting part of my time. You in chat have been the best time. You guys are the only people who have made this interesting. Otherwise, these boys are boring. I'm sorry. They are not entertaining. I'm going to be real, not entertained. But you guys, chat has been good. My chat has been entertaining.
What do you mean? When some
To be a cry bully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming.
Chad says, girl, the way I was watching Alone and constantly thought, am I using my free will to observe this? The temptation would have been there. I probably would have done dishes or cooked or something. I'm sure you guys did something while you were watching, right? I don't think I could ever have watched this alone, or unless I was doing like chores. And I'd probably like walk away and miss parts of it because this is so unimportant. But I do love to know I love the tea. I do love knowing what's going on.
That Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro.
True. Ethan, this is the best thing. This is the point that I would love examined. Why can't Ethan view the world outside of the way he feels slighted by the world? Has Ethan been able to observe a circumstance where he doesn't have to engage his own idea first? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Wait. I think this is what's always pissed me off about Ethan. It is not empathy. That's the wrong word, but it's something. What's a synonym? Like, what's another word? He does have a problem putting himself, like, he has a problem with not understanding, like, there's no objective morality. Wait, does Ethan believe in objective morality? I mean, a lot of people say they do, but they don't. He does struggle to assume, like, the world doesn't revolve around his own ideas. Wait, what is that? Yeah, he every time I listen to him on stream, he always struggles to remember. Okay, this is such a random. Are you guys ready for this? Him and Hila both suck at this. Do you remember when they had a girl call in? I don't remember where she was from, but she was talking about how she wipes with her left hand. And she's like, yeah, it's serious. We really do that. And they're like, no way, you really do that? And she was like, yeah, we do. And they're like, what about when you're on your period and stuff? She goes, yeah, we use our left hand. And she goes, it's not that big of a deal. Just like wash with soap and water. And they were talking about it. And I was thinking about this because, you know, there was that joke growing up, like, oh, you know, you're shaking a guy's hand. You're like, oh, I wipe with my left hand. Da, da, da. Okay. But this lady calls in and goes, serious, I do this. So I was thinking about that. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then the lady goes, oh, yeah, I get these. I think this was the same conversation, but this was years ago. So I could be wrong. But she says, this is so stupid. This is a period conversation. Get ready. She goes, when I get my period, I also get diarrhea because sometimes when you get your period, you get diarrhea because your whole system's just out of whack. Hila goes, oh, I've never heard of that. I don't get that. And then they kind of made it sound like this girl was weird for getting that, but that's like a really common symptom of periods. And I was thinking about that. Why did Hila pause and not comfort this girl in sharing a vulnerability? Why does she just, this is a memory, so I could be, but I remember thinking, oh, you didn't comfort this girl in sharing a vulnerability. And I've been wondering that. Why don't they have the ability to comfort people through their differences in a really embodied way? Maybe it's, I don't want to say it's empathy. I feel like that's the wrong word. There's something here that they do struggle with, and it could be a part, neurodivergents really struggle with this. You know what I mean? Like neurodivergents really struggle with stuff like that. Is that it? I've always wondered if Hila was autistic. Doesn't she give autism vibes? Like, am I crazy? But maybe it's like not that autistic people are very empathetic. It's not about empathy. You can have empathy. Lots of people have empathy, guys. That's not unique. You're not unique if you have empathy. You're just a person. Most 99% of the population has empathy. Okay, it's not about empathy. It's about that embodied thing. Something embodied, like something embodied. Mother energy. Oh, they're not queen mother energy. They don't have mother energy. They're not mothers. Like a mother energy. Do you get what I'm saying? They don't have like, yeah, they're like babies. They don't have, yeah, chances they're like babies. Yeah, they're kind of like babies. They're not nurturing. Yeah, they lack warmth. That's what it is. They're completely self-focused. They don't know how to be like, oh my God, bro. They just know how to go, oh my God, bro, did he rape you, bro? bro, did he rape you? God, I can't believe whoa, you're not saying he raped you. Well, I'm saying he raped you, bro. I think he raped you. Like, that's Ethan. You know what I'm saying? They're not good at, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I think they have limitations, you know, like a limitation of like an embodied feeling what other people are feeling, even though they have. I mean, Ethan has cried. Hila has cried. They are empathetic enough, but maybe they don't practice it. Ooh, maybe they don't practice. Maybe they're just too self-absorbed and self-righteous. I think that's right. Yeah, I think they're too self-absorbed and too self-righteous. But I do think they have empathy, and I think it's just limited, which is fine. It's limited for all of us. Yeah, maybe, yeah, they don't have like a... Yeah, Hila and Ethan, I think, lack a thing. They might have for certain people, but they don't have it for everybody. But it's a skill. You know, you gotta hone in the skill. Yeah, chat says they don't have the skill to express empathy in action. I agree. I think they're lacking that thing. Yeah. But you can learn it. It's a skill you learn. And I bet they could learn it. You know? Compassion. And compassion does mean to suffer with. So maybe they lack compassion. You know what it is? Diversified compassion. That's what it is. You know, Republicans have a problem with this too. Republicans have empathy. They have compassion. But they don't have a diversified compassion. I think it's a skill to have diversified compassion. Funny enough, I think Hassan might have it. He does pretty good. The fact that he can empathize and have compassion with Hamas tells me he has the ability to deconstruct, right? Assuming he wasn't raised thinking Hamas was good, because then that wouldn't be compassion. That would just be bias, right? So I think, I think like you need a diversified sense of compassion. You need to be able, it was like, you ever grow up, listen to rap music, and your parents assume every rap band is like the same or the same genre. And you're like, hello, these are totally different groups. This is this group. This is rock metal. This is rap rock metal. This is gangster rap. This is hip hop. This is not even the same genre, but they see like brown people with tattoos or boys with tattoos. And they just like, it's like you have to diversify your portfolio in compassion. Diversify your portfolio. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Ooh, Hassan is capable of discernment. That is true. Yeah, discernment. Ethan's lack of discernment, I think, is clear. Yeah. Yeah, there's something there where they don't have the diversity in their own mind, like their own ability. Wow. Yeah, wow. I think as an autistic person with a special interest in people, I think I'm really lucky that was my special interest. I think I'm so lucky that people were my special interest because it really allowed me to look at people and go, what's your story? Why do you like them? Really? Oh, you really like Hamas? Can you tell me about that? Interesting. Yeah. What do you think about Israel? Oh, interesting. Like, I'm just like sitting here. I'm trying to take people at really good faith. Like, oh, really? Okay. Well, even if I'm like doubting it, I'm like, oh, tell me about that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really lucky. Wow. What a blessing to be interested in people, you know. Yeah. Huh. Okay, we'll go back to the video now. Thank you guys. Good convo.
Pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them.
Nazis.
I'm attacking you. How is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back immediately.
They look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that
I literally took it back immediately?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God, there's a lot more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay?
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's
I do
rewriting
not
history.
think- I'm gonna say this
No,
very
no,
clearly
it's not that
to
you cared. It's that
I'm gonna
you
say this
fucking
very
glazed
clearly
him
to you
up.
right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide.
Oh, stop. You know how the war. Okay, wait. This is so interesting. My phone. I told you, my phone is showing me weird Israeli things, and I'm like, what is TikTok doing to me? Fuck. What's that girl's name? I should have paused it. Hold on. What's that girl's name? Bree? No. What's that lady's name? She talked to me one time on a panel with Wick, and she's super like centrist trans lady. Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu one time lectured me like, hey, don't you want to appease this community more? And don't you want to talk more like them? No. And I had no idea I was trapped in a liberal centrist bubble. Stupid me. I was so stupid. Anyways, listen. Brianna Wu comes up on my feed yesterday. And I'm like, what is this? And she's running in Israel. Okay, chat, don't admit you like Brianna Wu. Like centrist Brianna Wu, pro-Israel Brianna Wu. Anyways, she's running through Israel saying the sirens are going off and like Houthis are going to kill me or something like that. And I was like, what are you talking about? I don't know what is going on with that lore, but I was like, oh, okay, girl. Anyway, I blocked her. So
To implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right
What have
side?
they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they
what
done?
the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel? Like fucking
That's
Bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an
It
Israeli.
was partially owned.
Is
Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking for Turkey
It doesn't
from
matter.
India.
What do you mean?
There was
What do you
they
think
kidnapped
BDS is,
5
dude? What do you think
totally
BDS stands for?
unrelated Filipino fucking
You also
prisoners
said
and
it wasn't
kept
owned by
them
an Israeli,
prisoners
by
for
the
a
way, in your
year.
fucking video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
point
what
too?
back? I didn't hear
Wow,
you.
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know
on
what
so far?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an
Partially
Israeli
owned by an Israeli
conglomerate.
guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British
It is an
company.
Israeli
It's owned
conglomerate
by a
that owns-
British.
this is why. Okay, so Ethan is establishment. Ethan believes in the establishment fairy tale of politics can be done correctly, which under certain occupation, absolutely not. Freedom fighters stop boats from going from one place to another as a form of protest, which is why Luffy would never do it because there's no meat on that boat. Luffy wouldn't take hostages. Luffy doesn't have time. It's not entertaining enough for him. Also, at the part where Luffy's on an elephant, and let me just tell you, this boy has no chill when it comes to politics. This boy opening his mouth and pissing off even the natives. Okay? So I'm just saying, like, Ethan is establishment thinker. He's not going to understand freedom fighters. He's not going to understand it, which are separate from enemy territory. But enemies aren't always bad. Do you guys remember that movie called The Last Samurai with Scientologist boy Tom Cruise? Do you remember this? I remember watching this movie, and all the American fucking propaganda movies we watch where the singular white guy switches sides to the foreign person side, and they're like, actually, America's wrong, and the white people are wrong, and actually it's... Okay. My parents would always say, like, why do they always do this? Why do they always tell us stories where, like, all the Americans are wrong, or all the white people are wrong, or all this is wrong? Because, you know, my parents are Assyrians got a problem with, like, the self-hating stuff. Anyways, so, okay. And I'm sitting here like, why do we watch all these stories of, like, we watch Avatar with the blue people. We watch these stories about the military coming in and eroding and ruining all these, like, native, beautiful cultures and religions and belief systems and power of the earth and all that stuff. Why do we watch these movies and don't internalize who's the bad guy or good guy? But yet the good guy in our story is like, we're still the Fire Nation. I mean, everyone's the Fire Nation, but we're really the Fire Nation, America. Yeah. If America's the Fire Nation, what's Israel? Israel's like, who makes a deal with the Fire Nation, but isn't the main guy? You know what I mean? No, chat says you're Syrian. Aren't Syrians Arabs? You look white. First of all of us are white and some of us are brown. I'm a Syrian. Some of us are brown. Yeah, Bossing Say. Maybe, well, Israel, no, who is the guys in Bossing Say that work for the emperor that keep him in the soldiers? Dali soldiers? Which ones? I feel like maybe that's Israel. The Dali. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like there's something there where like they're working together, but they're deceiving everybody. There's some bullshit happening. You don't like Jet. Jet is a freedom fighter, but Jet gets hypnotized, right? He's like, there is no war in Ba Sing Se, you know? It's something like that. There's something happening here. Listen, do you know who you want to be in Avatar? You want to be the White Lotus. Freedom fighters in a liberty sense, but separate from Jet. You don't want to be Jet as a freedom fighter. I'm sorry. You want to be the White Lotus. Okay? No offense to the kids. I don't want to be Jet. I don't want to be the kind of freedom fighter like Jet is. I want to be a White Lotus if I'm going to be anybody. And I barely work in groups. But that's why all those old men don't work in groups. They come together in the end. And then, you know what I'm saying? So I want to be a White Lotus person if I'm going to be anybody. Old and wise girl. And I know when to open my mouth. Okay? Jet was doing war crimes. Yeah, but a lot of freedom fighters do, so it doesn't matter. Like, it's the premise of the freedom fighters is correct. They have a right for liberation. The problem is freedom fighters also engage in terrorist acts, just like on Luffy. Like, the freedom fighters in Luffy do also engage in acts. Like, that's the problem. They're part of the system. You want to be beyond a freedom fighter. I understand why freedom fighters exist. They have a place, but I think you want to be beyond that. You want to go beyond freedom fighter. You want to be better than a freedom fighter. You want wisdom. Freedom fighters don't often have the wisdom because they're often young. And young in spirit. If not in age, you know? Chat says off topic. Hassan has raised 71,000 reaction to 8 minutes of content nuke. Oh, is he raising money for Palestine? That's cool. That's cute. Love that.
British company. Ship.
So
Free Palestine.
It's owned by a British
You literally
company.
claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag
How much of this?
to get.
How much?
Oh, for cancer. Love it either way.
This so if this Jewish or this Israeli guy is
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know,
Anything.
and I don't care because I think that
Well, you
even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their...
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli
No,
conglomerate.
it wasn't. That's an outright lie.
Video.
You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're
say it was
basically running
an
defense
Isle
for a
of
terrorist
Man. You
organization.
said the flag
Now,
was
do
on
I
Isle of Man.
I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al-Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping
withstood
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was,
What
yeah,
would you
I
do,
remember.
Ethan?
They,
What would you do?
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Oh, it's just you couldn't.
They were held,
you couldn't
were
put
they
it
held
in
prisoner
there,
for a
you know?
year? Were they held prisoner
You
for a
could-
year? Were they held
you
prisoner
couldn't
for
put
a
it-
year?
you couldn't put it-
Were
yeah,
they
they
held
were, they were.
prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's
they
what I
were held
said.
hostage.
Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage.
So how's
for
that
sure.
help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors
Do you
hostage
understand the
for a
concept
year.
of deterrence?
Well, how's that deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking
Do you understand the
foreign
concept of
sailors.
deterrence? Yes,
How is that a
stopping
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other
Not really.
commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby.
You know what I think Hassan should say? Is he should say, I don't know what I would do in that position. And I don't know what's right. But I know enough to know that I'm unsure of what I would do in that position. And I think it's kind of a boy's dream to think I would know exactly what to do. But the truth is like, we'll never know what we have to do. We'll never be in that position. We will never have to make this decision. And that should tell us something. Next topic. Like, we need to start grounding ourselves as streamers and remind ourselves we will never be in this position. The fact that Ethan canceled his trip to Israel because he didn't want to traumatize his kids with the sounds of sirens, we will never be in this position. And like, I'm sick of seeing these people just pretend like they would know what to do in that position. You would not know what to do. You have no idea what you would do. You can only hope to pray you'd have the wisdom to do the right thing. But like, we do the wrong thing every day. And so it's just like one of those things where I'm kind of sick of watching them be privileged and like sit and pretend like they'd know what to do. It's exhausting.
And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
it's what Norman Finkelstein
said. How can people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Were your
That's what it is. Who is Ethan Klein to decide what's appropriate? Like, who is he to decide what is appropriate for these people? What works for these people? He doesn't know what they're up against. He's not sitting there. Like, he doesn't know.
Example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors.
Not unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated, as I said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. Okay. But if it was,
people can look into it.
It wasn't. Even if it
they didn't need to kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending
Ethan,
that?
You know what's
You're defending them
shit?
Kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
You know what's terrorist shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid
flotilla. When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining.
You defended it when you said Israel had the right to defend itself. That's when you said it, Ethan. When you said Israel had the right to defend itself. Man, I'm so good at this.
To you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending terrorism,
as of this conversation taking place, Israel last night literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just.
Very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
If justice is
served, do you think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance? Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. It was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's
connected.
It's
owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
okay,
so
that's
the
point number 5 that you also presented falsely on your context view.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
please explain to me how it's justifiable to kidnap 15 sailors.
What would you do, Ethan? What would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated, holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance. Okay. That cut off supply lines, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Yeah.
Why did the United States hold people in Guantanamo Bay for 25 years without a crime? Why did Israel hold Palestinian hostages in prisons for years, including a disabled boy that they ruined? Why is Israel arresting children? I'm putting them in prison for throwing rocks at Israeli soldiers.
They're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
Filipino
people
guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that
What
you
do those
call a
sailors have to do with
genocide
that?
are actually terrorists because you don't agree with
Kidnapping
their
innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way.
Kidnapping
you have
innocents.
No alternative. You have no alternative.
That's
You
not
call
true.
it
I said just
genocide,
don't
they're
kidnap
supposed to
innocent
sit
people.
around. Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right? Oh, is that possible?
Okay, fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way, they literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again. And then
Chat says, I don't get it. He says Israel is committing a genocide, but he's going after everyone but Israel. Ding, 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 ding. Exactly. For a guy who's so pro-Palestine, for a guy who agrees Israel is genociding the Palestinians, he's giving flack to everybody else.
Then
That's
also
great.
turned
What does that
around.
do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you
Kidnapping
mean?
innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like a.
Why is it a different thing? You think the
Well, the
Ansar Allah movement
Houthis-
doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement's
But
history.
I'll say yeah. Israel, the IDF is
hold
terrorist.
on.
Yes, the IDF is
Hold on.
terrorist.
Oh my God, men own slaves? Never trust a man. It's interesting that we're blaming like religion or race. Just blame gender. It's a man's world, ladies. That's why it sucks. There's men. Men are the problem. I like how nobody talks about men. This is absolutely a gendered issue, and we're all acting like it's not. I'm amazed. I'm amazed that nobody has actually suggested, this is all men. We are in this position because of men. This is a gendered issue. This isn't about race or ethnicity or religion. This is about gender.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, you should
That's
try
really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like,
Oh
these guys
my
are actually
God,
doing
bro.
slavery.
Give me
and
one.
it turned out that actually
Give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet.
The
Okay?
Houthis have
Literally the poorest
slaves.
country on the
That's not
planet.
even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
and you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that at a time when
I just
Saudi
don't understand why
Arabia
you're
was doing
defending
a
the
fucking
Houthis
genocide.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking
Just
about?
acknowledge
dude?
that they do
the
terrible shit.
Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have
shit.
slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
And how's
man-made
that
famine
blockade, by the way, helping the
Saudi
country?
Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading doing for the poorest country on earth?
Hold on, guys. Chat said race is still an issue since white supremacy puts white men at the top of male society. I just want to make it clear I'm being very facetious at this point. I'm making a joke. We're like almost 8 hours in. So if you're new to my audience and you're listening to me for the first time, I'm being like 50% sarcastic that it's a men's issue, right? That race doesn't matter. That's obviously like, it's a joke. Like, it's a little serious because I do think it's more of a gendered issue at the end of the day. But I think obviously all these things play a role. Yeah. So if you're new to the chat, I'm obviously being a little tongue in cheek,
Ansar Allah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know.
Says my autistic brain did not get that. Thanks for clarifying. Girls, I'm always here. I'm here to clarify. And if I ever say anything and you want a double check, just ask me. Because I understand that. I get it. You hear somebody and you can't hear the sarcasm, and so you're not sure. Just ask me and I'll definitely clarify.
So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain to me why it matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
What Why it matters? What their
Yeah,
blockade?
clearly.
Their blockade is. Their blockade is
No,
awesome.
why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context cue were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea,
You agree
Palestine
with
will be
kidnapping
free?
civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how is that
Houthis'
relevant?
actions
How's
and
that
the
relevant?
blockade against these.
How is that
You used him
relevant?
as a primary source earlier because
Well,
you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I
He
think I
said
agree.
something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to
Can
do
you-
with
Dan,
every
can you
other
play this
take he's
clip?
taken? It doesn't mean that
Can
I
you play this
support that
clip?
we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50
I don't.
seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You wanna talk
used
about-
his,
here, listen,
you used his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries. And I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
The Houthis,
And
they said,
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all
I'm
day
sure
if you
can.
want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
kids.
no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Bro, shut up and kiss already. Shut up and make out already, bro.
Fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's a meme.
Very odd.
Here it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had an option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their
What
own
the fuck are you
populace?
talking about?
As you said, the
bankrupted
poorest
an
country on
Israeli
earth.
port.
There is no way Ethan Klein knows the history of the Houthis. There's no fucking way this man has read any books or listened to any podcasts to deeply understand this subject. I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe this. There's no way.
That is a direct.
And I don't even know, by the way. So don't ask me. I know I don't know. But there's no way Ethan knows.
Material. The Houthis have.
What does this have to
created
do with the River to the
direct
Sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it.
What the fuck? Wait, chat says, did they talk about Anne Frank yet? What? Earlier, my chat was talking about Anne Frank, and I had no idea why you guys were arguing about Anne Frank. Please. Are they going to argue about Anne Frank?
It has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize.
Oh,
Whatever. I don't care.
no.
Let's give them a
I
peace
think
prize.
they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Without a
no.
doubt.
Yeah. Wait. Also, it's
Don't
still
ask the
keeping back to me.
unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
Oh
if they
my
do.
God.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point
I
here.
think
You're
you just-
missing
Oh no. Chat's saying, oh, get ready.
the
right, let's-
forest for the trees.
Right. Of
Here,
course.
I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they
Homophobic.
are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever you come across a,
No, it's
a point
irrelevant,
that you have to
bro,
admit
and
is
you
wrong.
just talk.
But
You know, I think there's only one important thing to know about Anne Frank. That she would have been a believer.
talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
The Houthis, you said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all that is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly.
Yo, how old is that Justin Bieber clip? I gotta Google it now.
Understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem, and the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give
2013. Justin Bieber said that in 2013.
Gays' rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Wait, who wasn't alive? Was everybody alive for that? Does everybody know the reference? I was 13. When Justin Bieber went to the Holocaust Museum, he learned about Anne Frank, and he said if Anne Frank was alive today, she'd be a believer. It's not funny, is it? It's a little funny. It's a little funny. It's kind of funny. Fuck. I was a grown-ass adult. I voted for Barack Obama. I'd already voted for 2 presidents by that time.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the...
Hot take from Brittany Simon. Are you guys ready for a hot take? I think being a literal terrorist is different than being labeled a terrorist, is different from engaging in terrorist activity, is different than being a part of a terrorist organization, is different than being a taxpayer in a terrorist nation, is different than being a person born in a place that is connected to terrorism. Like, there's like 8 different categories to this. The question is, which one are you? And I think they're all different. Oh, and I guess there would be the mastermind of the terrorist organization. So that's, like 9. These are all different things.
Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis. And I do too, a terrorist over and over again, because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch this.
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid Al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be Al-Houthi, not Al-Haddad. Okay.
Let's watch the evidence.
You looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker,
terrorist,
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
No way Ethan fucking Klein be like, yo, I Googled. I know what that is. Good for you, Joe Biden. Sit down. Sit down.
You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
let me
not
show
because
you.
He's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention.
Yeah, exactly. Chat says this is peak white liberal American. Ethan is literally like, I don't even see color. I just see terrorists everywhere. But I don't see color.
They get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course. I'm not even going to play like Ela getting a Star of David tattoo while Israel's committing a genocide is making it about her. Like what a time to be like, it's not about being proud to be Jewish. You could have done this any other time. But the fact that you decided to do it now while Israel is genociding the Palestinians, If you had done it years before, if you had done it at a different time, like I don't think anybody would have cared that much. But like it's the timing, my bro. Read the room. Read the room. Read the room, bro. Like, okay, I'll give you a weird example. I have a Disney tattoo on my arm. My sister and I have matching tattoos, though ironically enough, she's actually getting hers removed. It's a joke. It's okay. Hers didn't come out as cute as mine. But also, look at us being integrated. Like, we were Disney kids growing up. We got jobs as adults and spent our money on passes, okay? I used to have a Disney car. I used to be a Disney adult. Don't judge me. You don't understand my life. You don't understand it, okay? So I'm being sarcastic. So I got this Disney tattoo with my sister, and mine came out cute, so I'm keeping it, okay? And I get why she's getting rid of hers. That's not the problem. If I got Disney tattooed now, that would be crazy. Progressive, deconstructed, pro-liberation and workers' rights, Britney getting a Disney tattoo now would be crazy. DEI, Disney that just got rid of DEI, right? If I got Disney tattoo now, that'd be crazy. But getting it back then, when you grew up a Disney kid, you can quote all the Disney movies and you and your sister love Disney and that's like your bonding thing. It's just a cute sister tattoo. It's about timing, girls. Everything in life is about read the room. It's like timing, Yeah, it's like getting a Harry Potter tattoo now. Exactly. It's like you don't get a Harry Potter tattoo now. J.K. Rowling ruined it. Okay, get over it. I know people are trying to hold on to it. I can't. Harry Potter's ruined, okay? All I see is transphobia. It's ruined for me. But if you got a Harry Potter tattoo before J.K. Rowling went transphobic, dope. But getting one now? That's crazy. Jenny, thank you for gifting a membership. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Jenny.
For everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side
claim
of the
they're
fucking
doing
world,
it on
when
behest
they
of
say
Jews.
Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people,
Do you
including
think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine getting a Germany tattoo during World War II, or just imagine being like, what about Germans though? It's like, yeah, guys, again, we can be very compassionate to everyone involved after the genocide stops. The genocide has got to stop, and then we can be compassionate to everybody. But right now, our priority as everybody should be stopping the genocide. And we're not going to stop. Hey, I need you guys to sit down. Not only is it not going to stop, but we're going to lose. Unless the world does something right now, we're going to lose. Palestinians are going to lose. And they're going to lose because Israel refuses to stop. And this will be Israel's reputation and history for the next 100 years. We will look back and say, this is what Israel did with its 200 years on earth. This is your legacy. You genocided a whole population. The world has got to do something. The governments have to, seriously, the leaders have to do something. We're basically at the very end here. It's all or nothing now, girls. And we're going to look back and we wonder, like, why did it take so many years for America to stop Germany? Why did people let Hitler do what he did? And here's Ethan Klein saying Israel gets to defend itself. What did I say that was pro-Zionist? What did I say that was anti-Palestine? What does he think Israel defending itself looks like? Why doesn't he understand that's a dog whistle, a talking point? It's a propaganda. It's bullshit. Ugh. And this is why I say this is a men's war. Who are the leaders? Who is at the table? Men. This is all men's doing. Russia, men. Ukraine, men. America, men. Israel, men. Men. 999. I'm just kidding. I know some German. Men. Oh, men.
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Oh my God, Anne Frank mentioned.
Absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that but my point that I was fucking presenting.
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member.
Anne Frank's a girl who wrote in her journal, and now we exploit her writings and we share her most inner thoughts with the world. We exploited Anne Frank. We took her journal and went, thanks, girl. We're going to take your most intimate thoughts and make it a book. We 100% exploited that child.
of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish
would you think
people.
Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them, yeah.
And took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that
Say
didn't
Anne
happen?
Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
Her dad published it, even worse. A man publishing a woman's inner thoughts. Chad said, to be honest, she wanted to be an author. Okay, but does she want to publish her journals? Because I read my journals all the time, and I will haunt you from my grave if one of you fuckers publishes my journal. You know? I'm just going to say, girl. Okay. Chad says, wasn't it heavily edited? Maybe. I only read it. I read it like, what, middle school? Like 1,000 billion years ago? I actually, to be frank, I don't really remember it. I'm getting tired. You can't hold me accountable for what I say at this point on.
Sure.
It wouldn't be the same.
She's
Why would it
famous
be?
for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what. Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if
Israel
Anne
isn't,
Frank, do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway.
Oh, yeah. Wait, chat says they edited out the gay part. I think I do remember Anne Frank being gay. Wait. Is that true? Or is that just gay Tumblr that I haven't been on in years since they've been anti-sex worker? I feel like I do remember that rumor, but I'm too tired.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is
You
all
say the
they have
Saudis,
known.
you said this, why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn
They're
the Jews?
directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
Oh, but
What
I
are you
thought,
talking
you see
about?
the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the
which
Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has
Arabia?
a clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No,
do you wanna see it?
let me show you this because you've been
You
going
wanna
on
hear
and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto
Hassan,
Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto
I'm
Uprising?
going to play this video. Okay. He says, "Ready for sacrifice." Oh, maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us?"
Wait, hold on. Gay news. This is from Pink News. I don't know if this is real. She added, I remember that once when I slept with a girlfriend, I had a strong desire to kiss her, and that I did do so. I could not remember being terribly inquisitive over her body, for she had always kept it hidden from me. I asked her whether, as proof of our friendship, she would feel one another's breasts, but she refused. Wow, that's gay coercion right there, baby. Like, I got into ecstasies every time I see a naked figure of a woman, such as Venus, for example. Okay, damn, is this true? Is this a quote verbatim, bro? On an official Anne Frank website, Jacqueline wrote about her relationship with Anne. We had a close relationship and I liked being with her, but she laid a claim on me and I didn't know how to handle that. I always had to prove to her that we were best friends. Her compassionate declarations of friendship were too much for me sometimes. Oh, shit. I don't know. I'd have to go back and read it myself. I don't know. I don't know, girls. I don't know. Here, I'll link the chat so you guys can do your own research. I'll keep reading on that, you know, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But shout out to the lesbians.
With what we are waiting for, son of a Jew. Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of
Oh, Chad says Anne Frank explicitly planned to publish her diary after the war. And she even started rewriting it and expanding. Oh, damn. Okay.
his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cock. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support?
You know, there was a thing in the media that said this white man is dangerous. He said he wants to turn the Middle East into glass. That's just like basic American propaganda to hate Arabs. I know, because I used to say the same shit, and I'm Arab by the Iraqi census. It's stupid. It's like Mexicans saying they came here illegally and other Mexicans should do the same. We all suck. Humans suck, guys. I don't know why anybody thinks we're good. We fucking suck. And yes, we have good moments, but we're fucking, like, we fall for propaganda. Okay? I was like 19 years old, 18, 17. Like, yeah, bro, I don't know what to tell you. This little Houthi boy, whatever, this little Yemeni boy, okay? He fell for he's a product of his environment. So is Ethan. Ethan's 40. What's his excuse? I left the phase. We all left the phase. Ethan's still in it. Ethan's still in the Israeli propaganda phase, and he's 40. Okay? Like, that's what he doesn't understand. Like, I can't put that much responsibility on this kid. I can put enough, but I can't put, like, all of it on him because I know, like, environments matter. But also, we can take that into account. We can take into account someone's environment, how they're raised, and their ability to engage in better decision making. But I'm pretty compassionate with this. Like, I try to meet people where they're at, and then I try to give them opportunities to do different things. And I hope he learned from this. I hope he learned, and I hope he learns to speak better and to be less swept up in these men's communities that are all about violence is the answer.
Or Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the Red Arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems
I feel like Hassan laughs when he's uncomfortable and to deflect, and I think Ethan yells more when he does the same, and I dislike it in both of them. Like, you know what I mean? I dislike it in both of them. But people have weird tics. Like, we have nervous tics. You know what I mean? Bert says, are you Jewish in chat? Look, chat. I don't know if you're, because I'm a Bert too. Are you me? Listen, you said she looks Jewish, that's why. Would it matter if I was Jewish? Does it change anything if I'm Jewish? Do you want me to be Jewish? That's the question. I'm not Jewish. I'm tired, is what I am. I'm not Jewish. I could be Jewish for you, though. I'm being sarcastic. I don't know what I'm doing now.
pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank,
just like Anne
posted,
Frank, by the way,
if Anne Frank lived, if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Wait, oh my God, Chet says that'd be a great song. I Can Be Jewish for You. Where's Trisha? Trisha definitely got a song called I Can Be Jewish for You, Moses. I can be Jewish for you. I can be Jewish for you, Moses. Yahweh is the Lord. Something. You just know Trisha got a song up her sleeve.
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out that's all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
That one, because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear?
Hold on, I got to rewind that.
Tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
That one, because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after
yeah, I don't have this desire. Like, I don't want to hurt people who have hurt me. I don't think it's wrong to kill a Nazi if they're keeping you in an internment camp or they're holocausting your people. But I think it's wrong to want to kill people. Which is why when we read from Tao Te Ching, okay? This is the whole point. The killing of others fills the people with sorrow. Those rulers who rejoice over killing others will never bring happiness to their people. We lament with tears because of it and honor the victors solemnly, as if we were attending a funeral ceremony. Even when victorious in battle, they do not rejoice, for they never exult over the killing of others. Peace and tranquility are valued by wise rulers. Okay? So we can all pretend we're badass and Liam Neeson, but it should be devastating either way that we're so callously taking each other's lives. And for what?
Hold on. After watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you.
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very
and
good.
Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would
She
never
was
hold
fucking
that
killed
against
in
her.
a concentration camp, you
Exactly.
psychopath.
But if she
was
did,
exterminated with her whole fucking
I would
family. Her
never hold
dad's
that
the only
against
one
her.
that
Would
survived
you?
and recovered
But
her
you
journal.
wouldn't
Are you
hold that
fucking
against her
mad?
either, Ethan? Right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against?
I wouldn't
Anne
hold
Frank
it
if
against her,
she-
but she wouldn't be the same historical like figure that said, despite my
What? Ethan?
family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck is what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
Yeah, but what does he think defend Israel means? I just want, why isn't Hassan asking him that? Ethan, when you say Israel has the right to defend itself, what are you saying? I don't understand how we're 4 hours in and nobody's asked Ethan this question.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen.
You
who
really
is
like to do
19
that.
fucking years old.
Well, you said
Okay.
he's not a Houthi.
No.
You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed
He is,
and
he is,
blazed
he
the
is.
fuck
He
up, by the
absolutely
way.
is. And
Which
even
is,
if he
by the way,
wasn't,
just
I would-
terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently
That wasn't
partied
even-
with the
that wasn't
captains?
even correct.
You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
All
Just
right,
insane.
here's some
But
clips that
hold
you
on,
haven't
besides
shown.
being like wrong, it's
Here's some clips.
insanely
No, we're going clip for
incompetent.
clip. We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me
Here.
a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a
Okay,
pacifist.
do you want me
That
to
is your
watch this? I mean,
perspective.
what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
Of course, I have received many questions. What if the Jews decide to return to Yemen? Of course, it is normal. We, the Yemenis, extend our hand in peace. Yemen is allowed for anyone who lives in it.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break.
Our problem is not with the Jews.
Our problem is not with the Jews.
Our enemies are the Zionists.
Like a
guys-
big man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what
to
do you think
show.
about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not.
He both
at
believes the
odds
Jews
with
are
what
our
you
friends and also we
presenting.
need to murder
the
them all.
problem is,
He believes
okay,
that Jews
here,
are our
we
friends
gotta-
and we need to
okay.
murder them all. Is that correct?
The
Is that
problem
what
is
you're
you
saying?
conflate. You
No, he said
conflate-
Jews. He, in the
You
tweet,
conflate
said this is
Judaism
what we're
with
going to do to
Zionism from
Jews.
a Western perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
And
it
that's the
as
Jews' fault, right?
But
That's-
listen to
and you're
me.
blaming
but
the
listen to
victim.
me. Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That
because
is
he
such a
does not
lie.
have-
You're such a liar.
You don't
He
know
said-
this person.
I
Ethan.
watched
He
it.
has
That's
no
not what he
reason.
said,
He
though.
has no
He
reason
said
to
if they
lie.
support
He's in
Palestine, then I
fucking
like
Yemen.
them.
He could be dead
didn't.
by
You're
now.
lying.
What?
You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't
Wait, what
say
do you
that.
mean?
He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear you just repeated what
Go
I
ahead.
said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
What
say
did
love.
he say? Hold on
he
a
said
second.
like.
What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has
not
no
what you
problem
said.
with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you were wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right,
What?
let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to
Dude,
move on,
Ethan,
bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an
did
anti-Semitic
tweet that.
person.
He did tweet
okay,
stuff like
The
that.
conversation would go very differently. But even
did
then,
say
I
that.
probably wouldn't be as vicious as
He
you
literally
assume
said that
I
on
would,
social media
or you want me to
continually.
be, because I understand the material conditions. And
Wait. Great point, Chad says Palestinians are Semitic, by the way. I think they are. Yeah. Like, I'm Semitic. I'm Assyrian. Actually, Hassan was making me laugh because I was watching Furiant, and he said, you've got Levantine hair, the Levantine hair to Austin. And I was like, 13%, baby. And I was like gagging. And it's like so funny. Like none of this matters. They're all constructs. But yes, like technically we're all like the same. That's what I mean. Like we're all, guys, you gotta get over it. We gotta get over it. But the thing is we can't, because like there's a lot of really horrible propaganda happening and a lot of really just horrible things happening to people. Like, I can't even, you need to watch the videos of what Palestine is going through. You got to watch the videos. You have to see the babies. You got to see the people. You got to see the boys dying. You got to see the men. You got to see them. Okay? Like, you got to see what these people are going through. And I'm telling you, there's no justification. There's just zero justification. Anyone who justifies it, even by saying Israel deserves to, like, defend itself, you're wrong.
And
Kill all
what
Jews.
plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody
what
needs
their
to fear us but
upbringing looks
Jews,
like.
he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No,
He's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, is
Stop
this,
being
I don't know if
dumb.
this is, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can.
It doesn't.
It does
fine.
matter,
It's
unfortunately.
most likely
You're
not
on Twitch
fucking
where
claimed.
stealing
Come on.
content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you.
This chatter in chat that's pissing you guys off, they have a brand new account. I'm going to block them. They have like a brand new account joined 6 hours ago. Like, I can look at their activity and it says they've had one message hidden. They joined 6 hours ago. No subscribers. So it's like a brand new account. And I think they're just trolling or something, so I block them.
And then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes
things out of you.
warranted. Where's the link
Mr.
of
Fair Use? Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get
Of course
your
I care about
high-powered
my
attorney to
monetization
fucking
status.
sue them and make demands about how they
What's that
have
do
to
with fair use, man?
release
Yeah.
information about their
All right,
about their
let me
allegiances
play
to
this
Reddit.
for a minute, and then we'll move on.
All right, play it.
This is the
Of course, thanks to the foreigners and the Jews who stood up against the foreigners. Up with the foreigners. Up with the foreigners.
most pathetic terrorist propaganda
The amount of times he clarified himself is ridiculous.
bullshit I have ever seen. And the fact that you actually think this is credible is.
I think another sign of groundedness is an ability to trust a source, is an ability to feel safe with people. So I understand anyone's hesitation to believe that somebody could be trusted. But the question is, who can be trusted? Who looks reformed? What would a person, I think it's okay for all of us to have different standards, but I wonder, like, what could a person do? Look, I don't know this kid, but maybe he's just realizing, like, oh, he got famous and he signaled the wrong thing. He's being too much. He should pull back. He should be more honest. Because I think a lot of us say shit we don't mean because we feel threatened because we're animals evolved on a planet over millions of years, and we have a lot of defense mechanisms that cause us to say things we don't mean, or to, at times in our youth, buy into narratives that we change later on. And I think it's important to give people space to change, but we don't have to believe him. But I wonder who Ethan would be receptive to. And what does that look like? I think that's more or less what I'm interested in at this point.
It's so hilarious to me.
Dude,
Wow. Let's keep it going.
man,
No, I love
look.
this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it.
Okay, hold on.
It's so hilarious to me.
Dude,
Wow. Let's
look,
keep it going.
man,
No, I love
look.
this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep.
He plays this. I would like to clarify that any Jewish person, Christian, Muslim, or any other who is innocent we will never hurt them. We protect them and ask what they want and what they lack and what they need. We stand for the oppressed, which is why we oppose Zionism. It is a Zionist ideology that is wreaking havoc upon innocent Palestinians and Lebanese.
Keep playing it. Keep playing.
The Zionist tries to hide behind the Christian or the Jew or the innocent. We understand everything. There are Jews with us and there are Christians with us. When we say Zionist, we do not mean the innocent Jew or the innocent Christian. We mean the ones who kill children.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that
What
half
was
the
legitimate
MSM was
journal-
chasing."
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate... Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said. They're
No,
cool.
you asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up
Great point, chat. What does Ethan want from this interaction? What do you think Ethan wants?
question? Like,
I think he just wants to feel good. I think he wants to get one on Hassan. I think he wants to feel like he defended himself. I feel like he wants to feel good and strong. And I feel like he wants to feel right. Chat's right, though. He does keep changing the goalpost. This is why I'm saying don't engage with people. This is why I'm saying they don't know what they want. Now, okay, hold on. All of the things I named is what Ethan thinks he wants, but I don't actually think Ethan knows what he wants. Like, I want to make it very abundantly clear. There is no healthy, healed Ethan here, so I don't know what he really wants. Like the real Ethan, I just know what this Ethan wants. This activated Ethan. Activated Ethan wants to feel validated and smart. Real Ethan, I don't know what he wants. I don't even think he knows. And I don't know how to read his mind. So we won't even know, until he knows.
Ethan, do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about why? Do you think?
Jews,
what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was.
Yes. Also, who's your favorite character?
Called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, lazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace
Is that
and
right?
they look like a human being.
So you're resorting to call me racist now. By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about?
Ethan.
This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about,
let's get back to the
dipshit?
IDF.
Hold on, you
So
accuse
said
me of
the
being
IDF to
racist.
be
Are you talking about
declared
this
a
guy?
terrorist organization,
Are you talking about
and
this
your
guy?
wife is a part of the IDF. Do
Give
you
me
think
a
it's
break,
appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
The
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting them.
targets
It's fucking insane.
in the
Yeah, it's
process,
horrible.
of
Was my
their
wife out there
pogroms that they're
protecting?
doing?
Sorry, was Hila out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record,
She was
until a couple
fucking,
months ago.
Yeah, you're gonna
She
do
was
the
out there
Raider of
doing
Ramallah
night
snark
raids.
bullshit.
Do
Go
you
on. Yeah,
think-
your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
She
18 years
described
old, bro.
the
She's a
process
secretary.
of taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home, and your wife
Can they not
went
commit
on
crimes?
a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a
Is your
terror
wife
city.
a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your
She's
wife
not
is
a West Bank
terrorist, Ethan?
settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the
Bad
West Bank.
Empanada
Where's
thinks she
Ramallah,
is.
Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You
Do
think
you?
she's a valid military target?
Do you think
That's
she's a
my
valid
point,
military
because there's
target? Do
inconsistencies
you
here.
think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of
Oh, how
fact.
great.
I don't. Okay.
Right. Can we please move on to this the
No,
Nakba thing?
listen to me.
Hassan,
listen
bro,
to
you're
me.
making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay.
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know
say
who
you
was
hate the
kidnapped and
West
for
Bank.
what reason.
You
We don't
say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who is.
Who
First of all,
protects the settlers, Ethan? Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
Oh,
what if he
so
fucking
it was
stabbed
justifiable.
civilians?
Do you
Doesn't that
understand
happen?
the process in which how people are
I'm sorry,
arrested in the West Bank,
do
Ethan?
Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow
They're
up
placed
civilians?
they're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go
Do
through a civil
Palestinian
court
terrorists
process.
ever
They are
commit
not-
violence on civilians that
They
would warrant them
are
being
not-
arrested?
They
Give me a
are
fucking
not
break.
in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this
Palestinians that
person
are
or this
kidnapped
raid.
are in Ramallah, in
Okay.
Palestinian territory. Your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now,
Okay. Okay. I'm going to act. I'm Hila. Okay. Ready. 1, 2, 3. After much reflection, I want to say that I've done a disservice to Palestinians and to civilians by disregarding my participation in the IOF. I have participated when I was young, I admit, in a raid that ended with the arrest of a person I thought was a terrorist. But upon further investigation, I've come to learn or believe that this person might have been an innocent Palestinian. And that I, all these years later, haven't realized my own connection to the subjugation and genocide of the Palestinian people. And I want to be a voice as somebody who's been there and has worn the uniform and participated in these acts to say that even if you're innocent, somebody innocent suffered. And I want to make sure that I don't stand by that, and I want to make it clear that what we're doing there is bad, that I participated in something bad, and that I will do my best to be less bad today, starting today and moving into tomorrow. And then Ethan comes on and goes like, but who are these? Who are these? Something like that, something like that. Okay, end scene. Something like that. There is so much opportunity for them to be great advocates. Okay? But they're choosing to not do that. While saying something like, I'm pro-Palestine. There is so much opportunity here. But no, they just won't do it, which is why we say you're either Zionist or pro-genocide, because you're doing everything that those people would do. You're not doing anything that we're doing as this. So there's social scripts. Oh, let me explain this like an autist. There are social scripts. And in order to signal to the right group that you're on their side, here are the actions you must take so they know you're one of them. And this is the actions you take to know you're one of the Zionists. And Ethan and Healer are like, which script should I follow? I'm going to follow the Zionist script, but I want you to still consider me pro-Palestine. And I'm like, no. If you're pro-Palestine, you must follow the pro-Palestinian script. There's a script. There are things you do. And they're like, no, because in my heart, I know I'm pro-Palestine, but outwardly, I'm going to signal that I'm a Zionist. I'm like, okay, you can't signal you're a Zionist in this era. Okay? You got to signal the right stuff. And so that's what we're doing. That's what we're all doing. That's what Hassan's doing with this Palestine scarf on him. This is a signal. We're signaling. This is why I say Free Palestine every 10 minutes, so people know if they're coming into stream where I stand very quickly. This is why I'm like, no arguments, no discussions. I'm not debating this. Free Palestine, right? I'm making it clear. I'm signaling. Ian, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. Okay, I'm signaling. I'm making sure that people know, okay? It feels like Ethan doesn't understand that he's not following the social script that screams pro-Palestinian. It's like if Ethan showed up on stream with a Starbucks cup. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but it's signaling the wrong message. They don't have Starbucks in Croatia, but even if they did, if I showed up on stream with a Starbucks cup, I would know that in the script I'm following, it's not about the script being perfect. It's about the script being something that a collective created. We decided we're not drinking Starbucks, we're protesting them. So if you drink Starbucks, which is why after the election, when Black women got on TikTok and started drinking Starbucks, they're signaling fuck Palestine, fuck Palestinians, right? That's why they were doing it, because that's what it is. It's a fuck you, because they felt betrayed that Palestinian people didn't want to vote for Harris, some of them, right? Which is really interesting that they were only helping Palestinians out as long as they helped them, not because they thought the genocide was bad. I told you, being a minority isn't enough. And that goes for the Palestinians that are attacking Black women. Like, being a minority isn't enough. You actually have to know what's right or wrong through your subjective lens, okay? Chad says actually they were signaling being over the political progress. Yeah, but they weren't, though. That's not what the signal is. Just like Ethan isn't signaling Palestine. You can say they thought that that's where they were signaling, but they weren't. They were signaling big middle finger to Palestinians. That's what it was read as. You can argue with the social script, but that's what it was. Okay? Chad says we won't be free until all of us are free. Amen. So that's the thing is like you can decide how you're going to signal to people, but it's not a script that's perfect. It's just a script. Okay? So Ethan's just upset because he keeps signaling the wrong script and he doesn't understand why he's not being embraced. That's it. Follow the script, Ethan.
I know people that have also served in the Israeli occupying forces, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
It's also true that forgetting Starbucks is also against BLM. Exactly.
Tila, I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever.
Chat says Dr. Pepper is also on the boycott list. I don't know everything that's on the boycott list, right? I don't know. And I'm not even paying attention to it because I don't really drink anything. The only thing I would drink is Starbucks. That's why it was easy for me to stop drinking it. But I don't drink Pepsi and stuff, so I haven't even looked at the list if I'm being honest. Because I'm not following the list. Oh, that's another thing. The social script I'm following is from the movement. It's not from the list. So I haven't ever looked up the list this whole time. I've just like listened to the activist and they've told me what not to drink. But do you know what I mean? Chet says Dr. Pepper is not on the list. I don't know.
Who cares?
It just belies some really bizarre
random
things.
shit.
It's not random at all. It says a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words.
It's so
I have no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but
also I'll just say, like, I also am not going to fault people for working at Starbucks if they have a job and that's the job they can get. Like, it's not about perfection. It's about what you can do with your privilege. I have enough privilege that I don't have to buy Starbucks. You know what I mean? Who cares? I also don't work at Starbucks. I'm not dependent on them for money. But I'm not going to blame people for working at Starbucks because it works with their school schedule or it actually pays them or it's not the greatest job, but it's the only job in their small town. Like, I'm not that person. I'm never going to make that black and white prescription to you. I'm just saying in your own way, harm reduce in ways you can, but I'm never going to signal perfection to you.
But all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who is supposed to be able to resist against this genocide?
Hold the phone.
Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious.
She could have joined, and then she could have talked about how horrible it was that she participated in that raid instead of going on multiple podcasts bragging about it instead. That's it. That's what she could have done. No one's going to fault you for joining the military. I certainly don't fault people for signing up and thinking it will work for them. But I expect people to kind of talk shit about it after they leave because I know it was a shitty experience. Unless you made a career out of it, and then in that case, you're playing a game. You know what I'm saying?
Exemption. 2, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well, listen,
Chad says, Discord says she chose to go on a raid. Okay, I want to say this out loud. Again, zoom out with me, zoom out with me, zoom out with me. I think a lot of people would have chosen to go on that raid. I think it's incredibly ignorant for us to think that people wouldn't have gone on that raid. Because if you had been just like the Yemeni kid, maybe joining the Houthis or not joining the Houthis, what do you mean? It's the same fucking bubble. At the end of the day, you're a property of propaganda. You grew up thinking you're doing something just. Why wouldn't you go on the raid? And the same way the Houthi kid, why wouldn't you? I don't understand what the difference is. It's the same situation to my brain. Both kids, both teens, both participating in what they think is justice because they think they're fighting terrorists. It doesn't matter how we feel about it all these years later. We're saying, how would it feel in that moment at the time all those years before? I just feel like that's so obvious, like she would have gone on that raid. You know? I feel like it's a little ignorant to say she wouldn't have gone on the raid. In the same way that I think it's ignorant to say that this kid wouldn't be a product of his environment. You know what I mean? But I think eventually, for her now, current day Hila, to not talk about it in a progressive way, I think is the problem. Right? I feel like that's the problem. Is why isn't she current day Hila talking about the regret of that interaction?
You can talk to her, debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a
podcast.
question. Hassan,
She's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
She
to
was
let me
bored. She had
talk.
a
The fact that
secretary
you're
job.
just
It's
talking
mandatory
over me
conscription. It
and
was an
being
adventure
louder
for
does not
her.
mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay. It's good just to listen to what I have to say. She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer?
Hold on. Chat said, I think seeing another innocent family being oppressed by your own self is such a wake-up call. You do something more than just business as usual. Is that true though? You guys I don't okay, I'm gonna be real. This is why I created my whole philosophy system. I don't think people believe what they say. Except I think they do believe it, but I don't think they really believe it. Like, we wake up every day in America or in your privilege, wherever you are in the world, and you see injustices every fucking day, and we do not do anything. We go about our day just fine. Because human beings are animals on a planet evolved over millions of years. We're literally able to do that. So I'm a little confused when people say things like, don't you think you should do the right thing? Girl, what thing? What thing are we all doing? Like, are we all doing different things? You know? I think we are all on a journey. Actually, Chad said a great thing. I mean, I used to eat meat and now I don't. I do think people realize and change. I agree with you. So to be clear, I'm not coming for you. I agree. We change and we grow. But while we're waiting for the world to get, that's why I say, okay, if you're new to my channel, in masses, we move very slow. Individually, we move pretty fast. So individually, great. Collectively, slower. This is the burden of the collective. But the burden of being too individualistic is that you forget about the collective and why it matters. So we want to move society forward, but we move as slow as the slowest people, which is why a good society uplifts the most oppressed. A smart society takes the people who are struggling the most and lifts them up. Instead of thinking we should only be focused. What's that movie? Dinosaurs. You seen that movie Dinosaurs? This is such a throwback. You remember that movie Dinosaurs as kids? And he was like, the weakest in the herd have to be left behind. No, you do your best to keep the weakest in the herd alive because they have the wisdom, because they're old and slow, or they're babies, they are the next generation of life. You don't let them die, okay? We uplift the most oppressed and we bring them with us. That is the strongest society. The strongest society is not a society that only uplifts the best, the most forward, the most wise, or the strongest. You know? Yeah. Chat says, I'm not saying should do the right thing, by the way. If you're quoting me, that's a misquote. I'm saying wake up call specifically. Yeah, but the wake up call, and correct me if I'm wrong, the wake up call is a trigger in a brain that helps you have a bubble pop. So we all live in bubbles, right? We have limited perception, and some things happen in our life that cause us to go, I can't believe I'm eating an animal. I can't believe I'm like unnecessarily killing a thing just to feed me temporarily. Like, you have a bubble pop. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I was screaming this rhetoric that I believed in, this propaganda I believed. Like, oh my God, you know, stuff like that. Like, I agree with you. You would think it would be a bubble pop, like a wake up call. But what I've learned with humans is we all have different triggers, in a good way trigger, which is interesting. The question is, what is your trigger to bubble pop? You know? What is your trigger to like have a different mindset with it, right? Let's see. Discord says, I guess so. She was just originally a secretary in Tel Aviv, but chose to switch to something more aligned with the raid work. So I don't understand Ethan acting like it was mandatory for her to go on the raid because she chose that because her original line of work was boring. I do agree. Hila's original way she tells the story is that she was bored and she was going to find a way out of the military, but instead she did this other job and she found it more exciting. And in the part of that job is she also went on a raid. I just think it's very typical. I just don't find it to be that weird, right? Like, chat says, oh, Hila said it feels so surreal. You see a family there and it feels weird, or something to that effect. So her bubble maybe didn't pop because of she patched it. Yeah, I think you're right that she did have a realization, but it wasn't enough for her. You know, in the same way, oh my God, do you guys know white tourism? You know how white tourists go to other countries and they see people in horrible positions and they're just like throwing coins at poor people? You guys know what I'm talking about? They used to throw money at poor people, but now they just throw pity. Oh, how sad. Oh, I was just on a cruise. How sad. I saw all these people, but there's no bubble pop. There's no realization. There's no questioning of why. There's no nothing. There's no why did that happen? When I tell you I believed in God until I was 19, you best believe that I was also asking questions along the way. I was always asking questions, even if I believed until I was 19. I was always like, why does God do that then? But what about this then? But what about this? And I was encouraged in my bubble. My parents encouraged it. my parents were just arrogant enough to think that if I questioned enough, I'd come back to Catholicism. Okay. So I agree that there's like I think humans have a much harder time popping the bubble than we think. Even though we all pop bubbles all the time, it's the kind of bubble that we pop. So I think Gila today deserves an immense amount of criticism. I think Hila as a teenager, less so, but Gila today, who doubles down on it, absolutely deserves the heat she's getting. So I think we agree on that point. Her and Ethan deserve the heat because of the way they're doubling down on it. Right? Is that we kind of, yeah? I think that's, you know, reasonable from people.
Volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored. In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a
What if he
vicious
killed
terrorist
people?
monster.
Yeah, what if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about.
Yeah, this is really ignorant.
Okay, fine. My wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
How fucked up that is, as many former IDF vets have on breaking the.
This is why I think Ethan suffers from Islamophobia or terrorist propaganda or sleeper propaganda, because people will say this about Arabs, or people will say this about people. Well, Brittany, what if that guy was a terrorist? You just said, what if? What if is not justifiable. You can't arrest pro-Palestinian protesters because they could be terrorists. That's the problem. That's what I'm telling you. There's a sleeper mentality in all these people's brains where they think all of them are like secret agents who've been in America tricking all of us that they're Americans and they love America, but they're just waiting to bomb us or kill us. I'm telling you, Ethan has it in the back of his head.
Silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD
know why?
too?
Because I understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. She is illegally there.
Okay,
she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in.
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in.
Okay,
is
she's a
called
terrorist, bro.
night raid.
Please, we got to move on.
No. Because when she told a story to Bobby Lee, Gila said, he goes, "Oh my God, were you like being shot at?" She goes, "Well, yeah, like a bullet went by my head and hit the car, but I didn't get hurt. I was in a tank." But she goes, "Yeah, and then we got a guy. We arrested a guy." She was telling Bobby Lee this story, and I just saw the clip, and she was saying, "Oh, I probably saw it in that Gila video that came out." And so Gila was like, yeah, like there were bullets, like, but so she knew, she was like, it was like exciting. And people, by the way, please listen to me when I say this. This is why, I gotta start whispering. It's really late here, guys. My poor neighbors. Okay, but this is why I also said, listen to the way Bobby Lee, oh, tell me more. Oh, were they shooting at you? Whoa, you fought terrorists? It feels like, oh, we like feel good. We're like, yeah, I got a couple Arabs. I got a couple people, like, you know what I'm saying? They're feeding into the narrative. Like, oh my God, you're a fucking hero, bro. You're a fucking hero. You got a terrorist. Just as we love war stories, we love war stories. Yeah, the soft take video, the Gila video, that was a good video.
This is
the reason why the Israeli occupying force, participates in these night raids in the West Bank.
You're making this unwatchable.
Is to create a constant feeling of terror.
So talking more does not make you right. Okay. You got to understand
the reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19.
Hey, new people to my audience, don't make multiple accounts to show up. I'll ban you. It's rude. It's a consent violation. And I respect your consent so much I blocked you. Don't come to my channel. Don't make fake usernames saying not so and so. I'll block you. Habibi.
She's doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do.
The reason why
you got to move on.
The reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
You want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you?
True. Chat says all our video games are killing terrorists and all our Hollywood movies. Actually, I learned a fun fact that a lot of the Russian accents we hear in American movies are actually just Croatian accents, apparently. I'm learning so many new things. Croatians do, like, there's a sound to them. Anyways, all I'm trying to say is there's so much propaganda here and we buy into it and we don't even know it. Like, we don't even know it. Who is the terrorist in videos? Why were Sikhs attacked during 9/11? Because we don't know the difference between fucking turbans. We're so fucking useless as a culture. Like, not literally. I like that word. We're just so uncultured. You got to learn categorization, guys, so you can identify people accordingly and not freak out and make a mistake and attack the wrong person.
What you want?
What?
You want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm taking that as a yes.
Content brained.
The silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hassan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes?
No. See, this is why I don't believe in perfection. I'm never going to ask you to be perfect. I'm going to ask you to minimize harm. So, okay, we have to pay taxes because it's not a good form of protest. You would have to have everybody engage in the form of protest. You have to engage in efficient forms of protest. You have to have the numbers. Not paying your tax could be a good form of protest, but you would have to literally have like X amount of percentage of the country engaging in it for it to be valid. Otherwise, it's not a good form of protest. Okay? So it's not a good one-to-one. We all pay tax. We all hate it. It's life. Okay? Not a good example. Period.
Taxes to the United States
This
government.
is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking
Why don't
fight
you go to
against this
jail?
goddamn government
Well,
doing
why
this
don't you
shit
stand
every
up for
day.
your Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
There is a difference between paying taxes and then putting on a uniform and going to a country and killing people, which is also why I don't believe in the draft. And the fact that men are so stupid that you can't figure out to advocate for no draft, instead you're advocating for women to also be drafted. Hey, numbskull, none of us should fight a war we don't want to fight. Why would you go die for a country that has to force you into a draft? Men are so bad at advocating for themselves. I mean, my God, as a group, y'all are so bad at it. Stop fighting wars on behalf of men that would never sacrifice their lives for you.
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
What wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What did she
says
say?
the Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization.
Exactly.
You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and
you
white.
can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's
you
a
know-
Hassan's being weirdly very nuanced. I guess it's not weird, but he's being actually not black and white. Hassan is literally not being black and white.
for a
terrorist
fucking
who
fact
says he
that
wants
your
to kill
audience
Jews.
also doesn't see
That
it,
you said
and
like
that's
Anne
why
Frank.
you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my
whereas
God,
your
bro!
wife,
Please,
well, it's
I want this
complicated.
to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
You made your point. You
Got
made your
it.
point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than
Let me go
Palestinians
back
in
just
1948
yeah,
countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you. Okay. So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the exaggeration?
By killing them,
No,
including
this isn't a comparison
by
question.
massacring them.
What was
and
the
then,
fucking hell,
and then
bro? You are
letting
incapable of
survivors tell the
answering
tale.
anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking
you're not
answer it? What are we
answering
doing?
it. You're not. You're just going on
I
and
am.
on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
About
sit the fuck
the
down and listen
historical
to the
fact
history
of
lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Pantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens, and then the
does that have to
survivors
do with
left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
What
the
the
Nakba.
fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it not?
leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made
How many
deals
left
with
voluntarily?
either Israel or France.
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left
Take a
voluntarily.
guess.
Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're
Most of
lying
them
and
left
you're fucking
voluntarily,
dead
Ethan.
wrong. Let me. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured, widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Here, Dan, I sent you a clip.
No,
You
no,
can
no,
play
no,
it.
no.
One of the most important scholars on this issue.
Oh my God!
Is
please.
an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Binet.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? What? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government, benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And
you know what's interesting about accelerationists, even though they don't want to identify that way, is I do think men have a tendency to think they know better for other people. A man told me he voted for Trump not because he's a Trump voter, which I believe, but because he thought he wanted the world to see how bad it was going to be under Trump. So they would regret their decision and fix things. And I thought, and I looked at him and he's like, I know you're pretty upset with me. And I was like, I just think it's stupid. I just think that's a stupid thing to do. And I was like, I don't even think you're a Trump voter. I just think that was a stupid decision. I think you made a bad, unwise decision because you wish suffering on people ultimately. That's what you're wishing. You're thinking the ends justify the means, and they don't. They don't. They just don't. And that's it. Like, you know, I think a lot of men think it does, though. I think a lot of men think you're not willing to do what it takes. If we have to suffer in the short term, you know, for the long term, like, no, like, you have to be careful about the position you take and how you engage in the world. Oh, and that was a brown man who did it. So think about it think about that. You know what I mean? It's not enough to be a minority. You have to deconstruct. I think he had good intentions, though, but the road to hell is paved in good intentions.
why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you,
arrive
Hassan.
at that conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before
Why
the
is
bombs
Israel
went off,
being established?
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They like
okay,
the
great.
idea
So let
of
me hear
going
what
to
Avi. Okay, so
Israel. You like Israel.
Yeah, you're a
What do you
liar.
mean?
You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another bomb another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masouda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Shlaim, you fucking liar.
Hold on.
No, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even
listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs. It was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
I don't doubt that anti-Semitism is real and that the world has rejected Jews. I think that's like not that hot of a take. Like I said, my family's from Iraq, but they felt persecuted under the Muslim rule because like Muslims fall into the same category as anybody else. They persecute people the same way Christians persecute people. I don't know why we're acting like groups of men getting together having persecuted people over thousands of fucking years. Like, I feel like we're doing this thing. Like, who's has the better group? Y'all suck. Okay? Y'all have patriarchal religions. You're all homophobic. You're all transphobic. You're all misogynistic. You still don't all deserve to be genocided. You deserve to live peacefully. You deserve clothing and housing and healthcare and education. But your underlying beliefs do suck. But also, like, you and billions of other people. I just feel like it feels silly not to be able to say, like, we all got problems. But some of these problems could be stopped right now in real time. Israel could stop a genocide right now in real time. Who cares what happened then? Right now, Palestinians need you to fucking stop. I'm so tired. Free Palestine. I don't give a fuck about anything else. We can talk about everything else after.
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does.
with what I said.
Hold on.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. Now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of Zionist
out of your mind.
is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movement as a vindication for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hassan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that what you think?
Were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Coward.
That there were numerous pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the question.
movements
You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why
Ethan.
did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of
reasons. Why did the Israeli
anti-Semitism.
government-
They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were
Oh, shut
forced
the
to
fuck
leave.
up,
They were
dude.
chased
Shut
out.
up.
They lived there for
They
thousands
hated
of years.
Jewish people.
They
Yes,
had businesses, they
everyone
had homes,
hated
that they were
Jewish people. It's
forced
weird.
abandoned to go to Israel
Thousands-
because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
That
was
has
already
nothing to do with
taking
them, you
place in
absolute
British
fucking
Mandate
dumbass.
Palestine, Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was their,
Do you
so
think
you're
the aliyahs
blaming
were
them? Are you
happening
blaming the
in
Iraqi
one-
Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me
I'm not
racist.
justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not
Yes, you
comprehending
are.
my point.
They left
I've never justified
because
that.
Iraq
And I've
turned on
also
them after
openly
1948.
recognized- Ethan,
You're materially
I
wrong.
have
You're a
openly
liar.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab,
Yeah.
they all have the same
I
mindset.
know. Let's go
Other
over them,
countries and
genius.
the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by Western
You want to talk
nations.
facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
I feel like this is a perfect point for Jordan Peterson just to show up in the background. What are you going to do without all these men? Oh, yeah, this is. What in the world would you do without this? Man.
And
And
you don't know,
Egypt.
you got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain to
Hassan,
you so you
let
can
me-
fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add home?
No, I want to tell you my
No,
perspective.
you wanna
This
talk.
is supposed
That's
to
the
be
problem. You don't wanna
an
listen.
acknowledgement of
You've talked
You're supposed
plenty.
to be attacking my perspective.
You called me
Let
racist, bro.
clarify
The least
my
you can do
position
is shut the
so you can
fuck up and listen
understand.
to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for
not
their
just
own anti-Semitism,
1948.
you go
It's
right
not
ahead.
just
But that's racism.
1948.
Now let's talk about
I
Egypt.
also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following
Ethan,
anti-Jewish
is
riots
Egypt
and bombs in
Palestine?
Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do
to
with that.
return?
They were
A
forced
right
to go there
that
by the
every single
Arab
one of these countries
countries.
have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own
It's time to listen,
voluntarily.
Hassan.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying
you
the
are
Nakba.
packaging them together
No,
to
no
make
one is
a
justifying the
horrifying
Nakba. I'm
position.
explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running
No, you're
of
fucking racist because
discrimination.
I don't discredit the plight.
But
I think you're-
I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not
Why'd they
justifying
leave?
that at all.
Why'd
you
they
think
leave?
that. You think that because you want to drive home a point that
Why
this
did
is
they leave? Their
anti-Semitic.
communities that had
You
been there
are
for
making-
2,000 years, leaving their money, their
You will
businesses,
never
their homes.
understand.
Why did
I
they
don't think
leave?
you'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's
Do you
defending the
think-
Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for
Where's the
fucking
Ottoman
hundreds
Empire?
of years?
Let's talk
when
about the last
when
100 years.
Christians
That's
in
great. Yeah, the
Western
Ottoman
Europe
Empire was
were-
great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish
of
riots
course,
broke out
Israel is-
after
of
the
course.
war. Hassan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the
Oh
war,
my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get
Yes,
heated
careful,
sometimes.
Right.
Okay. Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
Lie.
Others were
You're a liar.
were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically proven
wait,
liar.
do you think that Jews,
and I feel
I just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned to saying liar
The amount
that you're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to
Ethan.
become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. And
They were forced to be Zionists because of their oppressors. They had nowhere else to go. Wait. Ooh, that's a nice story to tell yourself, huh? Ooh, what an interesting story to tell yourself. We had to become Zionists because of our oppressors. Oh, what an interest. Okay. Then why did Zionism also have to include genocide? Like, if you were just an oppressed group starting your own thing somewhere else, why did it also have to include genociding the Palestinians? What does that have to do with it then? What am I missing?
Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries
After
are Palestine.
That is
None
an
of these countries,
insanely irrelevant
these countries
point. A series of bombs
Dude, you
targeted
can't make
Jewish
a
areas in
comparison
Cairo between
a
June and
planned ethnic
September.
cleansing campaign
They
and
killed
other
70
countries.
Jews.
That's my point.
Chad is screaming at me. Where would you have gone? Where would I have gone what? Where would I have gone what? Did all Jews go to Israel? No, there's Jews all over the fucking world. So we know they didn't have to go to Israel. The Jews in Israel were brought from Europe, a lot of them. So, like, I know they had just experienced a genocide, but, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like you could have gone a lot of places, but you could have gone to Israel. I'm not saying it's wrong to go to Israel. I'm saying it's maybe, why is there Israel? That's the question. Look, don't yell at me because men come up with stupid ideas. Okay? Don't blame me because I don't like men's ideas. All these are men's ideas and they're all dumb. This is the best men could offer society, and you wonder why society sucks. Living under a patriarchy, ladies.
Injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez
words.
Crisis.
One is direct
1956.
violence.
Yo, Chet said, say that to my face. You do know your username, right? I'm gonna block you for your own sanity. Okay? With peace and love. Blocking you for your own sanity. Peace and love.
When direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them?
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries.
No, I'm not.
Versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison
That's why it's anti-Semitic.
That's
why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. The expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt
Sorry,
as an
what is
example.
wrong about
Half
that?
of these countries
What
that
is
you're
wrong with
pointing
what
to
I
in the
just said?
time when Jews were leaving were literally
Hassan, please,
controlled
you've got to
by
fucking answer
English
a question.
and French. By the English and French colonial occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What?
This feels like when you're at a family gathering and people are arguing about family lore. They're like, that's not what happened. This is what happened. That's not what happened. This is what happened. But neither of you were there because you're arguing for your like ancestors who've already died. Like, let's still be for real, guys. None of just, you know what I'm saying? History is a very interesting. History is lore. You know what I mean? It feels like I don't need to know the exact lore. What keeps the Palestinians from being genocided? That doesn't also require the Palestinians to take responsibility for their own genocide. Somebody answer that. Okay? Whatever it takes for the Palestinians to have their land and to live peacefully and not be genocided. That's all I care about. Does any of this get me there? Or no, do I just get Ethan making this face? Oh, Hassan. Sorry, I'm a child. I'm sorry. I've been here for almost 9 hours, and I have fibromyalgia, and I'm autistic. It's not my fault.
What did I say wrong?
Go ahead. My God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
The Armenian genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after independence and as a
equally dispelled. Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct
the same fucking thing that that's the way that it was taught in the past. That it was a,
by the way,
did you say necessary voluntary migration?
By the way, did you? Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was
Sorry,
able to
I just thought it was an insane
resist?
thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli,
Wait,
anti-Jewish
why'd you bring
riots
it up?
broke
What's your
out
point?
amid
What's your point?
post-war
What's your point about
unrest.
Anne Frank?
Synagogues
Yes, I
were
did.
burned.
Okay.
Jewish
What's your point about Anne
institutions were
Frank?
shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank?
Okay, I don't know what's happening. If there's a couple like Jewish people in my chat right now and you guys are like hearing something I'm not saying, I want to make it abundantly clear that when I say like men's ideas are stupid, it's because like men are killing you. Do you understand you are dying because of men's bad decisions? All minority groups suffer under men's good ideas, in quotation marks. And you are letting it continue because you think you're just sitting here trying to keep your people alive. Your own people are creating circumstances to get you killed. All of your people are doing that. Because men who are seeking power obviously don't care about your lives. They never make peace. They only make war. So you can sit here and think some streamer girl on the internet is sitting here not, advocating hard enough for Israel. But I just want to make it abundantly clear. I'm never going to advocate for a group of men who need to genocide a whole other population in order to, quote, make peace. I'm not excited. I'm not happy. I want you all to live. I want every Jewish person to be alive, every Palestinian to be alive. I want all of you to be alive. But not because you're Jewish and not because you're Palestinian, but because you're people. And you shouldn't have to be put in these positions in the first place. But you guys keep fighting so hard for these governments and these organizations and these systems that are going to keep you oppressed. And then you're mad at people for saying like, hey, genocide bad. Super brave take, by the way. Wow. Where's that Nobel Peace Prize? Move over, Mother Teresa, who tortured gay people. Move over, Barack Obama, who killed Afghanis. Okay? I want my Peace Prize. So I don't know what's going on. Okay? But I want to make it abundantly clear. We are not watching these boys to discuss who should survive. Free Palestine, stop killing each other. We're watching these boys because they're friends who can't seem to communicate to each other, or coworkers who can't seem to communicate, or just two people on a planet who can't seem to communicate. Okay? Anti-Semitism is real. I am never going to say otherwise. And as a person who often gets mistaken for a Jew, I get a lot of anti-Semitism in my comment sections. I'm not Jewish, by the way, but I am a Semite. And so I understand that anti-Semitism is real, and that's shitty, and no one should be for it. But I want to make it abundantly clear, we have got to be able to criticize Israel and its genocide of the Palestinians without everybody equating it to being anti-Semitic. Okay? We've got to be able to do that. Nobody's taking away your pain as a marginalized community. Nobody's saying you're not being targeted. But you being targeted doesn't justify the targeting of the Palestinians. We cannot become the evil that we hate to see in others as a justification for keeping our people alive, huh? Okay, thank you.
Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day
Why was
War
it
backlash.
insane? Whoa,
In
whoa, whoa.
1967, another Israel
My
victory.
question for you was, would
Jews,
you hate on
Jewish
Anne Frank
communities
if
got
she wasn't a
mobbed.
pacifist?
6,000
Would
Jews
you-
were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the Declaration of State of Independence, the State of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damaged and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking
This
points.
is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote it back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba
Who
and
said?
the 900,000 Jews
Who said?
that
I'm not defending the Nakba.
from separate countries, he would laugh
Your
at you.
failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge
I know
the
you're trying to
trauma of
fucking
both
flip-farm here,
groups
but you
is the
don't
reason
understand.
why
It's a-
you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and the Israelis' right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it.
Mom, please come pick me up. My chat is so funny. You guys are so funny. Didn't I tell you? Am I not always fucking right about everything? Look at me. Didn't I tell you? It's a seeking of validation that Ethan wants to feel like people genuinely care about Jewish lives. And I think that's important. I think the wrong place to seek that is people who are focused on stopping a genocide created by the Israeli government, and it's hard to give that to Ethan when he has actively doubled down on his wife's engagement as a young person and recently said he wants to take people to Israel to show them how diverse it is, even though Hassan says it's not. This is the white man conundrum. White men want us to feel bad for them. And I can't feel bad for you as white men, but I can feel bad for a person who is a man who happens to be white. And if you would like me to see your pain as an individual, I can do that. But if you need me to see your pain as a collective, as a part of a collective force that is dominant in society and oppresses people as a collective, I cannot do that. But if you want me to show you compassion as an individual, I can totally do that. Right? Now, the difference between Jews as a whole and Zionists is different. I can feel bad for Jews as a whole. As a minority community who faces anti-Semitism, that's horrible. But if you want me to feel bad for self-identified Zionists, like, no, I think it's a weird stance to be a Zionist. I think it's weird when Justin Trudeau, I'm tired. Justin Trudeau said he was a Zionist. I think it's weird that Biden said he's a Zionist. Like, I think that's weird. Okay? So I just want to make it like abundantly clear. I think Ethan is seeking that validation, but he's seeking it from the wrong place. And because he's not getting it from the wrong place, he's now attacking the wrong group of people. If he had gotten the right validation from the right community, it would have been better, but it wouldn't have guaranteed that he wouldn't have ended up a Zionist. And that's what's interesting about people. You can be pretty healed and still a Zionist. Because your inner childhood trauma doesn't necessarily have to do with your bad political takes. You know? So I don't know. But this is the Ethan we're dealing with, and so this is the Ethan we have to separate ourselves from. This is the Ethan he's decided to be. I understand he's in an era of his life, and so we must react accordingly. I wish nothing but good things for Ethan and his family, as I wish nothing for good things for anybody else. Like, I wish good things for everybody, right? But I don't think Ethan really wishes that. I think Ethan is at a stage in his life where he does genuinely kind of wish bad on certain people. And I think that's very human. But I think that's where we see all the negative energy coming from. I don't know about Hassan, though. I'm not really getting that energy from Hassan, if I'm being honest. Can I give you a theory about Hassan? I'll tell you. I have a theory about Hassan that this is a theory and I don't know. I don't know this. I could be so dead wrong, okay? And I admit that. So you can call me out in 10 months from now and you're like, Brittany was an idiot. I can't believe she said that. Sometimes I have a theory about Hassan that he pretends to be a boy who cares about violence. Like, sometimes I look at him in the way that he, like, cheers on, like, freedom fighters, and I think to myself, like, you are not gonna fight anybody. You can't fight anyone. You are too soft of a boy. You can't fight people. And I look at him, and I think sometimes he pretends he wants to be, but I think the better version of Hassan is a lover, not a fighter. I think the better version of him is a lover. And I think sometimes he pretends to be a fighter so he could appeal to the boys in his community. But I think that's when I think worst of him. I think less of Hassan when he tries to cater to boys. You know? Chet says Hassan has never claimed to be a fighter. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the way he says, like, yeah, if that's what Anne Franks wants to do, I'm going to take down a Nazi. Or, yeah, like, these Yemeni soldiers, they're doing these things. And, like, wow, like, the way he admires the way people can stand up for themselves. You know? I think it feels like he's not that person. So I think that's a good thing. I think better of him thinking he might be kind of a peaceful boy. You know? I think I do. I think I wish he would talk about that more in a way. But I think the boy bubble will eat him up if he does it. I think the boy bubble will think less of him. But I think better of him. For maybe not being as like violent. You know? In a sense. In a sense.
Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000
It's so interesting because
50,000 were
Ethan,
relocated in Tunisia.
The PLO did recognize that Jewish harm, as a matter of fact.
after
The PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
"Oh,
quote,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send
Avi
you that fucking piece
Schleim-
of information?"
Dude,
so
Avi
the PLO,
Schleim-
Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
The guy who
wrongdoing
oversaw
that
the
happened
Second
to the Jews
Intifada? What
and
the
wanted
fuck are you
Jews
on
to be
about?
able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm
as a
talking
matter
about
of
the
fact.
flights,
and yet
bro.
Israel was the
You
one who
deny
didn't
the
want that to
flight
happen.
of Middle
Why is
Eastern
that the case,
Jews.
Ethan?
No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern
I don't
Jews.
deny the flight,
You
Ethan. You
absolutely
don't
deny the
understand.
trauma.
You are
No, you
attributing-
deny
you
that
are
they
making
left
a
by. You
comparison
try to say that they
between-
left by choice. That is a gross historical
No,
inaccuracy.
there are Jews that left by choice.
Yes,
That is
some
true.
did. Of the
There are Jews that
900,000, the vast
absolutely
majority
left by
left because
choice.
they were afraid. Because they were being
Ethan,
discriminated
there
against.
are
That is a
Jews
historical
that-
fact. 6 Day War
Have you ever
aftermath.
actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're
Yeah, of
just
course.
fucking
we-
yelling
well,
at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting
Oh
time
my
for,
God.
buddy?
This is the reason why
No,
you're
I have
repeating
heard you
shit that I
talk
have
about
not
it time and
the
time
shit
again.
that I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, okay, not acknowledging
my
the
God.
trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Oh my
you
God.
characterize it like they
You-
left.
Have you
by-
ever listened?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30
Yes,
seconds long?
bro. That's
from
so
me?
ironic
Have
that
you?
you're saying that as you
I'm
misquote
literally
Avi
in front
Schleim,
of you
who
right
said he
now, and I'm trying to
fled
describe
because
my
he was
position
afraid
that I have
and
made
not because
clear
of Zion. Here's
numerous
the clip.
times over and over
Here's the
again.
clip.
But you're too busy trying to
Here's
get
the
gotcha
clip.
here, so you can
Here's the
fucking
clip.
farm a clip. But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser,
Here's the
dude.
clip.
I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to
Here's
actually
the
hear
clip.
my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Iraq. Okay, thank for you. The Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to
This
its
is not the
Zionist
fucking
project,
clip
its
I'm
Zionist
talking about,
ambition
by the way.
of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've
Explain.
talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I
but
just
you
watched
keep
the clip of you being
interjecting.
pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was
No,
the
I'm
main
dismissive
force.
about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation or what I come across as dismissive is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this
Which
process.
was
Because it was a
minuscule.
mutually beneficial relationship
Minuscule.
that anti-Semitic pogroms
Minuscule.
did
What
take
you
place.
fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because
Oh
the
my
Arab
God.
countries turned on them after the war and forced
Yes,
them
I
to
get
go to the
position
only
that you're
state
trying to arrive
that
at,
they
which
could
is
go
that it's
to.
a necessity for Israel to exist, which
What?
is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism.
I mean, both things can be true. I'm not a historian, so I don't know. But like both things could be true, right? Arabs could have kicked out Jews and gotten upset that Britain brought Israel into being in the way that we know it today. And so out of upsettedness, they moved the Jews out and the Jews went to Israel, creating Zionism by, okay. And then Zionists internalized that bigotry and turned it into a genocide. Like, you all suck? What's the point? Like, you all suck. What's the point? Also, like, why aren't we pointing fingers where it really belongs? To Britain. Like, what are we doing here? I'm tired. Maybe I don't understand. I'm not a historian. I don't get it. But if I'm just taking him at face value, like, okay. Why are we blaming Arabs and Jews? Why aren't we pointing our fingers at Europe?
Do you deny that?
Philosophically, though, we shouldn't point our fingers at anybody.
You brought up
Do you
Morocco as
deny
an
what I
exa-
just said?
Wait, say
Do
it again. I
you
wasn't
deny
listening.
what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs, the anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
There you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Just a reminder, guys. Free Palestine. I don't care about this. Free Palestine. Period. Nothing else matters. No debate matters. Free Palestine. We can talk about Ethan's feelings after the genocide stops.
Okay, well, I mean, you can.
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking tripping on. That was my entire point.
Historic.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
The way he says Arabs, the way some white people say blacks. I said what I said. I said what I said.
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their...
No, not Hassan, Ethan. I know Hassan was mocking Ethan. I mean when Ethan says Arabs. The Arabs. These Arabs. These Arabs. You know, that's what I mean. Ethan, when Ethan says it.
2,000-year-old communities left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel. Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, you remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally.
This is America propaganda. Look, if you're not in America, I'm telling you, I was raised in it. I was raised in a bubble that uplifted Jewish voices and said Jews are the most oppressed in the world, that Jews are even more oppressed than blacks. Like, I was raised in a bubble that said Jews are so oppressed that the globe hates them, and that the people to blame are Arabs and black Arabs, because black people are, you know what I mean, and black Muslims and Arab Muslims, and they hate Jews, and Christians and Jews have got to align against the Arab world. And since, you know what I'm saying? And that's why they say, oh, all these black people are named Muhammad, and look at these these Arabs named Muhammad, and all these people, they're all working together. And so Christians and Jews have to work together against the Arab and the black world. Blah, 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 blah. Racism, xenophobia. Anari, welcome to memberships. I appreciate you. Okay, so I grew up in an American bubble that was like very this. And that's why I'm like confused. Of course, we all grew up in different bubbles. We grew up with different educated backgrounds. We grew up with, and this is coming from somebody like, look, I had Lebanese friends growing up. My parents are Assyrian. We spoke 3 languages at home. I didn't. My parents didn't want us to have an accent because America's racist, but then denies that America's racist. Do you know what it's like growing up with parents that are like, we didn't teach you the language because we didn't want you to have an accent because it's harder to get a job, but also America isn't racist and you should vote Republican? When I tell you arguing with Ethan is like arguing with my family, I'm just like, I love my family. I love my family. But this is the practice I've been doing since November. I love you guys. Yeah. Totally. Absolutely. I love you. I love you too. Okay, bye. I talk to them when it's like, oh, is it about bread? Oh, I just made bread too. Oh, did you see what Trump did? Oh, I love you. Okay, bye. I love you so. I spent all of my life, all of my 3 precious decades arguing with my family. I'm done. Thank you. Okay, I love you. But I love them, and I wish healthcare, health, and happiness on them. I wish housing and clothing and social security for them. Okay? I love them, and I wish them peace and love. I want everyone to have peace and love. I never want to see my family suffer. I never want to see Ethan suffer. I don't want to see anybody suffer, genuinely. Because, like, what good would that do me? My life will not get better. My rent will not get paid if Ethan suffers. Though my rent does get paid because I suffer because I'm sitting here for 9 hours. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you.
What happened?
Historical racism. All Arabs
they were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That's a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just
How do you know
pure
that?
racism.
How do you know that?
You are,
How do you know that it's not real?
shifting the blame over to
It
the entirety of
absolutely
Arabs
was the blame
at
of
a
the
time
Arabs.
when every single one of these Arab countries,
Absolutely.
with
Who else
their
kicked
own
them
version
out?
of pan-Arabic nationalism,
They kicked them
half
out.
of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in
designing the
Tunisia,
Moroccan
okay?
expulsion program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm
it's
wrong.
like pointing to anti-German racism
I don't need an analogy.
happening
I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
Saying.
Oh, really?
It's not what you're
so
saying.
I didn't say anything
that
wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't
It's
say anything
the
wrong.
comparison.
I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general.
Exactly. So this is what's interesting about Arab communities. It's why Assyrians don't want to be called Arab. I don't know why the Turkish people, like Turkey, I guess like they're not Arabs. I don't know their history, but I know that Assyrians don't want to be called Arabs because they associate Arab with like a dirty word, because Arabs are like Muslims who are oppressive and they have bad ideology, and they, you know, they're not like them. They're better. They're not Arabs. And so it's interesting, like, what does the word Arab mean? Like, I think in some ways I try not to shy away from the word because I'm confused by it in general. I actually, you know that guy, you know, Arab Zeke or Indian Zeke from TikTok? I wanted him to answer this question because I don't know. Like, how do you know if you're Arab or not? If you're from Iraq, but you're I always wonder, are Assyrians Arab? If you Google it, it says Iraq census says Assyrians are Arabs, right? But then if you talk to Assyrians, they're like, we're not Arabs. And I'm like, oh, pretty angry about that. You know what I mean? Chad said I thought it was speaking Arabic. I don't think it's about speaking Arabic, is it? Like, my whole family speaks Arabic, obviously, because we grew up in a Muslim world where and everyone speaks Arabic in Iraq, so you do speak Arabic, but we have our own language. We have our own language that's ours. It's like modern day Aramaic, right? Sudith. We have our own language, and then we have Arabic, which I was always taught was not our language. Like, we speak the language of Jesus is what they tell us. I don't know if this is true. This is just family lore they tell you, you know? Because Assyrians are old Babylonians. Like, we're an ancient civilization, right? Like, we go back very far. So our language is Aramaic. This isn't just family lore. I've read this. I'm tired. I've read this. No, I know this is true because I've read this. So it's like, you know, we speak these languages. I'm trying to think. I don't know. See, actually, you know, in all of my life, I always think I should get into history. Maybe that's my next special interest. Maybe I'll just start reading maybe just history about my own lineage, because I don't know. Just as Assyrians are different from Assyrian, though. What? You just spelled the same word, but one has an S and one doesn't have an S. I don't know is there a difference between Assyrian and Assyrians? Is Assyrian just the plural of Assyrians? I don't know. What? Now, people do say we're Chaldean to separate what form of Assyrian we are. And so maybe that's another part of it, is Chaldeans are the Christian part of Assyrian like our Assyrian background. So maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I've never been a history girly like that, you know? I don't know. I don't know, girls. This is the mystery of all of our lives.
General. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also...
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
Oh, Discord said, isn't the whole Arab thing a language-based? Like, Turkish people speak... it's like they speak Turkish, not Arabic. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave,
regardless of whether or not they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave
because
of
anti-Semitism? It is not comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them.
And
by the way,
what
they're
are you
both,
talking about? You
they're
made that
both
comparison
unique.
to say to make it seem as though it was a much larger
because
crime.
people like you.
Oh, Chad said I meant Syrians versus are different than a Syrian. True. I am not Syrian. I'm a Syrian. True, chat.
Ignore the trauma of the fact that
countries.
you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are
What are
fucking out of your
yes,
mind.
They can.
Okay,
they
how? Tell me how.
Can.
How did the Jews go back to
They
their...
don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to. Because America
they want to.
destroyed Iraq.
Why
but
would
yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So, yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
Answer
from this
the
point.
Fucking
Because
question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay.
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba.
You
I'm talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
And you brought it up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because
Why
it
would
really
you bring
messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why would you? So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two people were traumatized.
This is literally what every conversation was like growing up when two of the siblings would really get into a topic and they were arguing well into the night while half of us were playing Monopoly and watching and getting frustrated or playing video games. I'm not even fucking with you. This is a conversation growing up with fucking 80 cousins all at a gathering and people are arguing and debating and you're just like sitting there like, because, we're not doing anything. Like, it might feel like we're doing something, but we're not really doing anything, but we sure are having a fun time, aren't we, kids? And it is kind of fun. As a kid, I kind of ate moments like this up. I'm not going to lie. I think it was kind of fun to have everyone like debating or to even be in the debate myself. But we weren't really doing anything at the end of the day. We were just kind of like, what are you going to do? Only at the end, we kind of like still hang out. But they don't do that. Like, they don't know how to talk like this and then hang out, which they can't, by the way, because they're political figures. See, with family, you can just hang out. But as political figures, you can't. So they really can't be friends, But like, it's kind of like the same reason I can still go home even though my parents voted for MAGA. It's annoying and it's frustrating. And I'm definitely like not visiting home for a while to like, you know what I mean? But I can still do it. I can still see my parents. Because at the end of the day, like, you know what I mean? But, yeah, they're political figures. They can't really like make peace over this. Like, we're talking about a genocide here. Like, if my parents became political figures, I would have to actively make content about how bad their ideas are, just on principle. Just on principle alone, because they're my parents. So you better not make a YouTube channel, mom and dad, because I'm going to make some videos. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing is, like, Ethan thinks, like, we're friends. Why are you making videos about me? You have to make your video even more now, because they are your friend. Like, if your parents came out, like, if my parents came out making MAGA content, I would be morally obligated, ethically obligated to make content about it. But because they're not public figures, I can go home on the Sundays, I live in Croatia. I can't actually go home on Sundays, but I'm just trying to make a point.
There was two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
at the same time following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular as Israel declared independence. They said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact. That you
also
deny.
failed to recognize that the Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return.
Oh my God. Thank you. Super chat from Manara says, super off topic, but your hair is freaking cute today. Thank you. Look, it's growing out too. I had to cut it a while back, like 4 inches, but look, it's so long again. I'm so happy. Yes, girls. Thank you.
Return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity
how many
to
Jews live
return
in
if they
Iraq?
wanted to.
How many
but you
Jews
don't
live in
wanna-
Iraq?
What?
How many
I
Jewish
don't know. I think it's
people?
0 right now, but they can.
How many
The point is
Jews
they
live in the
can.
Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it? why do you
Virtually
think Iraqi
none.
Jews would,
Where'd they
why
go?
would Iraqi
If it was
Jews
so
not wanna
fucking
go?
great for
Why would
them.
Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews, almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle
Wait,
East.
wait. This is where my dad would be like, hey. You're brothers. You don't need to talk to each other like this. Tone it down. Tone it down. Go ahead, talk, but tone it down, huh? Tone it down, okay? You can talk, but tone it down.
Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't
None
know.
of
Maybe
them.
because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed
there you
by
go.
a lot of Western
That's
states
the
as a
insane
direct
fucking
destabilizer in the
sweeping
fucking
that
region
you're
with
discrediting.
mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the
You want
other
to blame-
countries and
you
the
want to blame
hostility that people
Zionists.
felt towards
You don't
Jewish
want to blame
people.
the
But
Arabs,
this
okay?
in and of itself,
just a
in and of
fact.
itself is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and use
That's what the
that all
Arabs did when they
time.
kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why
That's
you
my
blame?
point.
You know, it's kind of there's like an argument to be had. Like, why were there any queer people in Palestine? Why wouldn't they just move out? Oh, I'm sorry that we also like our family, even if they are homophobic. Like, you guys like to act like leaving your family is so easy. Like, we all end up in a place we feel the most comfortable, even if it isn't perfect. That's where we go. We go where we're comfortable, even if it isn't perfect. Hell I know, then the hell I don't know. Okay? It takes a lot of like guts to move away from your family, truly. It takes a lot of like, you know, not that I'm not saying that, right? I didn't move to Europe alone. I moved with family. I moved with my most important family. I moved with my partner, right? Like I'm not the brave one. I didn't move to a totally different country alone. I moved with my partner. Like, that is not the same. This is not I'm with my best friend every day. Okay? But it's very hard to move away from everything you know to a country you don't know with nobody you know there. My family didn't even immigrate here alone. We immigrated as a whole group. So my mom and dad came over with their mom, their dad, their aunties, their uncles. Only some of my family stayed in Iraq for sure, but a lot of them came as groups and they moved to the same locations. Chaldeans, Assyrians live in 2 places, San Diego and Detroit or Lansing or Michigan. You know what I mean? They live in Michigan and they live in San Diego. So we all live in the same areas. We don't even live that far from each other. You know what I mean? Dwight with the super chat says, is it naturally curly like that? Very cute. Too bad you're married. It is natural. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, this is my Semite hair. You're welcome. I have to be quiet. I have neighbors. Yes, natural girl.
Why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma? Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by the way, what you keep ignoring?
He says, sorry, how was that weird? I was trying to be something. It's a boy compliment. It's a boy compliment saying like, too bad you're married. It's like you were born in the 1930s or something. I don't know if you know that. The compliment isn't really a compliment because it's a power possession compliment. Oh, too bad you're married, as if insinuates you could have me. But are you know what I mean? Like, it's a compliment based off of your desire to have me as a token or as an object. It's outdated. Thanks for the super chat.
Avi Schleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
You said, Brittany doing emotional labor for €10.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because.
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
What, you know the answer to this?
Wait, if you remember when Beyonce, they were like, "You're Beyonce," she was like, "Thank you." Right? Do you guys know that clip? Wait, is that a meme? That just came to mind when Discord said, "Thank you for the super chat. Fucking killed me." That's what it reminded me of. It's like, you're Beyonce. Thank you.
Right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate if
what is happening? Dude.
Which Holocaust? Just
Dude,
kidding.
When you already, okay.
Wait, is Holocaust a general term or is it only used for the German Holocaust of the Jews? Do we use Holocaust for other Holocausts or is it only one Holocaust? Do we use genocide for other genocides? Was Stalin committing genocides or Holocausts? But why would we reference the Holocaust so we know which one we're talking about? I guess the same way you say Beyonce and you know which one we're talking about.
Or whatever. You said
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing I would say.
You already said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that. You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty
Yo, doggo in the background. Ugh, cutie.
for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent. I'm like your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually
fabulous, bitch.
Put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs.
Oh, it's a general term, but we've been conditioned into thinking the Jewish Holocaust is the only one. What is happening in Palestine is a Holocaust as well, with the complete destruction of everything. Yeah, they've been people have been posting online, like, just a reminder that concentration camps didn't just exist in Germany because of the way we're deporting and taking people. The way Trump is talking about Alcatraz coming back to put criminals inside of it, the way men love to torture other men. That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep voting for a man who revels in torturing other men. Every time you wish a person ends up in that El Salvadorian prison, know that this is a man's attitude. And you want to talk about why isn't anyone fighting for men? Who are the ones excited to throw men in prison?
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East. None. Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his family's trauma on Zionists.
Will you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to agree with me. I read it from his fucking book.
If you're so confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So, listen, I'll debate all these people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hassan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself who needs someone to hold your hand.
Since when? Ethan's always infamous for not watching things. He only started doing that recently. Ain't no way Ethan was doing that before, because I remember he was not doing it before. So he only just started doing that so he could say it.
Make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend.
Is that why Hassan is watching the nuke today? So he can prove to Ethan he's watching things?
Are a coward. And I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lied. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
Our endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, you took
he's fundraising? That's nice.
You 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know.
Oh, Hassan is watching it to raise money specifically for a charity of IW and Anissa's choice. Oh shit, okay.
Why you think that I'm
you
afraid
watch
of
11
watching
hate videos on your
YouTube
channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hassan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
You made the hate videos, dumbass.
Stupid.
Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you?
Does Ethan not realize he is one of the creators who make anti-Hassan videos? He is the king of making anti-Hassan videos. What? You are the hate video. My bro. See how important it is to know your category? Also, it's 1:23 a.m. here. I've got to whisper, my poor neighbor. I really try not to stream this late so my neighbors don't get disturbed. Though at least Croatian homes are built out of concrete, so there's a much more insulation. Wow. Gotta know who you are in the story, girls.
You have to watch hate videos or whatever. You are the
Hassan,
one who's
just remember,
doing it.
when criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for
When
backtracking
criticism
on at
comes
least
to
7 of
you,
the points.
you
Maybe we
hide
should
from
go
it.
through the context puke one more time so we can
Well, if you want to watch
we can
it,
continue this conversation later.
if you
Okay.
listen, if you
I'll
want to
hold your
watch
hand
it,
through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
no,
because you
it is
wouldn't-
definitely because
I
you're
wouldn't
afraid.
watch it.
Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Banna Panana, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch
literally-
criticism of me. You fucking coward. What are you
because
saying?
you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started
you will
talking
not
about you,
point out.
because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did
of
you not
all
watch Banna
pro-Palestinian
Panana's video
voices
about you?
that
You
dare
watch all the-
criticize you.
Bro,
You did
why?
110 Instagram stories on me,
You're
Ethan,
changing-
since January 31st,
you're changing
2025.
the-
It was so
24 hours,
unhinged
bro.
that you didn't even recognize
You
who
need to
you
at
have
least
become.
admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24
you literally
hours
have
in the last 2
posted
months.
just on your own personal
We've
Instagram
talked about each other
stories
equally as much,
since
bro.
January
This whole
31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you
that's
don't even believe
Hassan,
your own mania.
Hassan,
Please,
20
for the love of God.
Hassan,
if
you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that
Yes,
sound
after
fucking
you,
reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
This is the stuff I will never understand about these boys. At what point can we talk about you the same way we talk about Jordan Peterson? Or the same way I'd make content about Piers Morgan? Or the same way I'd make content about Trump? Like, when am I allowed to talk about you as like, you want to get into politics, but you don't want people to make content about you? I don't get it. What? I don't get it.
You think it makes an
That's
Instagram
why.
story?
That's why.
And reminder that Hassan did not make any content about Ethan for almost a year. He even said, I'm not covering this. I'm covering more serious stuff. And even Philip DeFranco, after the Hassan Ethan stuff, was like, we're moving away from drama because I don't want this to be, I want to remind people this is a news channel. And then did cover Ethan and Hassan only because of the CPS stuff. But generally has stopped covering YouTubers because he didn't want to get involved in this bullshit. You know, especially after Ethan tried to wrangle him in November. You know?
And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a Banna Panana video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He
My
sucks.
fans are
Please
fine,
stop
bro.
talking
Don't worry
it."
about my
and
fans.
The entire time you framed this as though it's petty fucking drama.
This is like two parents on the playground. And they're like, leave my kids out of it. You leave my kids out of it. Well, your kids, you leave your kids bullying my kid. You know, bro.
It's not petty
As though
drama.
it's
You are
petty
deeply
drama,
anti-Semitic,
even though
hateful,
it is a
fucking
real
propagandist
issue that
liar.
took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said
you don't
that.
want anyone
I've
to
said that
fucking resist
consistently
against
for
it.
years. Liar.
Liar? Liar?
Ethan, you
Liar?
don't want anyone to
Liar?
resist against
Maybe it's like a stim, like liar? Liar?
genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
You mean kidnapping
it makes
civilians?
No
You're
sense.
so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a
you've
time
proven that
when
today.
the Trump administration, at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's
How
bad
do you not
happening. Don't call me
understand that?
out. That's
How do you
bad
not
happening. Don't call me
understand?
out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you
Why
not
didn't you watch the Banna
understand
Panana video?
that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember,
You're playing
everybody
a formative
watching.
role when you don't talk about the mass starvation of
By
Gaza.
the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do?
Oh, brother.
I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Uh-oh. Oh, brother. I hate this point from Ethan.
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
Did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been
Congratulations for
equally
advocating for Kamala.
bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe
What did
Biden,
I
it's
do?
Kamala
Well,
Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC,
It's
but I
not-
actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to
got
the
kicked
Democratic Party
out,
that
by
they
the way.
didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out
And
of the
because they
DNC?
didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about
Who did you-
that?
I don't know.
Why the
Who'd
fuck
you-
do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did
I
you
have
vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I
told
think
people
you did.
not to vote for Trump.
I
I've
said-
said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein
Yeah,
a
you didn't
grifter
endorse
over
her.
and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
And you didn't
kept
say
lying
who
to your
for.
audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and
I
you
think.
kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never
Who'd you
been a
vote
moment where I
for?
said do
Who
not
did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your
Oh,
audience
you
that
don't have
would.
a problem. You don't have a problem
Why
with
didn't you
that.
endorse
Why
her
the
then?
fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said
huh?
I think because you didn't say who
Oh,
you
you
voted
think?
for.
Oh,
yeah,
you
that's what I said.
think?
It's an
Oh, you
opinion.
think?
Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris. And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's
because
president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You
did-
fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the
As
trauma
opposed
of
to you.
both sides. Two
As
things
opposed
must
to you,
always be
Ethan.
true,
How much
Hassan.
content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like,
And then you have to
again, bro,
apologize
the
because you're an
thing is you
embarrassing
can't- you
figure.
can't
okay?
fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom
It
that
is
somebody
embarrassing
says
that you
something
have tried
wrong
to
and
make a
come back
foray into
and
politics.
corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going
I
to
didn't
make
defend the
you come
terrorists.
across as smart in this process. Please,
Hassan,
for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are
Hassan.
basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald
Who's
Trump.
my allegiance?
Okay?
Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with, like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the.
Did you
shit
watch
he's,
my interview with him?
saying,
You
like the
fucking
Milk Boys and
dipshit. That our
whatnot.
entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely
You're going
incompetent.
out. You're playing poker with people who fucking voted
You
for
were
Donald
just
Trump.
on
You're
Nelk's-
defending
you were just on
Asmongold,
Steiny's
and saying
podcast, you
Asmongold
hypocrite.
is not actually Trump coded.
I spent
okay?
hours
You're
shitting
doing
on
all this
Steiny.
because
You-
they
you-
don't.
you're just a liar.
Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this-
no
and it
matter
was
what
all
their
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude.
What?
Rape
is
review?
because
Who is that?
you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics.
I mean, but no. That's what Ethan was. Ethan was my must show where he just talks about petty drama and it's bullshit and it's funny. Why did he have to pretend to be serious? You're not serious. You're a clown. Go back to being a clown so we can enjoy you again. Go back to Vape Nation, bro. You know? It's in the Gila video. God, I don't remember that. See? That's why you have to watch videos more than once.
Politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you
It's
because you don't know what the
hallucinations.
fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's
Very
it.
good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad and Panana's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was
because he's
criticizing you.
Pro-Palestine,
Oh, you're
and
such
I don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hassan.
difference
It's
in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm
Because
out of my
there's no
depth. I
reason to
shouldn't talk
divide
about
the
the
movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I
Despite
would
you-
never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Okay, sure,
Maybe
yeah.
it'll go
You-
down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I
Yes,
like
dude,
Sam.
a 40-year-old
Is that serious? Is he joking? Oh my God, is he serious? I'm so tired. Is he serious? No. Is that a serious? Habibi. Is he serious?
old
Like,
man who
he-
needs a fucking button when he has like a
Did I
little
button?
oopsie moment
Did I button?
is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing
Did I
himself.
button
He
during
did.
that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to
That's what you
explain to you what was
wanted.
going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would
I
you want to
wanted that
lower his
conversation to be
status?
private, Ethan. I
Why
wanted that
did you
conversation to be
lower his
private because I
status?
thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama
You thought
obsessed. We
Sam
had an
Cedar was
argument
gonna
about
give you
fucking
clips so you
South
could use
Africa
against me.
apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't
enjoy.
hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes,
You
yes.
ignore
Nelson
it. It's so
Mandela.
important.
Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip chimp the fucking shit that
Oh,
Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then you're
it-
going
what?
to say the violent things that
Hassan.
the ANC did were in the Truth and
How many-
Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
Hassan, how many
dealt
civilians
with.
died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than
or
100.
1,000.
How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read
you
you a
comparing-
quote from his trial. I'll read
Are
you a
you
quote.
comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
number is
apartheid
far
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason
You're
why the
not
first
talking
intifada
about what I'm
was fought
talking
with
about. You're
stones,
just bringing
little
random
children
shit
throwing
up,
rocks,
bro.
and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror
Let me
against
read you.
Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I
The
actually
second
have
intifada,
facts.
as a matter of
I
fact,
have
was
a
fought with
historical
bombs.
quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, there were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war.
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like yeah, because the apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's Hamas doing
with
for
the option
liberation?
of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
On principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
On
violence,
principle, he said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide."
Yes, that was the
he
first
said
time.
no
And in both
times. He
circumstances-
refused
in
on
both
principle.
circumstances-
Less than
in both
100 people
circumstances-
died during the 20-year period. They never. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on
When
one
did they
fucking
do that?
day.
1,000 civilians.
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
No, there was
civilians.
bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties on October 7 was 1,200,
Yeah.
with 800 being civilians, which is completely
Oh my
unacceptable.
God,
mind
I'm
you,
off
and
by
400 being
100. I
military
was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude. I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made a
idiot.
big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes,
I
I
was
do think it's
virtually
important
correct.
to recognize something here.
Do you see what I'm? Do you know why I don't like this conversation? It's a man conversation. It's not a real conversation. It's like a. Hassan is arguing that violence is a means of liberation. And Ethan is too. That's why he says Israel can defend himself. But you're not agreeing on the type of violence that is allowed. And again, referencing to Tao Te Ching. Among all tools, weapons alone are cursed. All men come to despise them. Those who follow the Tao do not need them. Weapons are not the tools of the wise. Only as a last resort do the wise use them. And so I think what happens is that communities can be pressured to last resort use violence as a form of liberation. And I think that's why we validate it. But when countries use violence as just the first, or as a threat of the first action to oppress, it's different. It's why self-defense is self-defense and murder is murder. It has to be different. Like, it has to be different. The consequence is death. Someone's going to die. The question is, why did someone die? You know what's interesting? I just finished watching You season 5, and without spoilers, you know what Joe does to convince the women in his life to accept him as a murderer? He tells them it was self-defense. He tells them, I had to do what I had to do to protect my kid and my family. You would do the same, wouldn't you? And that appeals to some part of your brain, your animal brain, because we're all animals evolved over millions of years, who says, yeah, I would also do whatever it took to defend my family and support my kid and to protect my kid. Yeah. And then you don't ask the details. You don't ask why, though. You don't ask, well, how did you get here? And eventually, you realize, like, oh, Joe didn't have to kill any of those people. He did not kill those people to defend his family. He killed those people because he's a serial killer. So, Israel can defend itself is an interesting talking point that Ethan keeps saying. And I think it's probably something people believe, like, hey, we got to defend ourselves. What are you going to do, right? But do you have to defend yourselves in that way? And now that Israel is being reported, now that the news is finally reporting, even though it's obvious, the news is now reporting, hey, Israel is going to take over Gaza indefinitely. Okay. Are they going to stop there? Or like, why did they even go there and disrupt those millions of people's homes? Like, what does that mean? What does that look like? You know? I just feel like if Israel did to you what they did to the Palestinians, you know what I mean? Like, why isn't that enough? Why isn't it enough for you to say, like, what Israel did to the Palestinians? Like, we can't even fathom it. We don't live in that reality. Like, Americans especially, like, we don't live in that reality. And we're still, we're still trying to heal as a country from all the bullshit we did to our own people, right? But, like, we don't live in that reality. Like, I can't even imagine in America in my lifetime that has to worry about a neighboring army coming in and genociding us. Like, I don't even think about it. It's just because we're the world's best bully. Because we have the biggest nukes, because we threaten every country that if you even try it, we're just going to kill you. We rule with fear. That's how America works. We try to make deals and everything, and I think we've had good years and bad years. But it is interesting, and these are men's games. Just a reminder, like these are absolutely men's games, and so it does feel weird to hear even Hassan just explain men's games to each other. But I'm not just exhausted because two men have been talking for 5 hours. I'm exhausted because like it's such a reflection of where humanity is. So this is why I think I focus on philosophy. Like when you see Tao Te Ching and it says like, do not use violence, it's not thinking of like your life in literal terms, right, guys? It's talking about the spirit of man. Even if you're a Lord of the Rings fan and you watch Lord of the Rings and they talk about men's, like Frodo is man's temptation manifested through the ring, right? When he offers it to Galadriel, is that her name? And she's like, it's the temptation of it all. It's like the tempt, you know what I mean? So like when men fall, when the kings fall in Lord of the Rings, it's that temptation for power at the expense of everybody and everything else. Like this is what philosophy is. It's not a literal one-to-one. It's talking about something deeper. You exist outside of these constructs. And these constructs are built through ego, pride, greed, violence, temptation, arrogance. Like these constructs are built. We make them true. We make them true. And if you guys are telling me what's true is that Arabs are just people who speak Arabic, wow. So people who speak a language, all terrorists because they're Arabs. Is that true? Are you only Arab if you speak Arabic? Uh-oh. Hold on. It's reconnecting. Oh, my router reset. I'm back though, huh? I'm back, right? Oh my God, my router reset. That's what it is. Oh no, it's my router. Am I back? Oh, I think this stream is okay. Oh God. Oh, I got nervous. I started sweating. We're so almost done. It's the router. It resets around this time. Our router resets every night. Okay, we're back. Okay, let's keep going. Ooh, before my router completely shuts off. It's being told I should go to bed. It's true. And actually, YouTube will archive and delete the stream completely if I don't end it before, I think, 11 hours or 12 hours. So we got to get through this. Let's finish. We're almost done.
That you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence. Yeah. Because he understood that as long as peaceful revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
revolution
pacifist.
They did do.
You know what's funny?
Thank you, Vincent, for the super chat. This problem is a lot bigger than just Gaza and Israel. Islam does take over places once they're in the majority Jewish. What's this word? religion does as well. Oh, it's 2 words. Through more sophisticated means, and both have group supremacy in their religions. I appreciate the super chat. I think that's really reductive, and I think it's like genuinely inhumane to think of whole groups of people this way. I don't think Islam actually does that. I think Islam, like Christianity or any patriarchal religion, thinks it's the best and wants everybody to be Muslim in the same way Christians want everybody to be Christian. I just think it's really, really reductive. And I get where you're coming from, but I think it's wrong. I don't see Islam as any different than Christianity. I'll be real. And you should see the way Christian nationalists are taking over in the US. And like Jews as well. Like, it's just like people just think they're right. And they want everyone to think like they do. And they think if you think like we do, you'll be liberated. And I just don't think that's specific to Jews or Muslims. Like, I just think it's specific to men. And patriarchy. I mean, the Romans did the same thing. Like, people do the same thing. They take over, they destroy everything. They say, we're the best. You should be like our culture and your culture sucks. It's just people, dude. You know, it's just people. You know?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela
incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
what Israel has done to the
Mandela a
Palestinians is far
Zionist?
worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's
and
ask
that
someone
is
that
not
lived
my
through
assessment,
apartheid.
by the way. That is the assessment of Mandela, and for all the for all of the moments that he was
You
able
think
to fucking
Mandela
see.
I'm sorry, Super Cheddar, you said I'm saying at the moment they think this, not me. Well, they are not saying this. Some people are saying this. You know? Thank you for the reminder, guys. Free Palestine. I disagree with this fundamentally, and I think parroting these points is bad. I would deconstruct this if you have the chance. I would meditate and deconstruct your belief on this, because I think it's part of the propaganda we're fed in the West.
Said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's on your liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that same
He
speech
said more
that you're
than
going to
that.
fucking clip chimp.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you
Who?
said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait, wait,
No,
what are you
Yeah,
talking about? Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right
What?
of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
With insecure
Hey,
borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my
No,
fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian
Not
liberation
that. No,
and Israeli
no,
borders are
no.
two sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be
What'd he
acknowledged.
say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp
Because
that
it's
you posted,
irrelevant.
Ethan?
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No, I
Because it
did.
doesn't
He's
suit
a
your fucking
Zionist. What do you
purpose.
mean? He's talking
Yes, you just
philosophically.
did.
He's talking
You just
philosophically.
did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence.
Sabotage-
Whether or not he
oh,
actually
God.
believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done
No,
any
I
violence
literally
whatsoever.
didn't.
There are numerous instances on stream.
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean, who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watches when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watches when you're talking about Hezbollah
I mean, I gave
and
you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
Violent
militant-
resistance.
Bro, I appreciate the super chat, but I can't tell what you're doing here, so you're gonna get blocked or at least muted. You said, are you racist for saying white people think they're superior? They're not the same groups of people. Right? Like, I don't know what you're arguing, but it feels a little bit like you're coming from some weird anti-Arab bubble or Western propaganda or some liberal edgy boy bubble that's like atheistic. Like, atheists, super Islamophobic. Like, Sam Harris, trash. You know what I mean? So are you coming from like a Sam Harris perspective or something? I can't tell what bubble you're coming from, but it's giving not progressive. You can be progressive and be critical of Muslims. It's very easy. You know what I mean? But it feels like a little bit like you're coming from like maybe a Sam Harris bubble. I can't tell who you're getting your talking points from. But Sam Harris is wrong about Muslims. You know what I mean? because he's painting a billion people with the same stroke. You know, you said I'm not calling anyone racist. Okay, I don't know what your talking points are. I'm tired. I'm gonna let you stay for a bit, but I'm watching you with peace and love. It's just in this moment in time, we do not need more Arab hate. Okay.
You mean sabotage?
Ready for rebellion,
sabotage.
by the way.
Sabotage
Who
and
do
give
you
government
think that was a warning
infrastructure.
to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
The fact that you
Israel?
are
Because
so
that
willing-
same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So,
Okay. You said Sam Harris is 100% is wrong 100%. Okay, I'll give you a chance.
the idea that you can
I've also got to stop pausing. We got to get through this.
make this comparison
I want
because you think
Palestine
it
to be
suits your
free, my
fucking
friend.
argument is so stupid. And the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse
why are they making it
you
worse?
refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike
Why are they
me,
making it
I'm
worse,
willing to
Ethan? Why
criticize
are
the
they making
Israeli
it
government.
worse?
I'm
Why are
willing
they
to come
making
to
it
terms with the cruel reality.
No,
Hamas.
walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to make to
And what
draw
part about
out
that was slaughtering
concessions-
fucking
to draw
families in
out
their homes?
concessions. Ethan,
Their
I
goal
don't
is to
agree
kill
with the
civilians.
tactics. You know this already.
Whose goal?
We're,
Whose goal is to kill civilians?
we're not relitigating this over and
I
over
missed
again.
it. I'm just
saying,
After
Hamas is a
17
bunch
years,
of fucking-
17 months of
Oh, Hamas's goal is to kill civilians? I don't know about that, buddy.
fucking genocide. Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're going to watch a video response I make. One day.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Chip, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I can. I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually? Why did you say
point
that he
I
was
was
actually a peaceful resistance
When
type
did I
of
say
guy?
that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions as
Weaselly
opposed to
little
you
liar,
said that
bro.
on numerous
I
occasions
said
before
he
someone
used
told you, no,
violent-
actually, here's a better way to
You
massage
are a
that
liar.
narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's
Ethan,
what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're going to do
you
great.
said he was a
You're going to do
pacifist.
great. Yeah, go ahead
Ethan,
and
you
grab
literally
those.
said he was a pacifist. To
I
Sam
literally
Cedar.
never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
That
you
is an
said it to a-
insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying.
Okay, hold on. Super Chatter feels seen by Chatter in chat says, I think maybe you don't usually say people's names to kind of like, not make people feel targeted here. But Chatter says is referring to a religious or monarch tribal leadership as opposed to republic democratic leadership. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Like Israel isn't a democracy and you feel like Arab nations aren't democracies. I get what you're saying in that way. Like Arab countries do want to be Arab nationality. Like I'm in Croatia. It's a Catholic national country, but they're part of the EU. So they adhere to EU standards. Is that what you mean? Like other countries want the government to be inherently religious? I mean, that's what Christian nationalism is doing right now with Project 2025 in America. It's all really bad. I just don't want to target Muslims as being specific and like unique to them. I just don't think it's unique to them. I think it's probably more unique to patriarchal religious systems that tie into government rule. Yeah, Chet says their book says their religions are above others. Yeah, but every book says that, Habibi. Like every book says that. Like every single, all of them say that. It's just not special. It's not specific to Islam. It's not specific to Islam. They're not special. They just have better fashion.
You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have no
Though Roman Catholics do got that drip, let me tell you.
problem
You said
discrediting
on numerous
the suffering of
occasions
Jewish
that Nelson
refugees.
Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited
When
Gaza
did I
in
call him a
1999 that I was
pacifist?
referring to.
That's so
Choose
insane.
peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians.
I do love when Ethan puts his leg on the table. It's so casual. It's so like sitting at a family gathering with your parents and your cousins and your brothers and you're arguing. This man has literally got his leg up and he's like stimming. I love a stimming brother. Let me tell you, brother. I love it, brother. Oh, wait, hold on. That's me.
Civilians.
Do
His
you think
approach
Nelson Mandela
is
would fuck
vastly
with the
different than
Houthis?
what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means
Do
of
I think
resistance.
Nelson
like
Mandela would be in
sabotage.
favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right,
he would.
well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth.
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in
didn't
prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing a genocide because
historical
Palestinians
fact.
are not resisting
Less
in
than
the
100
appropriate ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But
I
also
am so 800. You're right. You know what?
Well,
That's better.
It's seemingly
That's
you're the one who's
better.
bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length. And not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here, okay?
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now,
Okay.
but even before its ethnic cleansing
Well, then
campaign
don't compare
Bantustan,
Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
because the situation is far worse, Ethan.
Then why
because
compare?
Israel has
All right.
killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do
I'm
so.
sure they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that?
Oh.
No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't. Oh, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this. Okay. You
Oh, you
can
don't
tell
wanna
me
do
or
this.
you cannot.
Okay.
You want it? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I
as a
know. They
matter
made
of
nuclear
fact.
bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with
horrible.
anything? Fuck.
Super chat. Thank you so much. Kay says, thanks for doing this marathon. God's strongest soldier. Not cold fees. Let's go, guys. Let's go. We're almost done, girl. I'm sweating like tits. And I basically only had pretzels. Though I did have a really nice breakfast. Little tomato, a little salad, coffee. It was fucking good. But the way I'm going to eat after this, let me tell you.
Kid.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right, listen, it's 5
you know,
o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool ass.
Hold on. Chatter, you said, Brittany, I'd like to point out you have twice now pointed out groups that practice supremacy, Americans, Christians, nationals, and Romans that are guilty of this, but deny Islam and Judaism. Habibi, please. It's late, and I'm trying to be clear. You're the one pointing out a specific group, and I'm saying, yes, they do that, but not any different than any other group. I'm not denying it. I'm saying they all do it. So I don't care about picking on one more than the other. I'm saying, why pick on one more than the other? I don't care. It's all the same in the end. It oppresses women, it's homophobic, it hurts gay people, and it upholds the patriarchy. I don't care. But I don't think you should target them. I don't think you get to target people because they're bigoted. I don't think bigoted people deserve bad things to happen to them. I think they should be liberated from their constraints of bigotry. All I'm saying is, like, I'm not going to pick on Arabs or Muslims or Jews because why? Like, why would I pick on them? Okay, get your shit together. Stop being so homophobic and patriarchal. But I'm not going to pick on them. It's like you want me to pick on them. No.
Race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that. And
okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him.
Uh-oh.
Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Oh,
come on.
Well.
Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more? You want
I'm
to drum up
not
her
targeting the crew. These were my
It's fine, it's
coworkers. I
fine.
have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
They
Bad
are what makes
Empanada
this
called
show
AB
great.
a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos
Why
a
are you
lot.
bringing up Bad Empanada? Do
Why
you
you
think I agree with everything he says? No, of course
You
not.
endorse him.
Ethan,
All right,
I've
we gotta
endorsed
go.
his
You promote
YouTube
him all the
video
time. It's a
essays that
fact.
I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen,
endorse
stop being
his
a coward and
techniques or
watch
methods
some
or
fair
opinions
criticism.
overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove
Yeah.
that you are not
well,
afraid.
This was pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back and forth. Don't you think?
I
you
actually
feel-
do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out.
Somebody put a Palestine flag in the chat, bros. I don't have it as one of my options. So I can't Google, like, put it in the chat so I can free Palestine, bitches. Free Palestine. That's all that matters. This doesn't matter. There's a genocide happening. People are fucking dying. Free Palestine. That's the point of this. Not this. But that's what we should be focusing on. Free Palestine.
But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt you know,
Maybe
anti-Semitism.
I will maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk
maybe
about it.
Maybe I will watch
the
Context Puke live, as a matter of
fact,
please not in a cowardly way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less.
Thank you, Chad.
Is
It's
somehow
not less
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
It is
no,
because,
dude. What's cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument. I'm destroying him.
Watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love that.
Don't worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine.
Which he did today.
And celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is you know,
I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity.
You fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hassan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
You're gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, that's so gross, man.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan? If you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course. But if you, I think it would be good if you watch the context puke, and then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that. The fundraiser for Creator Class.
I think it's kind of like interesting of Ethan to call it context puke. I can't tell if he's like. I don't know why. Is that in good faith? I can't tell. It's
yes,
silly.
I think it's awesome. If you want to own me
whatever.
by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Chat said Hassan went and had ice cream after. I feel like you should have a treat too. I have vegan. What's it called? My brain is having a. There's €2 vegan. What's the Italian ice cream? Is it gelato? No, there's another word for not gelato. Isn't there another word for it? Sorbet. Is that Italian? Sorbet. Whatever ethnicity, whatever group made sorbet. It's the only kind of ice cream I can have, and I'm excited.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know you guys I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was?
I
never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends.
Oh, sorbet is French. I love that.
It's like 100K.
Is sorbet ice cream? I don't know. I call it ice cream though.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hassan's was higher?
Hassan's was higher. Yeah.
And it's peach flavored. It's actually super good. It's the only one I can have because it's the only one without animal product, but it's really good.
Not much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So
well, we're gonna have to do some. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure, Ethan. Please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after,
and you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite
like
for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think it might look good. Like, who gives a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure.
It's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I called the swastika sword. Got it.
4 more minutes, guys. We're almost done.
Hassan.
3 minutes. 3
All
minutes
right,
left.
I gotta go. All right,
you too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
Old friends, together at last.
Bye, Hassan.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we all still love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that.
What were you hoping for?
I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open to listening, but.
You started it off as a fight. Habibi, you came in swinging. You were like, oh, boom, your mom's a cunt. Anyways, I hope you're like really open-minded to hearing what I have to say. Oh, boom. Also, I really just think you look fat today. You have an eating disorder, right? Fatty. Also, I hope you're really open-minded to me today. Girl, don't even. I'm good. Don't even.
I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Idiot, what idiot.
Wow, nice picking your teeth on stream. Love that.
I'm so tired.
Boys really get away with everything.
How long was that going on for?
We're going on 5 hours here.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
I was starting to lose like at the end tail of that. It's like, dude, I can't do
I could tell you were fading a little bit.
I think I got him. Honestly, I think I got him pretty good. The way that he was like denying obvious, blatant shit and being like, no, that's not. No, you're insane. You're hallucinating it. It's like, bro, that's crazy talk. I also liked how he like, whatever. People will analyze this.
I'd say both sides got the clips they wanted. That's the end.
That's kind of the thing, right? It's like anything. Both sides declare victory, and nothing really changes. So
hey, true, amen. Hey, self-awareness, Dan. Where's the introspection after that? Great. Both sides declare a winner, and nothing ever changes. Maybe we could do something that changes things. Question is, what is that? I think to myself, if I had the same standing socially that both of these boys had, what would I do with it? The problem is I do think you have to do things like this to get it. And I don't want to do this for a living. I don't want to have to go after people and build a career arguing with boys on the internet. But I know that's how people do it. Like, I know that's how people rise to fame. I don't want to do it. But it is what people want to see. So it's just like, but what would I do if I had that many people watching me and hearing me? What kind of a change could I create? Probably not as much as I dream of, but maybe a little bit more than I do now. But maybe what does that mean, right? Like, you don't have to be an activist to be an activist when you're a minority. You just have to exist, especially joyful, God forbid, you know? And so kids are watching. And so I kind of think about that all the time as I get older and I reach my 40s. Like, kids are watching. What content would I want to make to remind a kid, whether that kid's 21 or 15, whether that kid is 25? What would I want them to see on the internet from their elders that could matter? Like, I'm going to be the older auntie. Like, I'm going to be the older cousins. Like, I remember being a kid and thinking my older cousins were so cool. And thinking my older cousins, like, really knew some stuff. You know? My aunties and uncles, like, and then I realized, okay, they don't know everything. Like, they're definitely, like, flawed. But it's nice to remember, like, oh, yeah, we're all aging into those older auntie and uncle positions. You know what I mean? And it means something. It really does. Especially as a queer person. Or, you know what I love right now? Older trans people. People talking about, like, oh, my God, do I get to be old and trans? Like, old trans representation is so beautiful. To see elder trans people is so important. You know, like, we got to be able to remind ourselves, like, hey, people are wondering, like, are they going to get to grow old? They need to see that we get to grow old. You know? All right. I think we're done.
Just keep doing it because the views are great, right, Hassan? Hassan's got to eat.
I'm just saying.
He's got to pay. He's got to pay for that chicken and someone to make it for him too. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for watching. Thank you to the awesome, loyal, genius, caring 100,000 that watched on our stream, not Hassan's. So important. And
I just watched it on Ethan's because it was on YouTube. So I gave the view to H3, but, you know. All right, we did it. Thanks for watching with me, guys. I really appreciate it. What a journey it's been. Free Palestine. Thanks for paying my rent, Ethan. You are the rent payer. I wish I saw something a little bit different from Hassan, but I mean, hey, what is he going to do with the situation the way it is, you know? I am taking tomorrow off. I have a doctor's appointment and I just can't do both things. Oh my God, I look so tired. My hair is so tired. My face is so, oh my God, I think I lost. This was not good for my skin. This was just not good for my skin. All right, I'll see you Thursday. All right, Free Palestine. Thank you guys for being here. Let's listen to Samantha Dragonati on our way out. All right, good night.